After being pursued by the stunning school beauty, the ex-wife cried anxiously. Should I deliver it or not? Wei Xingchen stood outside a company building, holding a lunchbox he made himself, nervously rubbing his hands together. The reminder on his phone about a late order kept buzzing, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and took the stairs up through the emergency exit. In the past, Lin Wan'er had never allowed him to deliver meals to her company, so he usually had delivery services bring her dinner. Today, after finishing his part-time delivery job, he discovered the first order was next door to Lin Wan'er's company, and he couldn't help but feel a little selfish. It was already 10 p.m., and the office was mostly empty. It probably wouldn't be a problem for him to deliver dinner now, right? As he climbed the stairs, his mind wandered, staring at the lunchbox in his hand. Lin Wan'er had been the goddess of the university he had pursued her for 4 years. After graduation, they gradually lost contact until she suddenly proposed marriage. It was like a dream, and he was so stunned he almost couldn't believe it, but he still went with her to get the marriage certificate. Only later did he find out that Lin Wan'er had a white moonlight, a past love in her heart, Song Yu. After graduating, Song Yu went abroad, and by the time he returned, he was already married. Lin Wan'er's deep feelings were buried, and to force herself to move on, she chose to marry someone she was familiar with him. When he found out, he was heartbroken for days, but eventually, he came to understand. He believed that as long as he treated her sincerely, one day, things would get better. The receptionist had already left for the day, so he stopped an employee who was about to leave. Excuse me, do you know Lin Wan'er? The person paused, then said, the CEO. Go up the stairs and head to the biggest CEO office on the second floor. After the person left, Wei Xingchen stood there, feeling a little bewildered. When Lin Wan'er had married him, she claimed she was just an ordinary employee earning a modest salary. But last year, when his mother was seriously ill and he struggled to raise funds, Lin Wan'er was the one who accompanied him to borrow money. Unfortunately, it was too late, and his mother missed the best time for treatment. If she really had the power, how could she have stood by and done nothing? His heart pounding, Wei Xingchen cautiously climbed the stairs and walked toward the CEO's office. He just wanted to confirm once. As he approached, he heard a very familiar voice. Are you hungry? Let me order some takeout for you. It was Lin Wan'er. Wei Xingchen's eyes widened. Her tone was so coquettish, almost like a kitten's purr, but to Wei Xingchen, it felt like a sharp knife to the heart. She had never spoken to him like that. Wei Xingchen couldn't even imagine it. Even when drunk, she only coldly warned him to stay away from her. Now, she was being sweet with another man. The man chuckled and patted her head. I'm still married, it's not appropriate for you to care for me so much. Lin Wan'er's voice suddenly rose in surprise, but you're already in the divorce cooling off period. I don't care about titles. The man laughed softly. Really? Lin Wan'er nodded eagerly, as if afraid he wouldn't believe her, and continued, yes, for the past 2 years, there hasn't been any man by my side. In my heart there's only you. The deep, affectionate exchange they shared pierced Wei Xingchen's heart, and his vision blurred. His fingers dug into his palms, but he couldn't make a sound. No other man by her side. Then, what did he, her legally recognized husband, count for? With a burst of anger, Wei Xingchen pushed the door open, startling the two people inside. Lin Wan'er instinctively stood up, and for a brief moment, shock flashed in her eyes. Wan'er, do you two know each other? Song Yu spoke hesitantly, but Lin Wan'er was unusually calm. I ordered this takeout for you, try it. She then walked up to Wei Xingchen and tried to take the lunchbox from him. But Wei Xingchen held the lunchbox tightly, his gaze fixated on her with seriousness. Are you the CEO Lin Wan'er? His words were slow and deliberate, causing Lin Wan'er's heart to skip a beat. She avoided his gaze for a moment, but after a brief pause, she decisively took the lunchbox from his hand. Yes, I am the CEO. She turned around and handed the lunchbox to Song Yu. And Wei Xingchen was left standing there, watching as the dinner he had personally prepared for her was handed to another man. Just as Song Yu was about to eat, he paused and glanced at Wei Xingchen. Thanks for the delivery. Just go ahead and leave, we'll give you a good review. Lin Wan'er didn't say a word. She just frowned and looked at him, clearly impatient, as if urging him to leave. Wei Xingchen turned around stiffly, his heart aching as he walked out. Standing outside the office, the pain in his chest wouldn't go away. She had really lied to him. When they first got married, they agreed on 3 conditions: hidden marriage, no intimacy, and no interference with each other's lives. But now, 3 years had passed, and she hadn't changed at all. At least, he thought, Lin Wan'er had always been cold toward all men, without exception. This gave him some psychological comfort. But now he realized she was cold toward others, she just didn't like him. When facing someone she liked, she transformed into a shy little girl, showing a side he had never seen. Even their hidden marriage, no intimacy, was just her way of preserving herself for someone else. But what about him? What did he mean to her? After a while, the man in the office smiled faintly. You really know your stuff, this place is pretty good. If you want, you can pass me the order, and I'll get another one for you. Lin Wan'er hesitated, then casually replied, it's fine, you eat mine, and I'll order another one. Just then, Wei Xingchen's phone vibrated, another message from Lin Wan'er. Order another one for me. Wei Xingchen clenched his phone tightly, his chest burning with anger. Just as he was about to storm in, Lin Wan'er spoke again. Song-yu, if you like it, I'll order it for you every day. Wei Xingchen felt like he had been struck by lightning. Song-yu. He was the one she had been holding on to in her heart all these years. Even though he had suspected it earlier, hearing it with his own ears made his heart constrict with a sharp pain. He felt weak, as if all his strength had drained from his body, leaving him stunned. No need to deliver today. From now on, deliver 2 orders every day. Wei Xingchen waited for a long time, but there was no explanation, just a simple command. It felt like he was nothing more than a servant in their home. Clenching his fists, Wei Xingchen's heart seemed to shatter with the weight of it all. He had always believed that sincerity would be met with sincerity, and that one day, the clouds would part. But now he realized how wrong he was. In just a few days, it would be their 3rd wedding anniversary. He had worked part-time for months, trying to save up for her gift. Even when he fainted from low blood sugar, he kept going. But now, he saw it all too clearly. The moon had always been bright, but it shone for someone else. Wei Xingchen numbly continued his next part-time job, as a DD driver. He drove until 3 a.m., preparing to finish the last ride and head home to sleep. When he arrived at the pickup location, he saw 2 familiar figures. It was Lin Wan'er and Song-yu. Wan'er seemed to be drunk, stumbling and leaning on Song-yu. Song-yu noticed Wei Xingchen's car, then carried Lin Wan'er over. Could you give us a hand? You really don't have any awareness as a driver. Wei Xingchen came back to his senses and frowned as he got out of the car, just in time to hear Song-yu coaxing Lin Wan'er in a low voice. Wan'er, you're the CEO now. If you ignore everything and get together with me, it might affect the stock price. Be good, wait until I get a divorce. I don't care. I want to be with you. Lin Wan'er waved her hand, and Wei Xingchen froze again. Before he could react, Lin Wan'er suddenly threw up. Song-yu jumped away in disgust, but because Wei Xingchen was holding her, she vomited all over him. Driver, please take her to Jinding Community. If she throws up in the car, I'll make her pay for it. I'm leaving now. Song-yu pinched his nose and gave a few quick instructions before abandoning Lin Wan'er with Wei Xingchen and walking off. Wei Xingchen's heart ached, but he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Lin Wan'er, is this really the person you've been longing for all these years? Since you love him so much, go ahead, I'll let you go. Wei Xingchen took Lin Wan'er home, watching as she lay in bed, groaning in discomfort. For the first time, he didn't feel sorry for her. Wan'er, let us get a divorce. Chapter 2, Divorce. Lin Wan'er had just thrown up, and now she was slightly more conscious. She gave Wei Xingchen an impatient look. Are you done yet? We agreed before marriage not to interfere with each other. What are you trying to do now? The company is at a crucial moment for the IPO, so stop making unreasonable scenes. Her cold, harsh tone made the blood drain from Wei Xingchen's face. If he weren't so clear-headed, he might have doubted whether the person in front of him was the same one he had just seen in front of Song-yu. I'm making an unreasonable scene. He looked at Lin Wan'er on the bed, noticing how her delicate face was now twisted with displeasure. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Go pour me a glass of water. Wei Xingchen didn't move. He tried to suppress the overwhelming pain in his chest, but he soon felt a numb sensation spreading from his chest to his limbs and bones. Seeing he didn't move, Lin Wan'er's dissatisfaction deepened. What are you standing there for? Lin Wan'er's temper flared up. When she used to come home drunk, he would proactively bring her tea, show concern, and do everything for her. Now he was standing there without even asking if she needed anything? Looks like she had been too good to him, spoiling him to the point where he'd become this way. Lin Wan'er, if you don't want to divorce, then I'll file for divorce. Having said that, Wei Xingchen turned and walked away. Lin Wan'er's pupils contracted slightly, but soon her mind was overwhelmed with a dull ache, and the side effects of the alcohol returned, dulling the brief feeling of unease she had. HMPH, then I'll wait. How could he possibly divorce her? He was just throwing a tantrum because he had seen her with Song Yu. If she really said she wanted a divorce, he would probably beg her to let him save face. Lin Wan'er watched Wei Xingchen leave the room, thinking he was going to pour her water. After waiting a long time, she opened her eyes again, only to find the room empty. Lin Wan'er froze, and a sudden emptiness spread through her chest, making her feel inexplicably irritated. Wei Xingchen! She shouted loudly, but in the empty room, all she heard was the faint echo of her own voice. Seeing this, Lin Wan'er put the cup over her head and fell into a deep sleep. Let him throw a tantrum. When he comes to apologize in a couple of days, she would talk to him properly. The next morning, Wei Xingchen went to a friend's law firm. After some careful consultation, he found out that Lin Wan'er had a lot of assets, and filing for divorce would require a significant amount of money. Wei Xingchen let out a self-deprecating laugh. In the past, he had worried that Lin Wan'er wouldn't have enough money to spend, so he often bought her all sorts of precious food and jewelry. Yet, she always seemed indifferent. Now, he realized that perhaps she didn't even care for any of it. Now, it was him who was so poor that he couldn't even afford to divorce. Use this card to pay first. I'll transfer the rest via WeChat, Wei Xingchen said firmly as he handed over his bank card. His friend was stunned for a moment. No way, Xingchen, didn't you always like Lin Wan'er, the campus beauty? Now you're spending so much money just to divorce her. Wei Xingchen didn't answer. Even though he was broke, he still had his dignity. Even if it meant spending all his savings, he was determined to get this divorce. Alright, you don't need to transfer money through WeChat. Go back first, and I'll contact you when the petition is ready. Wei Xingchen walked out of the law firm with heavy steps, but suddenly, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Just as he got into his car, he received a call from an unknown number. He hesitated for a moment and quickly answered, "Who is this?" "It's Uncle Wang, your dad's neighbor. Your dad fainted at the door this morning and was taken to the hospital. You need to come to the city hospital right away. I'm cooking at home. I'll leave now." Wei Xingchen replied quickly. "Thank you for informing me, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Wei Xingchen tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His father. Ever since his mother passed away, he hadn't returned home in a long time. Since childhood, that man had been an alcoholic and abusive. Whenever he got drunk, he would bully both him and his mother, beating them. If it weren't for his mother protecting him, he probably wouldn't have survived to adulthood. Later, when his mother suffered a stroke that night, she even had fresh injuries on her body. He indirectly caused her death. If it weren't for the blood relation, he really would have let him die. Despite the surging hatred in his chest, Wei Xingchen still softened his heart and drove to the hospital. However, as soon as he reached the door of the ward, he heard a loud voice coming from inside. "HMPH, don't look at me in these tattered clothes. My daughter-in-law is a CEO. The company is about to go public. When that happens, I'll be moved to a VIP ward." Wei Xingchen stopped for a moment, then pushed the door open forcefully. The man on the hospital bed didn't look weak at all. His face was full of shamelessness and self-satisfaction, making Wei Xingchen's disgust grow. "What are you babbling about?" Wei Dazhuan, his father, quickly retorted, raising his voice as if trying to convince the others in the room. "I'm not babbling. I saw Wan'er's interview on the financial news this morning. You ungrateful son, you want to hide it from me? How? Now that you have money, it's time to show some respect for your old man, right?" Wei Xingchen didn't want to deal with him. He frowned and walked to the bed, about to grab the medical records on the bedside table. Before he could reach them, his father quickly snatched them away. "What's wrong with you?" Wei Dazhuang hesitated, not able to say a word. The people around them started to snicker. Before Wei Xingchen could ask, a nurse suddenly entered the room, walking up to Wei Dazhuang's bed with an exasperated look. "Your son is here now. You can leave. Hospital beds are in short supply. You're just here for a common cold. You really shouldn't be occupying a bed." Only then did Wei Dazhuang awkwardly get out of bed. I'll go. When my daughter-in-law arrives, I'll leave. I, Wei, always keep my word." Saying that, Wei Dazhuang turned over, adjusted his position, and continued lying down comfortably. The nurse was speechless and gave a look at Wei Xingchen. Wei Xingchen clenched his fists. "Sorry, I'll tell him. We'll leave right away." The nurse didn't say anything else and left the room. Once the nurse was gone, Wei Xingchen looked at his father lying on the bed like a dead fish. "What are you trying to do now?" "I'm telling you, Lin Wan'er won't be coming. I'm divorcing her soon." In the past, his father always came to him to extort money. But now that he had already filed for divorce, there was no money to give him. Besides, even if there was, he didn't want to give it to him. "Shut up. You useless, wasteful son, talking about divorce like an idiot." Wei Xingchen's forehead tightened with anger. "Didn't you used to hate Wan'er?" Wei Dazhuang's eyes shifted. "That was a test for her. You don't get it, do you? Now that she passed it, she's naturally my daughter-in-law. You better behave yourself. When Wan'er comes, you'd better hurry up and build a relationship with her. You should also make her have a child, so she's completely bound to you. Back then, I used you to bind your mother, and that's how I married her with zero dowry. Learn from me." Mentioning his mother, the anger in Wei Xingchen's chest flared up uncontrollably. But just as he was about to explode, he suddenly saw a figure standing at the door of the ward. The insulting words on his lips immediately changed. "All right, you're right. I'll listen to you." Chapter 3: Excellent Employees. Seeing Wei Xingchen coming up, Wei Dazhuang swallowed back the swear words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Humph, you're smart, but you just have to listen to me." He suddenly took out a paper package from his pocket and opened it carefully. Inside was a dark pill with different shades of color and uneven surface, looking like it was pinched by hand. Wei Xingchen frowned. "What is this?" Wei Dazhuang narrowed his eyes and smiled obscenely. "This is a medicine that can give birth to a son. Give it to Lin Wan'er to take. If she wants to give birth, give it to our Wei family and give birth to a boy." Seeing his father like this, Wei Xingchen felt like he was almost choking to death from the breath blocking his chest. Simply, a complete bastard. But when he thought of Lin Wan'er standing in the dark, Wei Xingchen immediately pretended to be delighted. Can this really give birth to a son? A son is good. If you give birth to a son, you should be able to make a lot of money even after the divorce. Hearing this, Lin Wan'er in the dark could no longer bear it, strode into the ward, and slapped Wei Xingchen hard in the face. "Wei Xingchen, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You even filed for divorce in court just to cheat me out of money." Wei Xingchen just stood there quietly, pressing the tip of his tongue against his cheek that was hurt by the slap. Instead, Wei Dazhuang at the side couldn't sit still anymore and spoke first. "Wan'er, what are you talking about? You two should just make up after a fight. If you have a conflict, just give your man some money and he will be fine, right?" Hearing this, Wei Xingchen also chuckled, but there was deep disappointment in his eyes. "Yes, if you give me some money, I will not only give you a child, but I will also withdraw the lawsuit and not divorce you. This way, your company's listing will not be affected." When Wei Xingchen saw Lin Wan'er's defensive and hateful gaze, his heart felt as if a sharp blade had pierced it, and blood was dripping. Lin Wan'er clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes seemed to be spewing out anger. "You're dreaming. Even if I die, I won't give a penny to people like you, and you can't threaten me with divorce. At worst, we'll see you in court." When he heard that they were really going to court, Wei Dazhuang suddenly panicked. He turned over and sat up from the bed, and grabbed Lin Wan'er who was about to leave. "Wan'er. Calm down, calm down. Wei Xingchen is just crazy and talking nonsense. You have been married for more than 4 years. Can you really go to court? If you feel wronged, tell Dad and I will take care of it for you. Then he sighed deeply again. In the final analysis, it's Dad's fault. If I wasn't old, couldn't make money, and was often sick, Xingchen wouldn't have thought of asking you for money. These things are Dad's fault. Dad can't be cured. Dad, come home. As he spoke, his eyes turned red and his voice trembled a little. Lin Wan'er froze for a moment, as if she had thought of something. She looked at Wei Dazhuang on the bed with a complicated expression, but in the end she said nothing, shook off Wei Dazhuang's hand and left. Wei Xingchen took slight steps but still did not chase after him. Since the decision to divorce has been made, perhaps this is the best opportunity to separate. Are you stupid? Why are you asking for a divorce? Are you okay now? Lin Wan'er has completely broken up with you. I wonder how much money it would take to please such a materialistic woman. Damn it, I told you at the beginning that you shouldn't look for a woman who is too capable. She's hard to control. You're really stupid. Wei Xingchen ignored him and forcibly took hold of his arm and pulled him up from the bed. Come with me. Wei Dazhuang's current physical strength was naturally no match for Wei Xingchen, who was in his prime, and he was carried out of the ward like a chicken. Damn it, you ungrateful bastard. I raised you for nothing, but you can't even please a woman. Enduring the verbal abuse, after sending him to his doorstep, Wei Xingchen drove away without even looking at him. He is about to get divorced, so he still needs to make money first, so work comes first. But as soon as he returned to the company, he was scolded by his boss. Wei Xingchen, what's the meaning of you not coming this morning? I said someone from above would come today, and your name was mentioned. Why aren't you here? Do you want to quit your job? Wei Xingchen quickly explained, I sent you a message. Something happened to my dad and he was admitted to the hospital. The boss paused and waved his hand impatiently. All right, go ahead, there won't be a next time. Wei Xingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He came out and was about to ask his colleagues about the parachuted-in president, but suddenly he saw a slim beauty in professional attire walking towards him. Wei Xingchen was stunned for a moment, and then she saw the beautiful woman had walked up to her side. Wei Xingchen. He then responded, I'm Lilian, the president's secretary. The president asked you to go upstairs. Come with me. Following behind the secretary, Wei Xingchen's heart was beating like a drum. He is just an ordinary clerk in the company. Why would the president look for him again and again? Is there something wrong with the project he is working on? Wei Xingchen was led into the president's office alone. He looked around at the expensive decorations and ornaments, and suddenly felt a little depressed. Really? The watershed between people begins with amniotic fluid. President, I brought the project manager here. The woman sitting at the long table stared at the documents in her hand carefully. After nodding, Lilian turned and walked out. You've done a great job on this project. Can you tell me about the current progress? Wei Xingchen understood, and his previous anxiety was gone. Of course, the current research and development is nearing completion. After briefly explaining the situation, the president's frown gradually relaxed, and he seemed very satisfied with Wei Xingchen's workability. Your name is Wei Xingchen. Hearing this, the president paused while flipping through the documents and raised his eyes suddenly. Her eyes sparkled with water on her palm-sized face, her red lips showed a different kind of eccentricity under her delicate and small nose, and her long black hair was unusually smooth. His delicate and gentle appearance seemed to be completely different from the ruthless president in the rumors, creating a great contrast. Most importantly, when Wei Xingchen looked at the president's face, he actually felt that it looked very familiar. No, how could he have had any contact with such a person? He must have made a mistake. But the next second, the president's voice sounded with a hint of surprise. Wei Xingchen. Did you go to Huafu High School? The dusty memories were opened, and Wei Xingchen suddenly came to his senses. He asked tentatively, You are Tang Rong? It's me. What's wrong with your memory? You forgot so quickly. It's really Tang Rong. He and Tang Rong sat at the same table for 3 years in high school. Not only were they best friends, they were also the top couple among their classmates. At that time, he and Tang Rong spent their most youthful years together and had a good impression of each other. But she went abroad as soon as she graduated, and the original contact information is no longer needed. Whenever he thought of it, he would still sigh that time is ruthless. He did not expect that they would meet again in such a scene. Wei Xingchen scratched his head a little embarrassedly. How could I forget? I'm just a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be my immediate superior. Tang Rong closed the file, walked to the sofa in the room, and poured a cup of tea for Wei Xingchen. This is my branch. I came back from studying abroad and came here to practice. But I noticed you at first sight. Tang Rong smiled and nodded. Yes, he is an excellent employee with excellent business ability, but his rank is still level 1. Wei Xingchen sighed softly. In fact, he had many opportunities for promotion over the years since he joined the company, but each time he was squeezed out by people with connections arranged by his superiors, and he could only wait in line silently. I understand. Don't worry. I know your abilities. I'll adjust them for you tomorrow. Wei Xingchen was slightly stunned and clenched his fists. He didn't quite understand whether Tang Rong really valued him or wanted to help him through the back door because of their friendship as classmates. He wanted to refuse, but then he remembered that now was the time when he needed the money. The words of refusal came to his lips, but he finally swallowed them back. Thank you for your affirmation, I will continue to work hard in the future. Tang Rong laughed so hard that she fell backwards. She came over and patted his shoulder. Come on, why are you humiliating me? Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Chapter 4: A New Stage. Tang Rong did not put on airs at all. Instead, she was extremely friendly and easy to talk to. She smiled with her eyebrows curved, as if the friendship of the past was reappearing, which made Wei Xingchen a little flattered. Of course, or you can ask your boyfriend to come along so as not to cause any misunderstanding. Wei Xingchen is an adult and is used to their ups and downs of life. Now he and Tang Rong are no longer from the same class. If a misunderstanding really arises because of a meal and he ends up losing his job, it would really be a loss. But Tang Rong waved her hand nonchalantly. I'm single, no one will misunderstand me, but how about you? Wei Xingchen lowered his eyes and said, I'm getting a divorce, and no one has misunderstood me. Tang Rong was stunned for a moment, but did not delve into it. After finalizing the dinner arrangement in the evening, she and Wei Xingchen exchanged contact information. After returning to his workstation, Wei Xingchen subconsciously took out his cell phone. Looking at the familiar meat bun cartoon pattern on the screen, my mind was pulled back to high school. The feelings of youth are too passionate. Even if the window paper is not broken, the face will blush and the heart will beat fast because of the burning temperature. Once upon a time, his relationship with Tang Rong was only one step away from entering the next stage. As soon as she came out of the examination room, Tang Rong ran towards him with a smile. Wei Xingchen, if you buy me the meat buns from the shop in the south of the city tomorrow morning, I will fulfill your biggest wish. He was extremely excited, but the next day after he bought the buns, he learned the sad news that Tang Rong and her family had flown abroad. Their memories ended. Wei Xingchen shook his head slightly, forcing himself to return to reality. There is no going back. In the evening, he was waiting for Tang Rong in the car in the parking lot downstairs. After a while, the car door opened, and with the refreshing fragrance of gardenia, the other half of the car sank and returned to calm. Let's go. We haven't seen each other for so long. I'll treat you to a big meal to celebrate your divorce. Wei Xingchen laughed dumbly. You're already a big CEO, why are you still not serious? Tang Rong curled her lips. Why do you care about these things in front of your friends? Wei Xingchen was stunned for a moment, but finally said nothing and drove to the restaurant chosen by Tang Rong. It is a private Chinese restaurant. The number of customers served is limited and the prices are ridiculously high. Wei Xingchen only spent a lot of money to treat Lin Wan'er to a meal there once, on her birthday. At that time, he didn't understand the pouting expression on Lin Wan'er's face when he ordered the food. But now that I think about it, it was nothing more than looking down on him for being poor. Thinking of this, Wei Xingchen clenched his fists and said, whatever you want to eat today, just order whatever you want. I'll treat you. Tang Rong looked back at her, blinked her bright eyes, smiled but said nothing. When he reached the door, Wei Xingchen finally understood why Tang Rong had such a cunning expression on her face. Mr. Tang. Hello, Mr. Tang. Wei Xingchen was still confused until Tang Rong led him to a private room separated by a screen. Is this really your business? Tang Rong smiled and nodded. Tang Rong just waved to the people around her, and they started serving dishes to their table one after another without even taking the menu. Wei Xingchen had never eaten any of the dishes that were so delicious, but he knew the prices of a few of them. They all started at 4 figures. Eat, some of them are new dishes, it's a good opportunity for you to help me taste them, if they don't work I won't put them on the menu. Tang Rong seemed to understand what Wei Xingchen was thinking and immediately gave him a way out. But before Wei Xingchen had time to be moved, a puzzled female voice suddenly sounded beside him. Why are you here? Wei Xingchen looked back. Lin Wan'er and Song Yu walked in side by side, led by the waiter, and happened to pass by their table. Lin Wan'er looked unhappy. She looked at Tang Rong, who was sitting opposite Wei Xingchen, from head to toe and showed a knowing expression. When Song Yu beside her asked her, she said, "Oh, I recognize the wrong person. I thought he was my best friend's husband and he cheated on me." After saying that, the two of them walked towards the private room diagonally opposite Wei Xingchen. The screen was not completely blocking the view, it was more like a layer of gauze that separated the space, but Wei Xingchen could still see the scene behind the gauze clearly. For example, Lin Wan'er deliberately sat next to Song Yu, held Song Yu's arm, and looked at him provocatively. Wei Xingchen lowered his eyes and shook his head coldly. Does she think that he divorced her because of her cheating? It's ridiculous. Lin Wan'er, who was sitting behind the gauze curtain, so that Wei Xingchen, who had always been extremely nervous for her, did not react at all, and she subconsciously clenched her fists. Dog man. I thought he was talking about having a baby just to get a divorce, but now it seems like it was because he cheated on me. Or, he knew she was going to come here for dinner today, so he deliberately asked someone to come along to provoke her. Thinking of this, a strange emotion surged in Lin Wan'er's heart, but she quickly suppressed it. It's disgusting for a grown man to use such tactics. Wei Xingchen didn't think about anything. After finishing his meal with Tang Rong, he looked up and found that Lin Wan'er's seat was already empty. Is that your ex-wife? Tang Rong slowly scooped a spoonful of dessert and put it into her mouth. Her long eyelashes lowered, making it difficult to tell her emotions. Tang Rong nodded. Your ex-wife's taste is not that good. She didn't want such a big treasure like you and turned around to pick up trash. Wei Xingchen was stunned for a moment, and his heart trembled imperceptibly. What do you mean? The man she was holding was called Song Yu. He was a complete jerk in our overseas study circle. He was always talking about rich women and even used the rich women's money to support mistresses. In the end, he was discovered by the rich women and was kicked out of the house. Wei Xingchen couldn't help but sneered. It can only be said that different people have different tastes. Anyway, I will have nothing to do with her soon, so it doesn't matter. Tang Rong then showed a big smile on her face. Well, I'm full too, let's go. Wei Xingchen thought that Lin Wan'er and Song Yu had left, but he didn't expect that when he and Tang Rong just walked into the parking lot, they saw a figure standing next to their car. Why are you here? Wei Xingchen frowned and walked up to Lin Wan'er. Seeing that she was wearing thin clothes and her frail body was trembling in the cold wind, he subconsciously wanted to take off her clothes. But as soon as his hand touched the collar, he paused, adjusted it, and put it down again. When Lin Wan'er saw this, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly, and she was immediately filled with anger. What? Can't I take the bus home? Wei Xingchen, we haven't divorced yet. Wei Xingchen spoke in a deep voice, his tone was unprecedentedly cold. I have already filed a lawsuit. Divorce is a foregone conclusion. Besides, I bought this car. I don't want to give it to you. Please move out of the way. Lin Wan'er was stunned for a moment, her face, which was a little flushed due to the effect of alcohol, was full of sarcasm. You bought it. Wei Xingchen, with the little money you earn, how could you buy a car? I'm afraid you bought the car but didn't have enough money to eat, so you used the money I left at home. And you dare to say that you bought the car? Wei Xingchen paused. This is my year-end bonus for the project. If you don't believe me, you can go and check. This money has nothing to do with you. You? And a bonus? You've worked for so many years and are still a small clerk. You're not ashamed to tell others about it. How can you earn such a big bonus? Without waiting for Wei Xingchen to speak, Tang Rong, who was standing behind him, couldn't bear it anymore. Stop talking nonsense. The project that Wei Xingchen is working on is a key scientific and technological project supported by the state. Do you think it's a business project for your small, shabby company? The deposit alone is 50 million, and the bonus will naturally be higher once the project is completed. What's more, Wei Xingchen has been participating in national modeling and physics competitions since high school, and he has always won gold medals. Do you understand what a gold medal is? How dare you doubt his ability here? Lin Wan'er was speechless after being bombarded with words, and her face was extremely embarrassed. But at the end, Tang Rong added with a look of surprise, Why do you look like that? After 4 years of marriage, you don't even know how outstanding your husband is, do you? Lin Wan'er was completely defeated by what Tang Rong said. Why do you care? It's none of your business. Wei Xingchen spoke in a cold voice, defending Tang Rong. It's none of her business, but it's none of your business from now on. Please take a taxi and let me go. After saying that, he pushed Lin Wan'er away, walked forward and opened the passenger door. Just when he turned around and wanted to let Tang Rong get in the car, he didn't expect Lin Wan'er to squeeze Tang Rong aside and sit in the passenger seat first. While Wei Xingchen was still in a daze, he closed the car door. Wei Xingchen had never seen Lin Wan'er act so shameless before, and he was a little at a loss for a moment. Fortunately, Tang Rong didn't take it too seriously. It's okay, you drive and I'll sit in the back seat. Helplessly, Wei Xingchen could only take the two women with him on the journey. But just after driving for a while, they had an argument over whether to send Tang Rong back first. Lin Wan'er got drunk for some reason and insisted that Wei Xingchen send her back to sleep first. Wei Xingchen refused, and she actually went straight to grab the steering wheel. The vehicle, which was originally driving straight, drew an S-curve for a long distance on the empty road. After finally hearing it, everyone's backs were soaked with cold sweat. Tang Rong couldn't stand it anymore, rushed over from the back seat and slapped Lin Wan'er in the face. If you don't want to live, go die. You are here looking for your mother's existence. Chapter 5, My ears are finally quiet. You dare to hit me. Lin Wan'er covered her face and looked at the person in front of her in disbelief, the anger in her eyes completely surging. No one had ever dared to treat her like this since she was a child. After she followed Wei Xingchen, this useless bootlicker, he took even better care of her and never let her suffer even a little. I'm going to hit you if I want. Do I have to choose a day? Tang Rong sneered and said sarcastically, Your face hurts my hands. That shows how thick your face is. As soon as she said it, she felt a little regretful. How could she be so presumptuous in front of someone else's husband, even though the couple had long been estranged in spirit? No, they were not on good terms with each other even in public. At this moment, Lin Wan'er was almost driven crazy. The burning pain on her face told her that she was not dreaming at this moment. She gritted her teeth and looked at Wei Xingchen, questioning word by word. You wimp, someone beats your wife and you just watch without reacting? Are you a man? How can you be so useless? You. Tang Rong couldn't bear to watch it anymore. The words were too harsh. Which man could tolerate his wife hurting his self-esteem like this? Why can't you bear to watch it? You should. The last bit of pity left in Wei Xingchen's heart was completely shattered by Lin Wan'er's sharp and harsh words. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He turned out to be such a failure. He once thought that as long as he treated this woman wholeheartedly, one day she would see his good side. Unfortunately, all his efforts are nothing but a pile of shit in the eyes of others. Seeing the dejection in his eyes that could hardly be concealed, Tang Rong couldn't bear it and patted his shoulder. Let's go, don't bother with this kind of woman, and go your own way in the future. Wei Xingchen forced a smile and nodded, then changed his face to a cold one and said to the woman who was refusing to leave the passenger seat, You, get out of the car. Lin Wan'er widened her eyes and laughed, What? You want me to get off the car, Wei Xingchen? This is. Forget it, just take her away. It's hard to get a taxi here, and it's dark and windy at night. If anything happens again, you will be blamed. Tang Rong advised. Wei Xingchen felt depressed and thought it was not worth it, but what Tang Rong said made sense. Lin Wan'er was still sobbing with her face covered, and from time to time she would curse him, calling him a coward or useless thing. Wei Xingchen had already become numb. It was really outrageous. He used to think that Lin Wan'er's occasional rudeness was cute. Looking at this woman again today, she was spoiled, willful, unreasonable, and even had irreparable flaws in her character. I really don't know if his eyes had been blinded by someone at the time. Lin Wan'er was feeling particularly uncomfortable at the moment. She was still sitting in the passenger seat, but she felt like she was 1,000 miles away from this despicable man. For some strange reason, she felt that this person who was angry, the person who ignored her, shed his usual servile and fawning appearance, and was actually somewhat handsome. In fact, if you look closely, Wei Xingchen's facial features are very good, and he can be easily recognized in a crowd. In addition, his unique cold and arrogant aura is not comparable to those idle gangsters on the street. Where are you going? Wei Xingchen turned his head and asked Tang Rong in the back seat. The latter smiled and replied, when I went to Yinchi, it was not far from here. The light flickered, and Tang Rong's smiling face looked so gentle and beautiful. Even if it was only for a moment, it was enough to make people feel soothed. Wei Xingchen's bad mood was smoothed by her smile, and he couldn't help but pursed his lips. Okay, I'll take you there first. Lin Wan'er saw every slight change in their emotions. She was extremely incredulous that this bootlicker was actually flirting with another woman in front of her. Was he planning to rebel tonight? But, apart from herself, who else would like such a fool like him? I want to go back to sleep. I'm tired. Lin Wan'er ordered coldly, Wei Xingchen, don't forget that we haven't divorced yet. You are still my husband. It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned this. But as soon as he did, the negative emotions that Wei Xingchen had just suppressed in his heart burst out. Har! Are you worthy? When have you ever considered me as your husband? When have you ever treated me as your husband? You, Wei Xingchen, are you crazy? Lin Wan'er's voice was trembling, her whole body was tense, and she wanted to open the man's chest to see if his heart was still there. Get out of the car. This time, Wei Xingchen was no longer vague and soft-hearted. He got out of the car and pulled Lin Wan'er out. Ignoring her angry curses, he returned to the driver's seat and drove away in style. My ears are finally quiet. But in the small space, the atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. Wei Xingchen drove attentively and soon arrived at the Yankishi community. He had heard a little about this community. It was a fairly high-end residential area in the city, full of single-family villas. It was said that the housing prices here were also the highest in the city, and most people could not afford it. Wei Xingchen got out of the car first and opened the door for Tang Rong. We're here. Tang Rong's slender thighs stepped out first, revealing a little bit of her jade legs hidden in the khaki skirt. They were pure white and flawless, like top-grade jade. She smiled elegantly. Would you like to go in and have some water? This kind of invitation is generally regarded as ambiguous behavior. Wei Xingchen did not take it for granted and just thought it was just a casual remark. He said calmly, no, I have completed my mission by sending you home safely. But my home is still some distance from the entrance of the community. She seemed a little helpless. It takes more than 10 minutes to walk there. Wei Xingchen couldn't help but frown. He certainly couldn't let her walk back alone. What if something went wrong? Then I'll take you there. He made a please gesture, and the moon was still bright and the wind was clear. The two of them walked into the community side by side. Although it was dim at night, they could still see that the scenery inside the community was extremely beautiful. Even the flowers, plants and trees planted on both sides of the road were very valuable. Wei Xingchen was thinking that he should work harder and he would definitely own a house like this one in his lifetime. In the past, he had always worked hard for Lin Wan'er's happiness, but from now on he would have to change the way he lived. What are you thinking about? Tang Rong suddenly stopped, tilted her head and looked at him with a suspicious look. Wei Xingchen pursed his lips and smiled, not hiding his inner thoughts. I'm wondering when I can buy a house here. Tang Rong raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms over her chest and looked him over, chuckling, with your ability, as long as you are willing to work hard, 2 or 3 years will definitely be no problem, maybe even shorter. Wei Xingchen felt warm in her heart, and she did not show any sarcasm or disdain. If it were Lin Wan'er, she would have humiliated him with disdain a long time ago. Well, I'll try my best. He looked at her with a smile, and when their eyes met, he found that her eyes were sparkling and very beautiful. Chapter 6. You don't have an easy life. However, she was not something that someone like him could dream of. Wei Xingchen suppressed the fleeting thoughts in his mind and walked forward shoulder to shoulder with her, but found that her pace was much slower, so he had to adjust his speed. I didn't notice that you have become so quiet now. Tang Rong suddenly spoke. Wei Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. How can I be the same as before when I am like this now? He used to be humorous, talkative and cheerful. Tang Rong smiled noncommittally, patted his shoulder in comfort, and said encouragingly, everything will be fine. Wei Xingchen was about to speak when a slightly staggering figure walked over from not far away. "Miss, you're back." The man was about 50 years old, with slightly grey hair around his ears, but his eyes were extremely sharp, revealing the cold wisdom of a soldier. Wei Xingchen turned around subconsciously and happened to meet the old man's eyes. The moment their eyes met, he had the illusion that his inner world was seen through. "Uncle Zhang, why did you come out?" Tang Rong's tone became respectful, yet also intimate. It was obvious that she had extraordinary feelings for this old man. She introduced Wei Xingchen. "Xingchen, this is Uncle Zhang, a very capable veteran. He was invited by my grandfather and is now my butler. He is truly a soldier." Wei Xingchen had great respect for the military profession, so he felt that Mr. Zhang looked particularly tall and majestic standing there. He took the initiative to extend his hands. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." A gust of wind blew by, and his hand stopped in mid-air. What greeted him was not the other party's enthusiastic hands, but a scrutinizing and suspicious gaze. "Who are you?" This sentence directly materialized Zhang Qi's inner suspicion. It was obvious that he had judged Wei Xingchen's dress and even his speech and behavior, and concluded that he had ill intentions towards Tang Rong, so he was not very kind to him. Wei Xingchen's face stiffened slightly, and he felt a little embarrassed, but then he thought that it was not surprising that others would have such doubts. He remained calm and introduced himself humbly and politely. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am an employee of Miss Tang's company. I was worried about Miss Tang and sent her back. Now that she is safely here, it's time for me to leave." His words were neither humble nor arrogant, just right, and no one could make sense of them. "I see." Zhang Qi's expression eased slightly, but he remained on guard. He said to Tang Rong, "Miss, please go back first. I'll take Mr. Wei out." "Uncle Zhang." Tang Rong seemed to know what he was going to do, and couldn't help but frowned. "He and I are just friends." Zhang Qi obviously didn't believe it. He would treat any man who approached Tang Rong with the utmost suspicion until he was completely proven not to have any bad intentions. Wei Xingchen didn't want to embarrass her, so he took the initiative to say, "It's okay. I'm not familiar with the way out either." When he came, the air was filled with fragrance, but when he left, Wei Xingchen felt a chill, as if it was going to rain. Or maybe this inexplicable feeling of oppression comes from the person next to me. "Mr. Wei, you are a married man, right?" Suddenly, Zhang Qi slowed down his pace and said something ambiguous. Wei Xingchen was not a fool, and he immediately understood what he meant. "Please rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I won't have any inappropriate thoughts about someone who is beyond my reach." "Beyond your reach?" Zhang Qi keenly grasped the key words in his words and couldn't help but sneer. "It seems that the idea has already come up." Wei Xingchen's scalp immediately went numb, and he felt as if he had been caught. He took a deep breath and said helplessly, "No, you misunderstood. Our young lady is a cloud high above us. There is a huge difference between you and her. Even if you have any dirty thoughts, please cut them off as soon as possible and don't cause any impact on our young lady." Zhang Qi snorted coldly, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura and was indescribably cold. If his tone just now was still polite and could be considered a warning to Wei Xingchen, then at this moment, the tone of his voice had changed, and there was humiliation and sarcasm in his words. Wei Xingchen couldn't help but clench his fists, and after enduring for a long time, he said in a serious tone, "Mr. Zhang, where did you get the word dirty from? I have already explained that Miss Tang and I are just work colleagues. Even if she cares about me a little, it is out of our friendship as classmates. You talking to me in this tone does not cause me much loss, but it hurts her good intentions." When he said the last few words, he could no longer suppress his anger, but for Tang Rong's sake, he still resisted the urge to say more harsh words. Zhang Qi's expression changed obviously, and that sharp face looked so cold in the night, but he didn't say anything more. "That's all I have to say. I'll walk the rest of the way by myself. No need to trouble you to see me off." Wei Xingchen smiled, turned around calmly, and left with big strides. Looking at his tall and slender figure, Zhang Qi raised his eyebrows, as if he was looking at him with some admiration. Raindrops were floating in the air and the wind was growing stronger. Wei Xingchen was originally driving slowly towards home. Everything that happened tonight had made him feel very emotional. At this moment, sitting in the car listening to the rain hitting the window, his heart gradually calmed down. The cell phone rang at an inopportune time, sounding particularly harsh. He glanced at the screen and when he saw the word Wan'er, he became extremely annoyed and pressed the hang-up button. The ringing sounded again and again, as urgent as if it was urging someone to die. Seeing that he didn't answer the phone, she sent him another message. Wei Xingchen, there's a power outage at home. I'm scared to death. Come back soon. Through these few simple sentences, Wei Xingchen could imagine the man's gnashing teeth when he sent the message. However, after loving each other for so many years, even though the disappointment in my heart has accumulated to a deep level, I still can't really just let it go. After all, they haven't divorced yet, so if something goes wrong, he will be in trouble too. When he got home, he tried to turn on the light, but found that it wouldn't turn on. I was afraid that the electricity bill was gone, and this idiot thought there was a power outage. He stood in the entrance hall, skillfully took out the card from the cabinet, and operated on his mobile phone with a flashlight. These things were originally done by servants, but later, in order to take better care of her, he took charge of all their household affairs, big and small, and made her worry about them all, and she almost became a nanny. Perhaps it was this meticulousness and cautiousness that gave her the illusion that she was the high and mighty king, while he was just mud in the dust. The door slammed, and Lin Wan'er rushed out of the bedroom barefoot. The moment she saw him, she burst into tears and curses. You are such a heartless person. You even ignored your own wife for that cheap woman outside. If anything happens to me, you will never have a good life. In the darkness, her hair was wet and stuck to her back, and her body looked thin and pitiful, which made me feel sorry for her. Chapter 7 I Don't Love You Anymore. Wei Xingchen ignored her and quickly recharged the electricity bill. He swiped the meter in the meter box at the door. With a ding sound, the house was suddenly brightly lit. When Lin Wan'er was at home, she was used to keeping all the lights on and never cared about whether it was wasted. Wei Xingchen had lost the desire to communicate at this moment. He took off his coat, put it away, and turned to walk into the bedroom. But Lin Wan'er suddenly grabbed his wrist and pulled him hard. He was caught off guard and staggered, almost falling onto the sofa by the woman. Wei Xingchen shook her arm off unhappily and patted the non-existent dust on his sleeve in disgust. What are you doing? His action deeply irritated Lin Wan'er, making her even angrier. She smiled coldly, stared at his eyes sarcastically, and said word by word, Why, you're already disliking me before you even hook up with that girl. Why do I remember you were so? That was in the past. Wei Xingchen suppressed his anger and spoke every word with precision. His severe anger was real, palpably real, unquestionably real. Lin Wan'er couldn't help but feel panicked, and couldn't believe that he was so cruel and heartless. It's impossible. Even if anyone in this world would hurt her and stay away from her, he would never do that. You really fell in love with her, Wei Xingchen, you are despicable, are. Before she could finish her sentence, her heart suddenly trembled and a sharp pain came over her. She took several steps back and collapsed on the sofa, her shoulders cramping. Seeing this scene, Wei Xingchen stepped forward subconsciously. What's wrong with you? After being together for so long, he has long been accustomed to paying attention to her reactions and caring about her feelings at all times. Habits ingrained in our bones are not so easy to change. But in Lin Wan'er's eyes, this scene was ironclad evidence that he still loved her. Yes, whether a person loves another person or not can only be seen in the details. She knew that this bootlicker would not change his heart so easily. Lin Wan'er continued to act calmly. To prevent him from seeing her expression, she covered half of her face with her hands and pretended to be in pain. I work hard for the company every day. My body is already exhausted. How can I bear the stimulation? You are such a heartless person. Why don't you just piss me off to death? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face and she looked aggrieved. Wei Xingchen's hand froze in mid-air. He hated his own reflex and pulled his hand back abruptly. He turned stiffly and said, What does it have to do with me? Lin Wan'er was stunned, but she was not discouraged. She rushed over and hugged his back, crying breathlessly, You heartless thing, how can you be so heartless? Wei Xingchen instantly felt as if his body had been defiled. He took a deep breath and said impatiently, Get lost. Why did his heart feel so tight? When he heard her trembling cry, he still felt heartbroken. You still love me, right? I don't believe you are so heartless, Xingchen, how can you bear to be so cruel to me? Lin Wan'er was crying with tears in her eyes, and her voice was particularly soft, just like how delicate she was when they first met. At that time, she was still very innocent, and the two of them had many beautiful memories together that were worth cherishing. Wei Xingchen's heart was aching. The feeling was no less than being cut by a blunt knife. Each time it stimulated his pain nerves, it made him almost unable to extricate himself. His hesitation at this moment gave Lin Wan'er the capital to be complacent. The woman's crying gradually weakened, but her accusations continued one after another. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from her, like a teacup falling to the ground, crisp and harsh. The strange thing was that the voice was clearly coming from the phone. Lin Wan'er was startled and subconsciously reached for her pocket. Wei Xingchen reacted faster than her. He grabbed her hand and immediately pulled out the cell phone she had hidden in her pocket. At the same time, the person who called just hung up the phone, and in a flash, Wei Xingchen immediately understood what was going on. This woman had been talking on the phone with someone, and their voice just now came from the other end of the phone. Who is it? Wei Xingchen could figure it out even with his toes. Unspeakable embarrassment spread from the soles of his feet. He turned around, his eyes sharp. Lin Wan'er, you're fine. After saying that, he slammed her phone hard. With a bang, the phone broke into pieces. Lin Wan'er was startled and covered her mouth and screamed, Wei Xingchen, you lunatic. Madman. Oh, he was crazy. He had gone crazy when this woman humiliated him again and again. He couldn't bear it any longer and turned to go out. But Lin Wan'er shouted in a low voice, if you dare to leave this door today, from now on, don't even think about stepping in here again. She was gambling that this man still had her in his heart and couldn't let her go. In order to increase her chances of winning, she took another step forward, stared at his back, and gritted her teeth and said, Wei Xingchen, have you thought about whether that bitch outside is worth your risking everything? She obviously wanted to control him and make him surrender. Wei Xingchen didn't even turn his head, but walked out with more determined steps. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Wan'er panicked and couldn't help but yelled, stop. Wei Xingchen was not willing to listen to her. He was burning with rage and was afraid that if he stayed for even one more second, he would explode completely. You are really just a coward who knows how to escape when you encounter problems. Wei Xingchen, don't forget who was begging to marry me in the beginning, saying that no matter what problems I have, you will tolerate me and support me. Now it seems that those words are just empty promises you made, and you have no intention of cashing them. But I really didn't expect you to be so stingy. I'm telling you the truth. I'm worth tens of millions now. As long as you're willing, I can force you to stay. Just be good and don't cause me any trouble. Serve me well, and it won't be difficult for me to give you tens of thousands every month. She said this as if it was an honor for him to be treated like this. Wei Xingchen found it ridiculous. Feel sad for yourself. I really don't know if the woman in front of me is so good at disguising herself that for several years, he hasn't even discovered her true face. Or maybe his love was a blinding factor that kept him in the dark, and he didn't see her clearly for such a long time. That's ridiculous. She actually thought that as long as she gave him a few tens of thousands of dollars and a little smile, he would continue to pretend to be her grandson. I'm sorry, Miss Lin, I'm not that mean. Wei Xingchen smiled faintly and looked at her quietly, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. I have loved you with all my heart and soul, and I have no regrets. I think I have done it with a clear conscience. Now, I don't love you anymore. There was a sense of desolation in his voice, both desolate and serious, as if he was putting an end to his infatuation with the wrong people over the past years. Chapter 8 How could I possibly like you? He was so cool and neat, but Lin Wan'er felt like she was struck by lightning. She stood there quietly and almost forgot what she was doing. Wei Xingchen had left completely. This huge house was clearly full of his traces, but at this moment she felt it was extremely empty. For some reason, all the little details of their past interactions came flooding back into his mind. In fact, leaving aside other things, he is really a perfect husband. He takes good care of her, gives her every penny he earns, remembers every anniversary of their acquaintance, and no matter how busy he is, he will prepare bath water for her at night, and even squat down to wash her feet. That's why she kept him all these years. But she knew very well that she was only using him and only pitying him, but now that he was gone, her heart felt empty and uncomfortable, as if something was missing. Her mind was in a mess and she was wondering whether to do something when a familiar figure appeared at the door. Song Yu. Normally, she would have been overjoyed to see the person she loved, but today she just couldn't be happy at all. There is even some resistance. Why are you here? She wiped her tears and turned to walk into the house. Song Yu followed closely behind. I'm still worried about you. What happened? Did Wei Xingchen, that gigolo, upset you again? Lin Wan'er and Song Yu, just like Wei Xingchen and Lin Wan'er, have never had an equal relationship. Lin Wan'er was blinded by Song Yu and followed him wholeheartedly, never regretting it even though she couldn't get the love he wanted. But today, she was a little abnormal. Song Yu saw this and his eyes became deep. Nothing. Lin Wan'er sat on the sofa and caught a glimpse of the snack and fruit plate on the coffee table. Her favorite food is durian milfoil. No matter what time it is, Wei Xingchen will always put a box of fresh ones on the coffee table so that she can eat it at any time. She has been busy with work recently, often staying up late, and suffering from severe hair loss. He specially asked someone to make hair care pills made from more than a dozen Chinese medicinal herbs. In order to make it less bitter for her to eat, he also asked someone to add honey. In fact, as a woman, no matter how much she ignores him, she can always notice such small details. Even she had to admit that Wei Xingchen was really good to her. What's wrong? Song Yu frowned slightly. You couldn't have been bored by his cheap tricks and fell in love with a bootlicker. Lin Wan'er frowned immediately, her mind becoming even more confused. Song Yu took the opportunity to sit down next to her and said in a gentle and persuasive way, Wan'er, he was the one who married you, so he should stay by your side. If you are willing to be nice to him, that's already a lot of face for him. Who told him that he has no ability and is just a useless gigolo? But now he dares to turn his back on you. You should think carefully about whether you are too indulgent to him, instead of being sad here, understand? Lin Wan'er looked up suddenly. Yes, she condescended to be with the man named Wei, so he should treat her well and be like a slave to her. If she told him to go east, she must never go west. She had been so nice to him these past 2 days that he had forgotten his last name and name. You're right. She took a deep breath, and the panic in her eyes turned into anger. Don't really fall in love with him, it's too cheap. Song Yu sneered and looked at her meaningfully. I would be sad too. Lin Wan'er hurriedly grabbed his arm and said, how is that possible? How can he be compared to you? Should she take the opportunity to mention her divorce from Wei Xingchen and then marry the man in front of her? This thought flashed through Lin Wan'er's mind, but she suppressed it. The strange thing is that now when she thinks of the word divorce, she feels particularly upset. That night, Wei Xingchen checked into a hotel and slept there. When I arrived at the company the next morning, I looked obviously tired. What's wrong with you? Tang Rong blocked him into the tea room, her face surprisingly serious. Why were you distracted during the meeting just now? What happened? Wei Xingchen didn't expect her to ask this. He was stunned for a moment before he said a little embarrassedly, nothing, I just didn't sleep well. Tang Rong wore a very serious professional outfit today, long coat and long pants, with her hair tied up high, but she didn't look dull or boring. Instead she had an indescribable sense of coolness. She raised her eyebrows and looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that he didn't go home to sleep, and was kicked out? Does it have anything to do with me? He was asked several questions in a row, which made him even more embarrassed to speak. Nothing, divorce is a matter of time. Wei Xingchen answered evasively, it has nothing to do with you. Tang Rong smiled noncommittally, it's true that this marriage should be divorced, but I don't think she will agree so easily. Anyone would like your precious egg, but she doesn't cherish it. These words seemed to encourage him, but also seemed to be some kind of joking test. Wei Xingchen's face stiffened slightly, and he touched his head awkwardly. In his current state, he didn't dare to have such thoughts about the wrong person. It must have something to do with me. How about this? I'll treat you to a drink tonight as a way of making up for it. How about that? Tang Rong patted his shoulder generously. It's settled. Hurry up and finish the things on hand as soon as possible in the afternoon. Wait for me downstairs after get off work. After saying that, she turned and left, as if she was afraid that he would refuse. Wei Xingchen really wanted to refuse, but it was too late. That's all. Looking at Tang Rong's graceful back as she left, he felt inexplicably complicated. In his situation, it is an honor for him that such a dazzling person like her is willing to approach him, and that she is willing to eat and drink with him, which means she treats him as a friend. He should not be ungrateful. Xingchen, what did you say to President Tang just now? Why do I feel that she looks at you strangely? Just after returning to the office, Wang Dao, a colleague who sat next to him, suddenly came over and stared at him with a sly look on his face. Wei Xingchen laughed. Boss Tang criticized me for being absent-minded during the meeting just now and told me to pay more attention. Wang Dao's face twitched and he looked at him distrustfully. That's it. Wei Xingchen smiled bitterly. Besides this, what else can it be? What else do you think it can be? How can a sister like me have anything to do with the CEO? Wang Dao thought to himself, that's right, Mr. Tang doesn't he even like me, how could he possibly like you? Wang Dao took out his cell phone and looked at his big face on the screen. He suddenly realized that even if his handsome face had a dozen pimples and was dark and reflective, it was still much more pleasing to the eye than Wei Xingchen's. After comparing himself to this, he immediately became confident and couldn't help humming a little tune. He felt so happy. Wei Xingchen got off work at 6 o'clock, and finished his work at 5:30, and then he was thinking about how to drink later. Could it be that they were really the only two sitting in the booth drinking from each other? Chapter 9. No wonder you are so awesome. At 7 o'clock, the two came to the busiest bar street in the city. The flickering lights of various colors shone on them, making them look like a perfect couple. Yes, they both chose dark-colored clothes today, and they looked like a perfect couple standing together. So when they walked into the bar, the waiter who greeted them thought they were a couple. Do you two need a more secluded space? We can arrange it. The waiter's words were well-intentioned, but sounded strange. Tang Rong subconsciously looked towards Wei Xingchen, her eyes raised as if she was laughing at a little joke of his. Wei Xingchen was also a little embarrassed, so he had to resolve it with a smile. No need, just arrange a booth for us in the lobby. The two of them sat in the corner, and at first, they had nothing to say. Wei Xingchen took the initiative to pour wine for Tang Rong, and out of courtesy, he brought her some fruit snacks. It's better for girls to drink less. God, in all these years, apart from having more contact with Lin Wan'er, he has never had any involvement with any other girls. At this moment, the two of them were sitting together, not too far away and not too close, and he actually felt at a loss. Tang Rong seemed to see his embarrassment and ate a cookie out of courtesy. You don't come here often, do you? Wei Xingchen nodded honestly. I've been busy these past 2 years and haven't been out to play. Tang Rong was stunned for a moment, with an expression of disbelief. No way, your wife, isn't it, your ex-wife who controls you very strictly. She doesn't let you go out for drinks, and you don't usually have any social activities or anything like that. Speaking of this, Wei Xingchen's face felt a little hot. He didn't respond, but just drank one glass of wine after another. It wasn't that he was strictly controlled. He was clearly self-disciplined and aware. In order to take care of Lin Wan'er to the greatest extent, he dedicated all his after-get-off-work time to her. I have to cook for her, wash her clothes and clean her room, and often go to her social places to pick her up and take her home. Where does she have time and space for herself? Thinking of this, Wei Xingchen really felt like he had been possessed by someone else in the past. How could it be so outrageous? You are really a perfect husband. Lin Wan'er must be regretting leaving you. How can she find an old man like you in the future? Tang Rong shook the red wine glass in her hand, her slender fingers holding the glass, her nails so delicate. After drinking a few cups, she was obviously a little drunk, her cheeks were flushed, and she looked quite charming. Wei Xingchen was inexplicably absent-minded. But soon, he collected his thoughts and pretended that the momentary loss of composure did not appear on his face. Tang Rong was undoubtedly beautiful, and had such a good family background. She was not something he could even dream of. The interaction between the two today was nothing more than her pity. You like Lin Wan'er very much, right? Tang Rong suddenly spoke, her voice soft and gentle, with a hint of coaxing. Wei Xingchen's face froze, and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. It is true that I like nature, and the hurt I suffer is not false. I'm going to the bathroom. Tang Rong could see that he didn't want to talk about the past, so she smiled apologetically, got up and left the hall. Wei Xingchen took a big gulp of the liquor to suppress the severe pain surging in his heart. Tang Rong hadn't come back for a long time. Looking at the time, it had been at least 10 minutes. Wei Xingchen couldn't help but worry, so he stood up and planned to go out and take a look. Unexpectedly, he saw a scene outside the bathroom that made him extremely angry. Get away, let me go, who the hell are you to talk to me? Tang Rong impatiently shook off one of his hands, but the other one kept touching her and was about to attack her chest. She was so angry that her face turned blue. She kicked the man's calf hard, and the latter grimaced in pain. His face changed drastically. You stinky bitch, you are shameless, right? You dress so sexy, isn't it just to seduce men? Is your urine mat? Tang Rong smiled with disgust, the sarcasm in her eyes was obvious. The man felt humiliated and was about to hit her, but was stopped by the big-bellied man next to him. Little sister, don't be so irritable. You are so beautiful, why don't you have a drink with us two brothers? The man's belly was bigger than that of a pregnant woman in 10 months. When he opened his mouth was full of sour and smelly smell, which was simply disgusting. Brother, stop talking nonsense and take her away. The man who was kicked in the calf suggested through gritted teeth. The big-bellied man was about to nod in agreement when a strong force suddenly hit him. He was thrown out, and before he could react, he hit the wall heavily and fell down uncontrollably, his whole body in pain as if it was falling apart. The world was spinning and he could hardly speak. Where the hell are you from? Seeing his elder brother being thrown away, the thin man immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at Wei Xingchen's stern face and asked word by word, "Fuck, do you know who we are? How dare you mess with us? So what if you know, so what if you don't know?" Wei Xingchen sneered. Without saying anything else, he walked up to the man and slapped him. He has been exercising all year round, so his hands are extremely strong. One slap from him was as powerful as a palm leaf fan, and the man's face was completely tilted. The thin man was shaking with pain and threw a punch, but was easily caught by Wei Xingchen. The next second, he slapped him hard again. This time, the thin man's face was swollen like a pig, which was shocking. Wei Xingchen showed no sign of letting him go. He approached and slapped him 7 or 8 times in a row. The man's face was bruised and purple, and it was a horrible sight. Stop hitting me, he covered his face and backed away, but his back leaned against the wall. He squatted down and held his head, as if he was afraid of being beaten to death. Wei Xingchen dusted off his hands and said, "Get lost." The two men supported each other and limped away. What era is this? How can there still be such low-class people in a place like this? Wei Xingchen felt helpless and worried about Tang Rong, so he asked hurriedly, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" After all, Tang Rong had seen a lot of storms, so she didn't think it was a big deal. She smiled and asked, "Have you practiced it?" Wei Xingchen nodded noncommittally, "I guess so. I've practiced a little boxing and also tried Sonder, but I like Wing Chun the most." Tang Rong's eyes lit up slightly. "No wonder you are so powerful. You subdued them in just a few moves." Her praise was sincere and contained a hint of flattery, which made Wei Xingchen feel a little embarrassed. He touched the back of his head, his face flushed. "It's not that I'm strong, it's that they are weak." After this little episode, they couldn't drink any more, so they walked back side by side. "What are your plans next?" Tang Rong asked. Chapter 10, Another Quarrel. Wei Xingchen thought briefly and said, "I have to find a house in the next 2 days, and then go through the divorce procedures as soon as possible. Then I want to work in the company for a few more months, accumulate some funds, and then start my own business. Working for others means there will be no future in your life." This is his biggest feeling in the past few years of work. But starting a business requires startup capital. He had given all his money to Lin Wan'er before, and there was not much left, so it was put on hold. Tang Rong nodded and agreed, "Okay, if you need any help, you can always come to me." Out of politeness, Wei Xingchen did not refuse, but he was thinking in his heart that maybe after today, or after a period of time, their intersection would end, and they would return to their respective horizons, and even if they met, they would be strangers. "Thank you for today." Before leaving, Tang Rong smiled and said to him, "I owe you a favor." Wei Xingchen drove back to Jinding Community, planning to pack up his things so that he could start a new life. I didn't expect Lin Wan'er to be there too. "Oh, you still remember to come back." Hearing the door open, Lin Wan'er came out of the bedroom, wearing a silk home jacket and a facial mask on her face. She was doing fine as usual. Wei Xingchen ignored her and walked straight to the bathroom. He put away his toiletries first, and when he was about to take the underwear hanging in the bathroom, he was stopped by her. "Why, you really want to leave, Wei Xingchen? Once you leave this door, don't come back." Lin Wan'er's voice contained anger, but more of it was irritation. "Let go." Wei Xingchen shook off her hand in disgust. Lin Wan'er was caught off guard and fell to the ground. She stared at him in disbelief with her eyes wide open. You dare to push me, you heartless thing, are you rebelling?" Lin Wan'er sat on the ground with a cold look in her eyes. Wei Xingchen was originally a little annoyed at his own mistake, but seeing her like this, all the fantasies in his mind disappeared. Lin Wan'er, stop humiliating yourself. He pondered for a moment, turned and left the bathroom, then went to the bedroom to pack his clothes. Lin Wan'er got up from the ground with a resentful look and followed him into the bedroom. What? Are you afraid that I will take your things? Wei Xingchen snorted coldly and said sarcastically without even turning his head. Lin Wan'er didn't reply and took a pair of scissors. In her opinion, the fact that Wei Xingchen took the initiative to come back today and talk to her was a sign of surrender. She had already got the man under her control. No matter how tough he was or how harsh his words were, he was useless and could only crawl under her high heels forever. In that case, don't blame her for continuing to tighten his skin. She walked over and picked up a shirt from Wei Xingchen's box. Without saying a word, she cut it in half with scissors and threw one half to him. We haven't divorced yet. If you want to take the joint property, you can only take half. Women have the most vicious hearts. Wei Xingchen turned around calmly and looked at her quietly. Have you had enough of the trouble? Is this fun? Lin Wan'er liked to see him being unhappy with her but unable to get rid of her the most. She felt so happy that she couldn't help laughing. Why is it boring? Am I doing something wrong? After saying that, he picked up another coat and cut it into tatters in a few seconds. Wei Xingchen watched coldly and seriously, afraid that he would miss any details. Ridiculous, so ridiculous. He used to think that this woman was the kindest, cutest, most gentle and considerate woman in the world. He took a deep breath. There's no need to get too involved with this kind of bastard. He turned and went to the study. He still had the last 20,000 yuan in cash, which he placed on the shelf in the study. He had originally planned to wait until her birthday to personally fold a bouquet of flowers for her with RMB. But when he took the box, it was empty. There was nothing inside. Are you looking for this? Lin Wan'er stood at the door, holding 2 stacks of pink $100 bills in her hands. Obviously it belongs to Wei Xingchen. Give it to me. He tried his best to calm himself down. He didn't plan to leave today with a feeling of frustration. Wei Xingchen, kneel down and apologize to me, and say you will never do it again, and I will give you the money and pretend nothing happened. Lin Wan'er had a condescending expression on her face, looking superior. This is her final bottom line. If she hadn't considered that he was still somewhat useful and that she still needed his cooperation to maintain her public image, she wouldn't have been so tolerant of him. In the past, no matter who made a mistake, as long as she said something like this, he would immediately bow his head and surrender. Because she was sure that he loved her. But today, he just stood there, looking at her calmly. Those eyes were dark and deep, without a trace of warmth. Only sarcasm. Lin Wan'er felt panicky and empty, as if something was slipping away from her fingertips. You're dreaming. Wei Xingchen said these 2 words lightly, turned around and left without taking anything. The house is in Lin Wan'er's name. He used all his savings to pay the down payment, and he has been paying the monthly installments. Unfortunately, it is now dirty. But he didn't intend to let her get away with it so easily. A house was worth at least 2 million. He had to ask a lawyer how to get back his share. Wei Xingchen, you dare to leave? Lin Wan'er slammed the stack of RMB into his back and shouted through gnashing teeth, don't regret it. It's not like I didn't feel anything when 200 bills fell on me. Wei Xingchen was silent for a moment, and suddenly felt like a clown. From the very beginning, this woman had never looked up to him, and I'm afraid that even now, she only has disgust for him. He walked away step by step, without looking back. Lin Wan'er was panicked, more panicked than ever before. She even chased him to the door and stared at his back, thinking that he would look back at her at the elevator door. But he didn't. He left so suddenly, without taking anything with him. Lin Wan'er's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by someone. The dull pain and suffocation made it almost impossible for her to breathe. He just left like that. No, it's impossible, he will definitely come back. That useless gigolo, as long as she waved his hand, he would abandon all his principles and come back to her happily. Wei Xingchen, Wei Xingchen. Lin Wan'er slumped down among the pink banknotes on the ground, her face pale as she growled, I'll count to 3. If you don't come back, then never come back again. The corridor was empty and no one responded to her anger. 3, she gritted her teeth. 2. No one paid any attention to her. She didn't count any further because the ending was already determined. But she was unwilling. How could she be willing? Wei Xingchen has been with her for 3 years and has always been attentive and considerate to her. His whole heart is on her. How could he change so easily? Wei Xingchen, just wait for me, I won't let you go. There was a fire of unwilling anger in the woman's eyes. Chapter 11. Why would she worry about the dog's safety? The next afternoon, after Wei Xingchen got off work, he went to a community near the company, intending to take a look at the one-bedroom apartment he had found online last night. He is now poor and destitute, and it is good enough for him to have a place to live. How can he dare to hope for anything else? Unexpectedly, I received a strange phone call just after I arrived outside the community. Wei Xingchen didn't think much about it and pressed the answer button. But it was Lin Wan'er who called. Xingchen, have you forgotten that it's your birthday today? On the phone, Lin Wan'er's voice was gentle and kind, very different from before. Wei Xingchen felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. This woman really had no moral integrity. The two of them had clearly broken up and were about to get divorced, so what was she doing? He hung up the phone without any hesitation. But Lin Wan'er was not discouraged and kept calling her one after another. Seeing that he had made up his mind not to answer, I quickly changed my approach and sent him a message. Wei Xingchen, don't be shameless. If you come back and have this meal, I will agree to divorce you, and from now on we will owe each other nothing. Even though he knew that she was a cheater and would definitely find other ways to torment him, Wei Xingchen was still tempted. He wanted to get a quick divorce, get rid of this woman and start a new life. As long as she agrees to the divorce agreement and the cooling-off period is over, he will be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. After thinking it over again and again, Wei Xingchen turned the car around and returned to Jinding community. Lin Wan'er actually cooked a large table of dishes. In the middle of the table was a big cake with cloud-like flower patterns on it, which was quite exquisite. Wei Xingchen stood at the entrance and didn't go in. He stared at her coldly. This is the divorce agreement. If you have no objection, just sign it. The lawyer drafted the agreement based on his demands, and every request was a reasonable one. This includes selling the house and dividing the proceeds into 2. Lin Wan'er glanced at him sarcastically and did not take the pages. This is the first time I cook, please give me some face. She said casually. Yes, in the past few years, she has never entered the kitchen. Wei Xingchen prepared 3 meals a day and served them to her on the table. Occasionally, if a meal was not to her liking, she would not even look at it. Thinking of all the humiliations he had suffered in the past, Wei Xingchen felt extremely depressed. He quickly glanced at the dishes on the table. Sweet and sour spare ribs, steamed egg with abalone, dumper pork, black pepper and garlic beef. 9 out of 10 times they are meat dishes, and the cooking process is not simple. It is impossible for a rich girl like her who doesn't know the difference between grains and is lazy to work to make them. Har har, that's really ridiculous. Wei Xingchen raised the corners of his lips, revealing a sarcastic arc. Lin Wan'er seemed to realize that he had seen through her hypocrisy, and her face suddenly changed. What's with that expression? I invited you to come over for dinner out of kindness. Put the blame on someone else. It was as if everyone owed her something. What do you want in exchange for signing? Wei Xingchen asked impatiently and coldly. Lin Wan'er pulled out a sofa chair and sat down. You eat this meal first. If I'm in a good mood, I might sign it for you right away. What if I'm in a bad mood and might not sign it for the rest of my life? Wei Xingchen was extremely upset and really wanted to just leave, but since he was already here, he didn't want to waste any more time. I had no choice but to sit down. There were 2 plates of burnt dishes in the corner of the dining table. One was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the other was diced chicken with spicy sauce. Obviously those 2 plates were her masterpieces. Lin Wan'er went to get 2 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice and placed one in front of Wei Xingchen. Drink it. This was the first time she served him. Wei Xingchen picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of rice. My goodness, this rice must have been cooked without adding water. Each grain is distinct enough to break people's teeth. I made this rice, how is it? Lin Wan'er looked at him expectantly. Wei Xingchen took a deep breath and said without giving any face, it tastes terrible. If you run a restaurant, you will go bankrupt the next day. Lin Wan'er's expression changed, and she immediately threw the bowl she had just brought to the table. What do you mean? I cooked for you with good intentions, and this is how you repay me. She gritted her teeth, a look of grievance in her eyes. Wei Xingchen found it even more ridiculous that she had the nerve to say that. Ms. Lin, I don't have the patience to waste time with you. He looked at her coldly, and when their eyes met, there was no warmth in his eyes. Lin Wan'er narrowed her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. She obviously couldn't believe that even though she had already humbled herself, he was still so disrespectful to her. It seemed like he had really made up his mind to leave her. Wei Xingchen, don't be so shameless. You have to eat this meal whether you want to or not. Otherwise, don't expect me to sign for you in this lifetime. Her self-esteem was humiliated. Wei Xingchen, the man who had always crawled at her feet. But now he treated her like this, which made her extremely unhappy. Are you interested? Wei Xingchen was extremely annoyed and wanted to grab her hand and make her sign. I don't want to dirty my hands. That's all. Just eat it, it won't poison him to death. But who would have thought that before he had taken a few bites, he began to feel an itchy neck, discomfort on the side of his face, and indescribable pain in his back. What's wrong with your face? Lin Wan'er suddenly noticed his abnormality and hurriedly got up and walked over. Wei Xingchen avoided her as if she were the plague, thinking that he might have eaten something he shouldn't have. He hurried to the bathroom, and sure enough, he saw a layer of scary red rash on his face and neck, which was shocking. This is a sign of allergy. Lin Wan'er. He was almost going crazy. He must have been crazy to agree to come with this woman. He is allergic to seafood, so he never touches it. He clearly avoided it when he was eating just now. Who knows which dish was the problem? I didn't mean it. Lin Wan'er knew she was in the wrong, but she still stiffened her neck and refused to bow her head. Wei Xingchen's allergic reaction was quite severe. In less than 10 minutes, he felt suffocated in his chest, his breathing became rapid, and he fell directly on the sofa. But this happened at Lin Wan'er's home. She was already frantically calling an ambulance. A second before his consciousness fell apart, he heard Lin Wan'er's panicked and hurried voice, Wei Xingchen, hey, don't faint, what should I do? This useless woman. Eventually, he was sent to the hospital. Watching him enter the emergency room, Lin Wan'er's heart was still beating fast and she felt indescribably nervous and uneasy. Is she worried about him? How is that possible? Why would she worry about the dog's safety? But why is she so panicked at this moment? At a loss, she called Song Yu, hey, Song Yu, come to the first hospital as soon as possible. Chapter 12 I think you are the most shameless. Song Yu hadn't arrived yet, but Wei Xingchen's attending physician had already come out of the emergency room. The patient is weak and needs to be cared for all night. If there is any problem, you must inform us immediately. Do you understand? The doctor in a white coat gave a few worried instructions. Lin Wan'er nodded absent-mindedly, but kept looking towards the end of the corridor. Afterwards, she followed the nurse and pushed Wei Xingchen back to the ward. There were only 2 of them left in the huge room. The smell of disinfectant irritated her nasal cavity, but Lin Wan'er remembered the time when she suddenly suffered from gastroenteritis a year ago. It was also a night like this. However, lying in bed, even turning over on her own was a luxury for her. At that time, it was Wei Xingchen who took a week off to take care of her. She was also the one who stayed by her side, taking care of every detail, cooking for her personally, and even helping her go to the toilet. Only then did she reluctantly give him a somewhat favorable look. But now, the situation is reversed. What should she do? It was impossible for her to take care of him meticulously. Not letting him die in the hospital was already a kindness on her part. Wan'er. Song Yu's voice sounded without warning. Lin Wan'er's shoulders were slightly stiff, but inexplicably, she was not as happy as before, and even felt a little regretful for letting him come. How is he? Is he okay? Song Yu asked in a pretentious manner. He turned around and found that Lin Wan'er didn't look very happy. He hurriedly held her hand and said, Are you okay? Why are your hands so cold? Lin Wan'er subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back. After all, this was in front of Wei Xingchen's bed. What if he suddenly woke up? It's nothing, he just has a severe allergic reaction. Lin Wan'er sat down on the edge of the bed, looking at the pale Wei Xingchen, feeling a little complicated. No one knew what kind of love potion this man had given her. In just a few days, her heart gradually changed, and even she could notice it. What's wrong with you? Are you worried about him? Song Yu put his hands on his hips, with a sneer in his voice. Lin Wan'er subconsciously retorted, how is that possible? Why would I worry about him? In her subconscious, no matter what she did to Wei Xingchen, it was justified. He should have bowed down and kowtowed to her. Even at this moment, she still didn't think she had done anything wrong. I was just annoyed by Wei Xingchen's sudden change. I'm glad you're not worried about him. How can such a man be worthy of you? He's just a small clerk in a company. He has achieved nothing in all these years, and is still occupying such an excellent woman like you. God has been very kind to him. Song Yu smiled softly, okay, you've been busy all night, I'll take you to have some midnight snack first. Lin Wan'er was a little hesitant because the doctor had just told her not to leave. What are you afraid of? It'll only be an hour at most. Is he going to die? Song Yu was obviously a little impatient. Why, don't you want to stay with me for a while longer? After hearing this, there was no reason for Lin Wan'er to refuse. The two of them went out one after the other, and Lin Wan'er closed the door. Water, water. Wei Xingchen murmured silently on the hospital bed, his heart burning with anger, as if he was about to be burned to ashes. Unfortunately, no one answered. He endured it again and again, and felt as if someone was scratching his throat with a knife. Even swallowing saliva was very painful. In desperation, he fumbled for the phone in his pocket, opened the call log, and dialed the most recent one. I'm Wei Xingchen. I'm in the hospital, the first hospital. He vaguely remembered that before falling into a coma, Lin Wan'er called an ambulance from the first hospital. He didn't know who he called, nor did he know whether the other party would come, but he did his best. Let it be. It's like walking alone in the desert, with sand everywhere, not a drop of water, and no one around. Wei Xingchen, Xingchen. A familiar female voice suddenly came to my ears, hurried and nervous. Wei Xingchen was startled and opened his eyes with difficulty. In the bright white light, Tang Rong's anxious face appeared. Are you okay? How are you? I'll go call a doctor. She stood up to leave, and Wei Xingchen hurriedly grabbed her arm. Don't go, I want to drink some water. Yeah, he just wanted some water. It was just an allergic reaction, it wouldn't kill him, but he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't even get up to pour some water. Tang Rong looked at him with a complicated expression and said comfortingly, okay, I won't leave. Let me go first and I'll go get you some water. Afterwards, Tang Rong helped him up and placed a pillow behind him. Wei Xingchen felt exhausted and was about to say thank you when a cup of warm water was placed in front of him. Drink it. Tang Rong held his shoulders to make sure he wouldn't slip due to weakness, and asked worriedly, why did you suddenly have an allergy and it's so serious? Wei Xingchen drank half a glass of water before he finally felt that he had regained some strength. But he regarded what happened yesterday as a shame and didn't want to mention it again. Mr. Tang, thank you for your help. I didn't know it was you I called. He forced a smile, with the words, sorry, written on his pale face. Tang Rong waved her hand nonchalantly. What's the big deal? I'm nearby. I just hope you're okay. The two chatted for a while, and when Tang Rong learned that he had not found a suitable house yet, she gave him a week off, allowing him to recuperate and return to the company after finding a house. Wei Xingchen was grateful in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. Since they met again, he had caused her trouble several times. You don't have to take it to heart. Wait until you recover and work hard for the company. Then you will have the chance to repay me. Tang Rong saw through his thoughts and comforted him with a smile. Wei Xingchen nodded seriously. That's all we can do. Why are you here? Suddenly, a shrill female voice came from the door. If it's not Lin Wan'er, then who else could it be? She was holding some food in her hands, and a faint smell of seafood filled the air. Lin Wan'er stared at Tang Rong beside the bed with a sharp gaze. I just left for a short while and you called this bitch back again. Wei Xingchen, do you still have any shame? We haven't even divorced yet. She looks like this, is there no trace of her former self? Wei Xingchen just felt it was noisy and felt sorry. He looked at Tang Rong, trying to tell her not to bother with this woman, but unexpectedly she suddenly stood up. It's you who caused his allergy. You're such a troublemaker, woman. Who is the shameless one? Your mistress has come to your house openly, and you still have the nerve to criticize others. I think you are the most shameless one. Every time she argued with Lin Wan'er, Tang Rong seemed to have a machine gun in her mouth and her fighting power was off the charts. Lin Wan'er was stunned and looked at the scene in disbelief. She then looked at Wei Xingchen. Are you dead? You just stand there and watch others scold your wife. Chapter 13. What's going on? If you don't want that nasty mouth of yours, just donate it now. You still know that you are his wife. How can you be a wife like this? He almost died of thirst here just now. Fortunately, he wants to divorce you, otherwise he might be killed by you one day. Tang Rong only knew that Lin Wan'er was not there just now, which caused Wei Xingchen to be unable to find anyone when he woke up. If she knew that his allergy was caused by Lin Wan'er, she would be very annoyed. Lin Wan'er choked and was speechless. Seeing that she was not in the right, she immediately showed an aggrieved expression. I was worried that he would be hungry when he woke up, so I went to buy him some food. Who knew that when I left for a while, he would? Wei Xingchen closed his eyes in disgust. Even through the bag, he could smell that the food she brought back was seafood noodles. There might be clams and prawns in it, and probably even clams. He is allergic to seafood. You must be hungry now. You didn't even have much to eat for dinner when this happened. You should eat something now. I bought your favorite seafood noodles. I heard that restaurant is very popular. When I went there were many people lining up, so I came back late. As Lin Wan'er spoke, she took out the lunchbox, placed it on the table, and pretended to be considerate by opening the fresh keeping cover. When she was about to open the chopsticks, the nurse came in from outside. The patient is allergic to seafood products. Why did you give him seafood? The nurse frowned and looked at her, very puzzled. What? You made him like this? Tang Rong grasped the key point and asked, don't you know he's allergic to seafood? Lin Wan'er's face immediately turned pale. She had lived with Wei Xingchen for several years, and she had never cared about what he liked to eat or what he hated, let alone knowing what he was allergic to. She bit her lower lip, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. Tang Rong smiled coldly. It's really not easy for Wei Xingchen to survive under your hands. This is a matter between us as husband and wife. What does it have to do with you, an outsider? How come I, the original wife, haven't even nodded to sign yet, and you, the mistress, are already rushing to snatch me away, right? Lin Wan'er was hit in the heart and immediately fought back angrily. Her voice was quite loud, and people outside the ward also heard it. Immediately, several people gathered around and peeked in to watch the show. Wei Xingchen was very tired. Being in the same room with this woman was already an unbearable torture for him. But she even humiliated Tang Rong. As an outsider, at least I won't kill him. But you, as his wife, are always thinking about killing him. Who of us treats him better? Tang Rong laughed instead of getting angry, looking at the woman in front of her with disdain whose face was distorted by anger. Lin Wan'er was not to be outdone. She gritted her teeth and said, anyway, we haven't divorced yet. After all, we are still husband and wife. It's not your turn to say what I do to him. Mr. Tang, if I tell everyone about what happened today, will your reputation plummet? Will the stock price of your company drop because of your personal behavior? Shut up. Wei Xingchen could no longer bear it and shouted, get out, now. If he spends even one more second with this woman, he will go crazy. Lin Wan'er was startled and her face turned pale and blue. She was so frightened by Wei Xingchen's anger that she couldn't say a word for a long time. I warn you, if a third person knows about this, I will definitely make sure you pay the price. He stared at her, his eyes as cold as frost. He's never been like this before in my memory. Lin Wan'er's heart beat faster, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Once again, she found that her emotions were being carried away. Wei Xingchen dominated her. When he got angry at her, she had no way to fight back. What is going on? Wei Xingchen was originally scheduled to stay in the hospital for 3 days, but he left on the second day. If he stayed in the hospital, Lin Wan'er would suddenly appear and linger around, so he might as well go out and find a room despite his illness. The doctor had reminded him that he should get enough rest in the next 2 days and not skip any medications, otherwise his body would be burdened and problems would arise. Wei Xingchen had no time to care about these things. He went to a community which was a little far from the company but had cheaper rent. He looked at 2 good house types there and wanted to decide on one today. Hello, Mr. Wei. I left the key to 1901 in the property office downstairs. You can go and see the house first. I'm stuck in traffic here, so it will probably take me a while to get here. The employee of the rental company called him. In order to save time, Wei Xingchen went to get the key and went directly to the 19th floor. This house has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen and a bathroom. It is larger than the previous one he saw and more in line with his expectations. He heard that the landlords are an elderly couple. Wei Xingchen opened the door and went in. Standing at the door, he discovered that there were still a few large packages in the living room that had not been taken away. It seemed that the house had just been vacated. He didn't mind as long as the owner took all his belongings away before he moved in to avoid any disputes. Wei Xingchen looked around the house and was quite satisfied, because the 2 bedrooms had good lighting and ventilation, and the kitchen and bathroom were also large, more than enough for his daily use. After walking around and arriving at the entrance, I was about to call the agent when I suddenly caught a glimpse of a shiny gold necklace hanging from the cabinet in the entrance. Wei Xingchen couldn't help but frown. How come they didn't even take away such valuable items? Out of kindness, he took it down and prepared to hand it over to the agent later, or directly contact the homeowners and hand it over to them. He knew what gold looked like. The necklace was indeed made of gold. It felt heavy in his hand, probably weighing more than 10 grams and costing several $1,000s. After a while, the agent came over. He had sent a message to Wei Xingchen in advance and said that he had brought the owner of the house to pick up the things. Wei Xingchen thought about it and put the necklace back to its place, thinking that if the couple saw it later, they could just take it away and he would not interfere. If he didn't see it, he would remind him then to avoid any trouble. After all, human hearts are hard to predict, so he thought it would be better not to create unnecessary trouble. In less than 10 minutes, someone arrived. Aunt's son, Uncle's son, this is Mr. Wei. He is the one who is interested in renting our house. Look how energetic he is. He likes cleanliness very much. He works in a nearby high-tech park. He is a talented person. If he lives in our house, he will definitely take good care of it. He will never be like the last couple who were sloppy. The agent, Xiao Wang, tried hard to speak well of Wei Xingchen to the old couple, obviously fearing that the landlord would be dissatisfied with the tenant and would make things difficult for him. Wei Xingchen also understood and just smiled without saying anything, hoping to sign the contract as soon as possible. The couple were quite satisfied with Wei Xingchen. After looking him over, they both nodded, took their things and prepared to leave. The two were about to go out, but they still didn't notice the necklace on the cabinet. Chapter 14, Kindness is taken for granted. Wei Xingchen was a little anxious and couldn't help but remind him, "Hey, there is a necklace, uncle and aunt, is it yours?" He pretended to be surprised and pointed to the entrance cabinet. Aunt's son turned around immediately and saw the big gold necklace on it. Her eyes lit up. "The gold necklace that Zhuozhuo gave me is here, it's here." Her voice was trembling with joy. Wei Xingchen felt warm in his heart and was about to accept the old couple's praise, but who knew that the situation would suddenly change in the next second. "I remember there was a big gold bracelet here, weighing more than 50 grams. Zhuozhuo said she saved money for more than a year to buy it for you. Didn't you put it with the necklace?" Grandpa's son looked at his wife with a suspicious expression, his eyes meaningful. The smile on Aunt's son's face froze for a moment, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, she finally understood. He slapped his thigh and said, "Yes, I also remember a big gold bracelet. My daughter worked very hard to earn money to buy it for me. I couldn't bear to wear it, so I put it here and there. How come there is only a necklace left now?" "Wei Xingchen. What's going on? Is it so outrageous? Are you trying to blackmail me?" The agent, Xiao Wang, was also stunned. "Uncle and aunt, you must have remembered it wrongly. There is clearly only one necklace here. We saw it clearly just now. You took the necklace down with your own hands." He was not a stupid man and he understood what was going on immediately. He was afraid that someone was going to be in trouble. Uncle's son smiled coldly. "Before we came here just now, he was the only one here. He might have taken the bracelet. It's worth tens of thousands of dollars. I don't believe he wouldn't be tempted." "That's right. Our bracelet is a high-end brand product. Even if we sell it second-hand, it will cost 30,000 or 50,000 yuan. Who knows if this little thing will be blinded by money and take it away and hide it?" Aunt's son also joined in. "It's outrageous, too outrageous. Your kindness is taken as an insult." Wei Xingchen had the illusion that he had swallowed dog shit that had been fermenting for dozens of days. "Why are you accusing a good person? Xiao Wang's face was squeezed into an awkward expression, and he looked at Wei Xingchen apologetically, as if to say, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that these old couple didn't play by the rules." Wei Xingchen was not panicked. In broad daylight, could he really be cheated by two old men and women? "Uncle and aunt, why don't you think about it again?" He spoke indifferently, with his arms folded across his chest, looking calm. "What are you thinking about? You stole their more than 50 grams of gold. Return it to us immediately, otherwise we will call the police." Grandpa's son snorted coldly, looking so arrogant. "Then call the police." Wei Xingchen was too lazy to say anything more. "How about I dial the number?" Half an hour later, two policemen came to the door. "Who called the police?" asked Police Officer Li Liang. Wei Xingchen raised his hand. "I reported it. They framed me for stealing the gold bracelet." "We are not slandering him. He took it. He stole our big gold bracelet and refused to admit it. That bracelet is worth at least 50,000 yuan. If he refuses to admit it, he must compensate us, not a penny less." Aunt Sun gritted her teeth, stared at Wei Xingchen, and spoke a few words fluently, which was surprising. "Do you have evidence to prove his crime?" Li Liang said, "Tell us what happened just now." Aunt Sun began her narration, and through her words, she directly portrayed Wei Xingchen as a hypocrite with a mean face, who was obviously the kind of person with bad intentions and who did not do good things. Wei Xingchen didn't say a word from beginning to end, but the intermediary Xiao Wan was quite speechless and made a few excuses for him indignantly. The two policemen also roughly understood it, but although they were selfishly on Wei Xingchen's side, the latter was involved after all, so he had to go to the police station to give a statement. "Why go to the police station? This man took our things. Isn't it enough for him to pay back the money? We don't have the time to go to the police station. We won't go unless he gives us money." Grandpa's son said, gritting his teeth. "That's wishful thinking." Wei Xingchen was not very willing to go either. If he went to the police station, he would have wasted the rest of his time today. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing we can do. "You must go." Li Liang's expression was serious, with a bit of oppression. The old couple finally gave up and had no choice but to get into the police car. Along the way, Wei Xingchen calmly asked Xiao Wan if there were any other suitable room types. "Then why not go to another house in that neighborhood? The house type is exactly the same as theirs. The owner has moved abroad. The house has been empty for 2 months. It's very clean inside, and there haven't been any troubles. If you're willing, I can talk to that person and reduce the rent by another 300 yuan. Xiao Wang privately felt that he was responsible for Wei Xingchen's involvement in this incident, so he felt guilty towards him and tried to make amends. "Wei Xingchen, that's settled then, thank you." They soon arrived at the police station, and several people gave statements. Since the old couple could not produce any evidence and could only make excuses, the police quickly determined that Wei Xingchen was not guilty, but they had to notify his family to come and pick him up. Wei Xingchen was very confused. He was not a minor, so why did he do this? Besides, he had no family members around. He didn't want to see Lin Wan'er here. Unlucky. But he couldn't win over the police. Fortunately, Lin Wan'er's phone was always unreachable and no one answered after more than a dozen calls. "We are already going through the divorce process. Strictly speaking, she is no longer my family member." Wei Xingchen spread his hands, somewhat helplessly. "Can I leave now? Then you can contact someone to pick you up. Please understand that we are following the regulations." Li Liang explained patiently. Wei Xingchen had no choice but to take out his cell phone and stare at Tang Rong's call on the screen for a long time. He was forced to call Li Liang when he was urged to do so. He prayed silently in his heart, "Don't answer it, don't answer it, don't answer it." He has had a lot of bad luck these past few days, so it's not a good idea for him to bother Tang Rong every day. But unexpectedly, Tang Rong answered the call quickly and appeared at the police station in less than half an hour. "Sign and receive the person." "Mr. Tang, I'm so sorry to bother you every time." Wei Xingchen put his hands in his pockets, feeling so embarrassed that he couldn't even raise his head. Tang Rong swung the car keys and sneered, "I thought we were at least friends, but you are so strange to me." Wei Xingchen was even more at a loss. He smiled awkwardly, and his stomach growled when the wind blew. "Come on, I'll take you to eat something. You just got discharged from the hospital and you're not well yet." How can you go through so much trouble? Tang Rong pushed him into her car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. She is a very cool person. He speaks bluntly and does things efficiently. He drives a high horsepower urban off-road vehicle, which looks very stylish on the road. Chapter 15, Beg me on your knees before I forgive you. Wei Xingchen sat in the passenger seat, looking at the neon lights flashing outside the car window, feeling extremely complicated. Since you have accepted someone's kindness, you should keep it in mind instead of feeling embarrassed every time. As a grown man, don't be so shy all the time. What a shame. As he thought about this, he felt better. I'll take you home to eat. The nanny just called and said that the family has prepared food. Tang Rong suddenly turned around, and the wind from the car window blew in, lifting her hair, making her look both cool and gentle. Wei Xingchen thought of Zhang Qi, the strict and cautious butler. No, It's okay. We can save some money by eating at home. Before he could say no, Tang Rong turned the car around and headed in the direction of Yanqishi. In just over 20 minutes, the two arrived at their destination. Tang Rong's family had indeed prepared a lot of delicious food for her, from snacks to main meals, filling the entire table. Wei Xingchen took a quick look and saw that there was no seafood dish. Go wash your hands and come sit over here. Tang Rong pointed to the bathroom on the left side of the living room, then went upstairs to change clothes. Wei Xingchen thought that since he was already here, he shouldn't act reserved. It was just a meal. He would trade her favor for it when he made money in the future. Mr. Wei, nice to see you again. Suddenly, a familiar male voice came from behind him. Wei Xingchen's back stiffened. Zhang Qi. He is still here. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Wei Xingchen smiled indifferently, polite yet distant. Zhang Qi obviously didn't expect him to be so calm, and didn't say much, because Tang Rong had already appeared on the spiral staircase and was about to come down. What's wrong with you? Why aren't the hairy crabs and grouper, the young lady's favorites, served here? Zhang Qi took a look at the various dishes on the table, called the chef on duty today, and asked in a low voice. But Tang Rong and Wei Xingchen were not far away, so they could naturally hear the words. Wei Xingchen was a little surprised and didn't understand what Tang Rong meant by this. There was no need for her to accommodate him like this. Or was he just being overly sentimental and Tang Rong just didn't want to eat seafood today? Uncle Zhang, I don't want to eat seafood today. These are already very good. Please come and eat with us. Tang Rong stood up and said. It seems that she has a very good relationship with Zhang Qi. In such a wealthy family, how could the host eat with the waiter? Zhang Qi waved his hand to let the chef go down, and he didn't even refuse. He walked over and sat down at the bottom, his seat close to Wei Xingchen. Uncle Zhang, I specially invited Xingchen to dinner today to thank him for saving me last night. Tang Rong took the initiative to speak. I ran into two thugs in the bar yesterday and had a hard time getting away. Fortunately, Xingchen beat them away. The other two people had different expressions when they heard this. Wei Xingchen remained silent. This was true, but it was obviously not for this reason that he appeared here today. Never mind, this is her home, she can say whatever she wants. So that's how it is. Uncle Zhang's voice softened a little, then I'll toast to Mr. Wei. After saying that, he actually stood up and poured Wei Xingchen a glass of wine. The latter was a little surprised, but remained calm on the surface. He stood up and took the wine. Just drink, it doesn't matter. If he doesn't drink it, it will seem like he has ulterior motives. The two men clinked their glasses together and a strong smell of alcohol filled the air, but the atmosphere did not ease, but instead became even more stiff. Wei Xingchen didn't take it to heart and ate quietly. Tang Rong and Zhang Qi would occasionally ask him a few questions, and they would also ask him a question or two. He always answered them neither humbly nor arrogantly, and his attitude was always respectful and humble. Have you found a house? Tang Rong asked this question when she saw him off. Wei Xingchen nodded. I plan to confirm it tomorrow. I've been entangled with various things these past 2 days, and I really... He swallowed the words back before he could finish. He has already troubled Tang Rong too much, and he can't pass these negative emotions to her anymore. It would be bad. As I recall, that community is quite far from your company. It takes more than half an hour to drive there, and the road will be very congested during the morning rush hour. Tang Rong kicked a stone on the roadside and said meaningfully. Wei Xingchen laughed at himself, it's already pretty good. At least the rent is cheap, only around 3,000. He had spent all his savings on the divorce and was almost penniless, so how could he afford to rent a good house? Besides, renting a house now is just a temporary measure. After the divorce lawsuit is over and he gets his share of the money, the situation will be much better. How about? Tang Rong suddenly stopped and said jokingly, I have an idle house in the community near the company. Why don't you live there first? No one has lived there for a long time. You can just help me warm the house. No. Wei Xingchen refused without even thinking, absolutely not. How could he trouble her any more? It would be too unkind of him to do so. Look at you, do you treat me as your friend? Aren't you looking for a house now? I just happen to have a house to rent. You would rather give money to others than let me earn it? Also, I don't like to owe favors to others. You saved me yesterday, and I should thank you, right? Tang Rong crossed her arms across her chest, looking scrutinizing. But she knew clearly that he didn't mean that. No, still no. Wei Xingchen's mind was in a mess. He only knew that he couldn't agree, but he couldn't even explain why. Then I have one more request. Tang Rong raised her eyebrows and smiled, if you can be my driver in the future, I will rent you the house as a reward. How about that? This. Wei Xingchen's brain reacted very slowly and he could hardly catch up. What does she mean? Do you have any thoughts about him? This shouldn't be the case. Tang Rong is a gifted girl. How can he be worthy of her? Don't get me wrong, I treat you as a friend and I do want to help you, but I also really need a driver to pick me up when I need him. The people Uncle Zhang arranged for me are too dull and I am not satisfied. I think you are a suitable candidate, unless you are unwilling to help me with this. Tang Rong spoke very quickly and said a lot. She had already said this much, and Wei Xingchen felt that if he refused again, he would be really ungrateful. Thank you very much for your kindness, Miss Tang. Wei Xingchen smiled. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Wan'er calling. Wei Xingchen didn't answer, so Lin Wan'er sent him a message. What happened just now? Why did you suddenly call me? Do you regret it? Har, kneel down and beg me, then I will forgive you. I am speechless. Wei Xingchen clicked delete expressionlessly and blocked the number directly. Come on, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the place. Tang Rong patted his shoulder and took big strides forward. Chapter 16. It's her. Wei Xingchen originally thought that the apartment Tang Rong mentioned was just a 2-bedroom, or at most a 3-bedroom apartment. Unexpectedly, when she arrived at the place, she found that it was actually a large flat of more than 200 square meters. The entire floor was hers, with one apartment per floor and a large balcony. The monthly rent for a house like this would be 7,000 or 8,000, and she actually rented it to him for 3,000. Seeing that he wanted to back out again, Tang Rong was very unhappy. We have already agreed, don't go back on your word. I have a request, you can't use the bedroom and study in the east, they are all my things. Sometimes I will come and stay here when I work overtime too late, understand? Seeing that Wei Xingchen didn't say anything, she added 2 more sentences. You won't stop me, right? Wei Xingchen curled his lips bitterly. He had no right to say no now. It's up to me. He shrugged his shoulders in agreement. Just stayed there. Although it was an unfamiliar place, Wei Xingchen was brave and confident and did not feel uncomfortable at all. He turned all his frustration into motivation to work hard, worked overtime for a week, visited clients every day, and finally on the 6th day he dealt with the difficult project manager and won a big contract. You did a good job this time. The person in charge of the Greenland group praised you a lot. However, you still have to work harder for a while. Go to the site more often, follow up, and contact the person in charge more often. Tang Rong called Wei Xingchen to her office and praised him in front of several other department leaders. Wei Xingchen blushed slightly. I have to thank all the leaders for their cultivation. I will definitely serve the company well in the future. He said what was in his heart. After the others left, Tang Rong said to him, do you know Sun Hui, the director of your department? Wei Xingchen couldn't help but be stunned. Sun Hui is a well-known smooth person in the company. He never offends anyone and is as slippery as a loach. He has a good relationship with the directors of other departments and can maintain a superficially good relationship with every employee in the department. He treated Wei Xingchen the same way. On the surface, he seemed to think highly of him and often praised him in front of other people. But Wei Xingchen knew clearly in his heart that this guy was flattering him and was gradually alienating him from other colleagues in the company and making things difficult for him. Minister Sun is a very capable person. Wei Xingchen thought about it and weighed his words, because he was not sure what Tang Rong meant by saying this. Are you trying to fool me here too? Tang Rong was a little unhappy, and her eyes became sharp. She is completely different when she is in the company and when she is off work, like a completely different person. Wei Xingchen was shocked unconsciously, and immediately guessed that Tang Rong must have caught something on Sun Hui and wanted to get rid of him. Boss Tang, to be honest, I don't know much about Minister Sun, but ever since I completed a task he assigned to me on my own 2 months ago, he rarely assigns me important work. Sometimes, even though I only completed a simple task, he would praise me in public, causing other colleagues in the department to complain about me. Sometimes I wonder if I have offended him in some way. Wei Xingchen said so. Tang Rong frowned and looked at the document in her hand. After a few seconds, she raised her head and looked at Wei Xingchen. I have something here that I need you to verify for me. After that, she beckoned him forward and whispered something in his ear. Wei Xingchen's eyes turned cold. He pondered for a moment, and nodded heavily. I will definitely live up to your trust. In the next few days, Wei Xingchen was even busier. He worked hard in the company during the day and did not go home after work. He drove around various corners of the city, but he did not get anything. Through investigation these 2 days, he found out that Sun Hui actually has more than one property. In a first-tier city like this, he has 5 properties, which is worth at least 40 to 50 million yuan. But he is just a project manager in the company and has only worked in the company for 3 to 5 years. How could he have accumulated so many assets? In order to obtain evidence of the incident, Wei Xingchen hired several paparazzi to keep a close eye on Sun Hui's every move. This guy was extremely cautious in his words and actions. He went to work as usual during the day and talked to clients. After work he went to social events obediently. Over the past few days, the most the paparazzi photographed him doing was being fed a sip of wine by a bar girl, and there was nothing else. Wei Xingchen didn't believe it and planned to follow him personally. Perhaps God was blessing him, for that afternoon he actually caught a glimpse of something unusual. After work, Sun Hui did not go home or attend any social events, but drove to the villa in the suburbs. Wei Xingchen followed him to the underground parking lot. Sun Hui sat in the car for a long time, as if he was talking on the phone. Then, another car drove in slowly and the 2 cars parked side by side. Wei Xingchen noticed something was wrong and quickly took out his cell phone, took a picture of the 2 cars, and even included the license plate numbers. Then, the door of the white car opened and a slender figure got out. It was obviously a woman, but the woman had her back to Wei Xingchen and was wearing a big hat, making it difficult to recognize her. Wei Xingchen did not hesitate and took 2 more photos. These 2 people seemed like lovers. The woman got into Sun Hui's car, and soon, the 2 of them embraced and kissed each other passionately. As the car shook violently, the woman's hat fell off, just revealing a side face. Wei Xingchen suddenly became excited. He raised his phone, zoomed in on the scene, and took several photos. It was indeed her. This picture already explains the problem. This woman was none other than Tang Rong's personal secretary, named Jing. She followed Tang Rong all the way up from being a small deputy design director, and accompanied her step by step to climb to the position of president. She witnessed Tang Rong's many successes and failures, and became one of Tang Rong's most trusted confidants. No doubt about it. But in recent months, this woman has leaked company secrets to other people several times in succession. Tang Rong, who has a keen sense of nose, noticed it, but she stopped quickly, so much so that Tang Rong was still looking for this person until a few days ago. The reason why these 2 people are linked together is that Jing accidentally left her mobile phone in Tang Rong's office a few days ago, and Tang Rong discovered that her WeChat account avatar and Sun Hui's avatar looked like a couple. This is nothing, but coincidentally, one of the secrets that Jing had leaked before was the company's reserve price for the bidding. The company prepared for a long time that time, but missed out on that cooperation. Tang Rong later had someone secretly investigate and discovered that a senior executive of a rival company had privately contacted Sun Hui many times. Putting these clues together, Tang Rong came up with her guess. Chapter 17 What if something goes wrong? After getting the evidence, Wei Xingchen waited quietly in the car. In order to avoid any further complications, he sent the photos to Tang Rong as soon as possible. As long as this matter is confirmed, Tang Rong will have a clear direction for investigating other matters. Wei Xingchen was actually thinking that since Xing Jingjing had been with Tang Rong for so long, the latter would definitely not want her to be involved in such a thing, so she delayed the time and asked him to investigate, not wanting to make a conclusion about her based on speculation alone. If Xing Jingjing and Sun Hui were just lovers, it would be fine, but I am afraid that she would really pass the information stolen from Tang Rong to Sun Hui, which would cause serious losses to the company. But since the two of them already have that kind of relationship, it would be useless even if she had a lot of excuses for herself. After receiving the photo, Tang Rong quickly sent a WeChat message to Wei Xingchen, "Leave that place immediately." Sun Hui has always been cautious and always brings bodyguards with him when he goes out. Wei Xingchen was shocked. He looked up and observed his surroundings quietly. He didn't find anything unusual, so he felt relieved. 10 minutes later, Xing Jingjing got out of Sun Hui's car and returned to her own car. After the same amount of time, Sun Hui also drove away. Wei Xingchen waited in his car for a long time until the surroundings were quiet, then he drove out cautiously. But unexpectedly, when the car drove out of the garage, a tall figure suddenly rushed out and was about to hit it. Wei Xingchen didn't have time to think too much, he slammed the steering wheel and stepped on the brakes. With a sharp squeak, the car made a big S on the road and stopped narrowly on the side of the road. His heart was pounding, but he was afraid that he had bumped into someone, so he opened the door and planned to go down to check the situation. But the moment the car door opened, a thought flashed through his mind: this is a scam. This was a warning from his subconscious mind. To be on the safe side, Wei Xingchen did not get out of the car immediately, but drove back and checked the situation in the rearview mirror. There was no one on the road. In other words, no accidents occurred. Wei Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, but just as he let it go, the atmosphere suddenly became wrong. Several people appeared in front of the car, each one stronger than the last, and each one with a more vicious look than the last. "Get out of the car." The leading man took out a baseball bat like a magic trick and smashed it hard on the windshield. Wei Xingchen really didn't expect that this man was so fierce and would use such a big force. He was not afraid. He got out of the car quietly and confronted the 5 or 6 people. "Wei Xingchen, it's you." A familiar voice came from not far away. Who else could it be but Sun Hui? "I've heard that you and Ms. Tang have an ambiguous relationship. I never thought it was true. How come you've become that woman's running dog after just a few days of sleeping together?" Sun Hui's words were sharp. He has always been a smooth person. Even when talking to the uncle outside the company door, he was smiling. I have never seen him blushing in front of anyone, but today he was so abnormal. There is only one possibility. He wanted to kill Wei Xingchen. "You have indeed done something that is sorry to the company," Wei Xingchen said in a cold voice, staring straight at the man in front of him. Sun Hui sneered sarcastically, "What's the big deal? I've been with Tang Rong for so many years, serving her wholeheartedly, but she never gave me a promotion and even deliberately suppressed me. During this period of time, she even intended to let you take my place. Boy, have you grown all your hair yet dare to go against me? It seems that today's matter will not be resolved peacefully. Boss Tang has a keen eye and can see that you have evil intentions, so shut up." Before Wei Xingchen could finish his words, Sun Hui was already furious. He pointed at Wei Xingchen's nose viciously and said word by word, "What qualifications do you, a pretty boy, have to talk to me? Today is the day you die." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards rushed towards Wei Xingchen. Their original plan was to catch him in the car, take him away quickly, and then make him disappear quietly. But I didn't expect that Wei Xingchen was such a good fighter. The first person who rushed forward was about to punch Wei Xingchen in the face with a fierce upper punch, but unexpectedly, the latter took the punch easily and used the force to throw the man away. The bodyguards approached him one after another, trying their best and cooperating well with each other, but after more than a dozen moves, no one could get close to him. "They are all idiots, why don't you deal with him quickly?" Sun Hui was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wished he could do it himself. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and Wei Xingchen, who had just been fighting with everyone, was already in front of him. The moment their eyes met, Sun Hui had the illusion that a demon was grabbing his neck. The next second, he was indeed choked by Wei Xingchen. "Get out!" Wei Xingchen threatened calmly, otherwise I will break his neck. Of course he wouldn't do that. He is a law-abiding citizen and he just wanted to scare Sun Hui. At this moment, Sun Hui's neck was almost broken. He really couldn't understand how Wei Xingchen, who looked so thin, could have such great strength. He was pinched so hard that he broke out in cold sweat and could hardly breathe. Let them get out. Wei Xingchen became impatient and increased the strength in his hands. Sun Hui's breath was choked and his throat felt nauseous. He quickly slapped Wei Xingchen's hand, asking him to let go. Wei Xingchen raised his hand and made a small gap. Sun Hui hurriedly said, "Get out of here. These guys are so stupid, he's almost been killed, they all have no sense of propriety." The bodyguards looked at each other, one of them took the lead and left, and the rest followed him and disappeared. "Okay, they are gone, let me go." Sun Hui spoke weakly. But the next second, he was stuffed into the car by Wei Xingchen. The villa area when the clouds rise. Tang Rong walked back and forth in the living room. Her face, which had just been washed, looked fresh and clean, yet still had a natural beauty that made people forget the world. Zhang Qi came down from upstairs and saw her like this. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Miss, I have sent people out to look for him. I believe Mr. Wei will be fine. Besides, what if something happens? He is just a useless idiot, and it is good for him to be taught a lesson. It would be even better if the young lady could take this opportunity to see his incompetence. He will be fine. Sun Hui is no match for him." Tang Rong seemed to see through Zhang Qi's expression and said something meaningful. Zhang Qi did not comment, but he still felt contempt in his heart. The young lady didn't discuss this with me and entrusted such an important matter to an outsider. What if he turns against her at the critical moment and something goes wrong, he said. Tang Rong looked a little angry. "Uncle Zhang, you are very prejudiced against Wei Xingchen. I really don't know what he did to make you target him like this." Chapter 18, I feel a little sad. Zhang Qi choked and didn't say anything. He would never tell Tang Rong that who he targeted and who he didn't target was determined by Tang Rong's attitude towards that person. "You know how hard I've worked these past few years. There aren't many people around me I can trust. I finally trained Jing, but she turned out to be a traitor. Should I look for someone trustworthy to help me deal with things that I can't do?" The photos she saw tonight had confirmed her guess. Being betrayed by someone you trusted was not a pleasant feeling, so Tang Rong, who was always calm and composed, rarely showed such an emotional side. Zhang Qi's expression was somewhat complicated. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss, if you need someone, I can find one for you. He must have decent ability and good character. You don't have to work so hard." "Uncle Zhang, what do you want me to do before you understand? I've grown up and I know what I need. Your overprotection of me will make me more vulnerable, which is definitely not a good thing in a company that is 80% men." Tang Rong's expression suddenly turned cold, and she stared at the old man in front of her with a sharp gaze. Zhang Qi didn't say anything else. He lowered his head in silence, but thought in his heart, if it weren't for Wei Xingchen, the lady wouldn't speak to him in such a tone. It would be great if something happened to Wei Xingchen tonight. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. It seemed that the two of them had been waiting for almost 2 hours. There is no news about Wei Xingchen yet. Tang Rong has made more than a dozen calls, but no one was answered. Gradually, she lost her patience and took her clothes and car keys, determined to go out and look for it herself. Zhang Qi hurriedly stopped her and said, "Miss, this is absolutely not possible. Sun Hui's men were trained by people he hired from abroad. If we run into them, it will be very difficult for us to escape." Tang Rong shuddered suddenly, her beautiful brows furrowed, and she smiled with regret. "Then should I not send Wei Xingchen to do this? What if it harms him?" Beep. A horn suddenly sounded. Both of them were stunned and subconsciously looked out the floor-to-ceiling window. I saw a black Land Rover slowly driving in, with its headlights shining brightly. Tang Rong stared at the car in disbelief, her eyes full of ecstasy, and rushed out in a hurry. "Wei Xingchen, are you okay?" When she saw Wei Xingchen open the car door and get out, the tense nerves in her heart suddenly relaxed. "I'm sorry to have worried Mr. Tang. I'm fine." Wei Xingchen felt warm in his heart when he saw Tang Rong's worried expression. Zhang Qi also came out of the living room, glanced at Wei Xingchen, and said calmly, "It's great that Mr. Wei is okay. I guess he didn't run into anyone from Sun Hui. He's really lucky. Why does this sentence sound weird? Wei Xingchen was too lazy to think about it, let alone care about anything. Uncle Zhang, it's great that he can come back safely. Tang Rong has already made up her mind that they can't rush into dealing with Sun Hui. The latter has extensive influence in the company, and cleaning him out needs to be done slowly. Are you two asking about him? Wei Xingchen opened the car door, pulled the person inside out, and threw him directly to the ground. Sun Hui was caught off guard and rolled on the ground, falling flat on his face with his butt sticking up high. Wei Xingchen patted the dust off his hands and said, "Boss Tang, Director Sun just wanted to kill me. I'm afraid someone this treacherous and cunning can no longer stay in the company." Tang Rong and Zhang Qi both looked at him in shock, and neither of them spoke for a moment. "Mr. Tang." Wei Xingchen looked suspicious. Tang Rong finally reacted, but still couldn't believe it. What's wrong with you? He just wanted to kill you." There was too much key information and Tang Rong didn't know which one to grasp. At this time, Sun Hui got up from the ground, but his face changed. "Boss Tang, what do you mean by this? Why did you send someone to follow me and treat me like this? He is quite good at turning the tables. You brought him back. What about the people around him? Didn't you meet them?" Zhang Qi's voice trembled slightly, and he obviously didn't believe what he saw. Moreover, he had seen how strong Sun Hui's bodyguards were. Even he could not easily say that he could defeat them. How could Wei Xingchen subdue those people alone and bring Sun Hui back? "I encountered them, but I chased them away. They are just a bunch of weaklings. There's nothing to be afraid of." Wei Xingchen waved his hand nonchalantly, obviously not thinking this was a big deal. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth and said, "This is impossible, you are lying. How could he be wrong? I don't care if Mr. Zhang doesn't believe me." Wei Xingchen spread his hands. "I have sent the person there, and I will leave the rest to Mr. Tang." He looked at his watch. It was already past 11 o'clock. He was really tired and wanted to go back and have a good sleep. "Wait a minute." Tang Rong stopped him. "Come in first." Then he turned to Zhang Qi and said, "Uncle Zhang, I'll leave this man to you to interrogate. Make sure you get what we want." The two entered the living room. As soon as Wei Xingchen's butt touched the soft and supportive sofa, he felt dizzy. He couldn't help yawning and felt sleepy. "Drink some water first." Tang Rong personally poured him a glass of water, her tone somewhat excited. "Tell me quickly, what happened today? How did you beat those people away?" Wei Xingchen was about to speak when he suddenly remembered that he had brought a pinhole camera with him today and probably captured a lot of things. He handed the equipment to Tang Rong. "Please have a look at it yourself, Mr. Tang." Tang Rong projected the video onto the big screen TV in the living room and watched it carefully. Wei Xingchen felt dizzy and couldn't help but lean on the sofa, closing his eyes within a few seconds. At first, the screen showed various black images, which lasted for nearly 40 minutes. Tang Rong played it at double speed and moved it to an important node, where Wei Xingchen was fighting against the group of bodyguards alone. "Hurry, hurry, defend. Watch out behind you, sneak attack dog will die. So fast, go." Tang Rong watched Wei Xingchen fight 6 people alone, and his every move was clean and decisive, without mercy. Those muscular men were quickly knocked away, and finally Sun Hui was easily captured. Tang Rong became excited when he won the victory effortlessly. She really didn't expect that Wei Xingchen could capture Sun Hui so easily and effortlessly. "Xingchen, you've done a great job this time. Do you want to?" Tang Rong turned around and looked at the person on the sofa, only to find that he had fallen asleep leaning there. Wei Xingchen's face was full of fatigue, and there were 2 dark circles under his eyes. One could imagine how tired he was recently. Tang Rong felt inexplicably distressed, so she took a blanket and gently covered him with it. Chapter 19: Exploding the Kitchen. The next day, news broke that Sun Hui colluded with Jing Jingjing to sell out the company. Both of them were dismissed and sued by the company and will soon bear legal responsibility. Wei Xingchen replaced Sun Hui and became the new project director. Because it involved Tang Rong, this incident also made the financial news. "I never thought that the good-for-nothing would get a promotion." While eating, Lin Wan'er saw the news, staring at the handsome photo of Wei Xingchen on the screen, her tone sour. Opposite her, Song Yu's face froze, and he gently took her phone away. "Look at what he's doing. Didn't you say that he had already fawned over the company's leaders, that Tang or something, so it's not normal for him to get promoted without any merit? Having said that, Song Yu was thinking in his heart, how could this bastard Wei Xingchen be so lucky to meet a woman as beautiful and rich as Tang Rong? What a pity. It's really a waste of resources. If the person Tang Rong met was him. Song Yu lowered his head, and a hint of barely perceptible excitement and vulgarity flashed across his eyes. It must be that bitch who helped. That bastard has no ability at all. How could he become a department leader so easily? Lin Wan'er smiled coldly. If others knew that he got promoted by currying favor with that woman Tang Rong, I don't know how they would view him. He will definitely be laughed at to death. Song Yu sneered, then we will just watch the joke quietly. Having said this, Lin Wan'er's heart moved. He then turned on his phone and sent a message to his assistant. To ruin someone's reputation, all it takes is a gossip or a rumor. When are you going to divorce him? How long have you been dragging it out? Song Yu suddenly asked, if his scandal is exposed, won't we be implicated? The word, divorce, passed through Lin Wan'er's mind. She suddenly felt annoyed in her heart and inexplicably wanted to avoid this topic. I don't have time recently, and I can't contact that useless guy at all. She waved her hand impatiently, let's talk about it later. The monk can run away but the temple cannot. Aren't you helping me investigate his recent whereabouts? Do you have any clues? Song Yu thought, if I talk about it later, it is possible that I will never say it again. He said calmly, speak out, don't be angry. That guy has already moved into Tang Rong's house. The two of them must have been secretly in love for a long time, so after you filed for divorce, he was so cooperative and anxious. What? Lin Wan'er stood up suddenly, a look of disbelief on her face, how is this possible? Although she looked down on Wei Xingchen, she knew what kind of person he was. He hadn't divorced her yet, so how could he really be living with another woman? Where is he? Send me the address. Lin Wan'er asked through gritted teeth. Seeing that there was no trace of gentleness left on her furious face, Song Yu couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Are you sure you want to go find him? What's your stance? You still like him, don't you want to divorce him? Several questions in a row, each one was particularly heart-wrenching. Lin Wan'er's shoulders stiffened slightly. After a brief moment of shock, she said coldly, Song Yu, how can you ask such a question? Others may not know how I feel about you, but you know it too. How can that kind of person be compared with you? That night, when Wei Xingchen returned home, he was surprised to find Tang Rong was also there, and there were bursts of earth-shaking noises coming from the kitchen, as if someone was about to blow up the kitchen. He hurried in and saw that Tang Rong's face was black and white, and her hair and eyebrows on her forehead seemed to be burned and curled up. The air was filled with the smell of burnt hair. What is most worrying is that the kitchen has become a battlefield, with fungus and green peppers everywhere, the stove is a mess, and there are broken plates and bowls on the floor. I really don't know what she did. Are you okay? Wei Xingchen turned off the gas stove, hurriedly pulled her out, and looked her up and down. Why are you cooking for no reason? If you're hungry, why don't you order takeout? Tang Rong stood there with a dusty face, wiped the soy sauce off her forehead, and said dejectedly, I just wanted to cook some porridge for myself, but I didn't expect that my cooking skills are really not good. I'm so sorry for ruining your kitchen. In fact, she wanted to cook a meal herself to reward Wei Xingchen, but she didn't expect that she would end up losing more than she gained, and the kitchen was almost ruined. Wei Xingchen had no choice but to roll up his sleeves and start packing. Go change your clothes first. I'll call you when the meal is ready. In the past few years, in order to let Lin Wan'er eat the meals he cooked himself, he cooked almost every time he had time. Over the years, his cooking skills have been honed to perfection, and everyone who has eaten the meals he cooked says that he has good skills. You do it. Tang Rong obviously didn't believe it, you can cook. Wei Xingchen pursed his lips and laughed, don't worry, I don't like poisoning. Tang Rong was amused by him, okay then, I'll wait to eat the porridge you made. I'll go to a meeting first. About an hour later, Wei Xingchen went to knock on her door. Tang Rong quickly finished the meeting and came out in her home clothes. Is it ready? Do you have any pickles or something? Wouldn't it be a bit boring to just drink porridge? My God, you cooked all this for the table. Tang Rong's voice suddenly became sharper, revealing excitement and disbelief. That's amazing. I just bought a few dishes and you cooked them all. Stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, steamed eggs with tofu, beef with coriander, and you stewed this chicken too. She counted and there were 6 dishes and 1 soup, taking up half the table. The smell alone was delicious, so delicious and so friendly to the taste buds. Tang Rong was so excited that she took out her cell phone to take pictures, and she almost took pictures from all angles. It can be said that the emotional value is full. Seeing her so excited, Wei Xingchen felt very disappointed. This kind of food is what ordinary people eat at home, and it is not something a big boss of Tang Rong's level would easily eat. He just did a few things casually. Thinking back to the past, he would try his best to cook every meal in different ways for Lin Wan'er. He would go to the market to buy vegetables before dawn in the winter mornings, and make sure all the meat and vegetables were well matched. Occasionally, when she wanted to eat cake or drink milk tea on a whim, he would make it for her without hesitation. Even so, he didn't end up well. I'm afraid that in Lin Wan'er's eyes, he was just a gigolo with no ability. His biggest hobby every day was to study food. He had no future at all. Come sit down and eat. I really want to eat. I look so hungry. Tang Rong pulled Wei Xingchen to sit down, eager to try. Try it first. If it doesn't suit your taste, tell me and I'll try it next time. Wei Xingchen felt warm in his heart and personally served her a bowl of rice. Tang Rong didn't say anything to him. She just stood up, scooped half a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, poured it on the rice, stirred it, and took a bite. He didn't say anything, didn't give any feedback, and continued eating faster. Wei Xingchen drank the soup quietly and looked at her quietly. Chapter 20. Things get more interesting. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Tang Rong was taking a big mouthful of rice and mumbling to him to open the door. Wei Xingchen didn't think much about it and got up and went there, but he didn't expect that the moment the door opened. Why are you here? He frowned. It turned out to be Lin Wan'er. She was wearing a pink suit, with her arms folded across her chest, and was looking at him haughtily. The moment their eyes met, Wei Xingchen felt extremely annoyed and was about to close the door. Lin Wan'er smiled coldly and stretched out her hand to block the door. Hey, isn't this my good-for-nothing husband? He hasn't even divorced me yet, but has already found a new partner. As she spoke, Lin Wan'er pushed Wei Xingchen away and ran into the room, but suddenly froze when she saw the scene in front of her. You actually cooked for someone else. Lin Wan'er's heart tightened. Wei Xingchen, what did you promise me in the beginning? You said you would only cook for me in this life. It's only been a few years, and you forgot so quickly. You bastard, how can you be so shameless that you even lose your dignity for a woman? She gritted her teeth and stared at Wei Xingchen, as if he had done something unforgivable. Watching this scene, Wei Xingchen felt nothing. Have you had enough of the trouble? He looked at Lin Wan'er with a cold expression, as if he was watching a joke, a clown. Ms. Lin is in a really good mood. Instead of staying with her lover so late, she runs to someone else's house to give orders to someone else's boyfriend. I really don't know who is so shameless. At this time, Tang Rong slowly stood up and looked at Lin Wan'er with a smile. The latter froze all of a sudden. What nonsense are you talking about? We haven't divorced yet, you. You know you haven't divorced yet, yet you can hook up with other men outside. What's wrong with him finding a new girlfriend? Tang Rong curled the corners of her lips and showed a sarcastic smile. Then she actually approached Wei Xingchen and hugged his arm. Wei Xingchen's shoulders stiffened slightly, and he felt a little helpless for a moment. However, it must be admitted that although this action might make Lin Wan'er unhappy and use it as an excuse to postpone the divorce, at this moment, looking at her angry expression, Wei Xingchen's anger finally eased a little. Okay, very good. Lin Wan'er stared at the two people's arms as they embraced each other. You haven't even divorced yet, but you're already living with your mistress. Wei Xingchen, you're awesome. Good to know, go away. Wei Xingchen smiled faintly. We will go to register for divorce tomorrow, you must not refuse to go. You? Lin Wan'er was almost going crazy. He walked straight forward and slapped Wei Xingchen hard in the face. Unfortunately, her hand speed was too slow, and before she could land, she was caught by Wei Xingchen and thrown violently. Lin Wan'er was caught off guard and fell directly to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Don't worry about her, just continue eating. Wei Xingchen waved his hand and said to Tang Rong. Wei Xingchen, just wait for me. Lin Wan'er glared at him with gritted teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. How is it? Song Yu saw Lin Wan'er coming out in a daze, and hurried forward to support her. Lin Wan'er didn't look at him. Her eyes were staring blankly ahead. She looked as if she had lost her body and there was not a trace of life in her. It was like receiving the most fatal blow. He actually cooked for another woman. It took her a long time to squeeze these words out of her throat. In her opinion, Wei Xingchen learned to cook for her, so he could only cook for her in this life, and he had promised it himself. But now, she saw everything familiar at another woman's dining table. What? Song Yu was a little stunned. It's just a meal. Didn't he already sleep with someone else? What does a meal count for? That's different. Lin Wan'er screamed, a man will only cook for the woman he loves. He told me this himself. Song Yu looked at her with a complicated expression. At this moment, he was extremely sure that this woman had changed her heart. She must have already fallen in love with Wei Xingchen, but unfortunately she didn't know it. So what? What should we do? Song Yu suppressed his displeasure and tried to calm her down. Lin Wan'er gritted her teeth and said, I will ruin his reputation. And that bitch too. The next morning, Wei Xingchen drove to work early. Starting today, his identity is different. Yesterday, the department group revealed that everyone should prepare an inauguration ceremony for him to celebrate him becoming the director of the project department. But when he arrived at the company, he found that the atmosphere was a little strange. Everyone looked at him with something strange in their eyes compared to yesterday. The atmosphere in the project department was not good either. Early in the morning, everyone didn't say hello to each other. They just sat at their workstations, burying their heads and not knowing what they were doing. Wei Xingchen sensed something was wrong and called his colleague Yi Zelen to ask about it. The latter hesitated for a long time, and Yi didn't say anything. Finally, after being questioned by Wei Xingchen, he said helplessly, everyone is saying that you have an impure relationship with our Tang Rong, and that the reason you were promoted to department head is because she gave you privileges. Yi Zelen had a good relationship with Wei Xingchen, but when he said this, he added, Xingchen, are you and Mr. Tang really having something going on? Wei Xingchen rolled his eyes at him, said nothing, and went straight to the general manager's office. Tang Rong hasn't come yet. Several secretaries in the general manager's office were already in place. When they saw him coming, everyone's expressions became strange. They exchanged glances with each other but smiled without saying anything. Wei Xingchen stood quietly outside the office door waiting. In less than 5 minutes, Tang Rong appeared in front of everyone in formal attire and with a stern look. She is like two different people at work and in private. Is there something? Tang Rong asked Wei Xingchen as soon as she saw him. It was just a normal question. Wei Xingchen paused for a moment, and in front of everyone outside the office, he said directly to Tang Rong. Boss Tang, I just heard someone say that you and I have an ambiguous relationship. I want you to thoroughly investigate where these rumors came from. This kind of thing that damages your reputation must be cleared up as soon as possible. His voice was very loud, enough for everyone within a radius of 10 meters to hear clearly. Tang Rong was surprised and looked suspicious. What's going on? What's the public relations department doing? Call Liu Fei to me. The company's various departments have clear division of responsibilities, and her requirements are also very high. If something like this happens, the public relations department will inevitably be held accountable. The two people's simple conversation was heard by everyone. Everyone watched and found that things became more interesting. Liu Fei is a lady and Tang Rong's right-hand man. Tang Rong, do you have something to talk to me about? She entered the office and asked respectfully. Tang Rong threw a stack of documents over, and they fell to the ground with a clatter. What the hell are you doing? You don't even know what happened. Liu Fei was shocked and looked at Wei Xingchen with suspicion. Chapter 21 Emergency. Seeing that she really didn't know what was going on, Wei Xingchen reminded her, Minister Liu, someone is spreading rumors about me and Mr. Tang. What? Liu Fei exclaimed subconsciously, realizing that he had lost his composure. He frowned and said, Boss Tang, I will go investigate immediately. Please give me an hour. Tang Rong waved her hand and let her go. I'm so sorry, Mr. Tang, for affecting your reputation. Wei Xingchen lowered his head with some guilt. I will pay more attention to these things in the future. I didn't kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of me. He is simply a big innocent. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Tang Rong said calmly, let's wait until Liu Fei finds out. Looking at her calm and wise appearance at this moment, Wei Xingchen suddenly thought that women are indeed fickle animals. No one knew who the woman who blew up the kitchen and made a mess of herself that night was. Boss Tang, this is an emergency. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and Tang Rong's secretary Li Jingliang rushed in anxiously. Someone has kidnapped a female employee of the company and taken her to the rooftop, and they want to take her with them to die together. Tang Rong's face tightened. Tell me what's going on. Li Jingliang realized that she couldn't catch her breath, but she still tried her best to calm herself down, sorted out her thoughts and said. When the Qinhe district demolished the house last year, we gave him corresponding compensation according to the compensation standards, but he insisted that we did not pay enough. He said he wanted us to give him another 3 million. He came for a few days in a row but was sent away by the security guards. Today he came again and took the front desk hostage and went to the rooftop to make a big fuss about this matter. Tangqian Group has many branches covering various industries, but the real estate industry has been very popular in the past 2 years and is also the most profitable industry. In order to develop this industry, Tangqian Group has invested hundreds of millions in advertising. In addition, Tangqian Real Estate's property quality and property management are very good, so its reputation has gradually improved. If this matter is made public, the consequences will be disastrous. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Tang Rong's cold face. Let's go to the rooftop. No. Wei Xingchen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. You can't go. That person is trying to force you to come forward. If you really go, the media will also come after hearing about it, and this matter will become even bigger. Tang Rong said coldly, I know, but if I don't go, what will happen to their hostages? Li Jingliang said in a trembling voice, we have called the police, and the police will be here soon. But we haven't arrived yet. If something happens, how are we going to explain to the family members? No, I must go, even if it means just to slow down the criminals and wait for the police to rescue. Tang Rong was extremely nervous, but she walked out without hesitation. Wei Xingchen grabbed her arm, his eyes burning. I'll go. At the same time, many employees had gathered on the rooftop, but no one dared to go forward. Because the criminal was holding a shiny dagger in his hand, which he had placed across the hostage's neck, and he was shouting that if he couldn't see Tang Rong today, he would kill the girl. The girl was only in her early 20s and of small stature. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she could hardly stand. A streak of blood was running down her neck, which was shocking to see. Get out of here, where is Tang Rong? Let that bitch out. Give me back my money. Do you have the guts to owe me money but not the guts to pay it back? All of you get out of here, or I'll kill her. His voice was so sharp that the people around him were afraid to come forward. Some female employees even screamed, and the scene was immediately in chaos. These people who work in offices have never experienced such a thing before, so of course they all try to avoid it. When Wei Xingchen came up, he saw this scene. A female employee took several steps back and stepped on his instep, and he helped her up. Everyone was retreating, but he walked forward without hesitation. Get out of here, who the hell are you? Are you tired of living? The gangster was a burly man with messy curly hair and a beer belly that was about to burst his thin shirt. Wei Xingchen stood there quietly, observing the shouting man for a few seconds, and suddenly curled the corners of his lips in a sarcastic smile. Who is tired of living? Wei Xingchen said as he slowly approached, as if he didn't take the knife-wielding man seriously at all. This action caught the man's eye and made him panic. Stop right there. If you come any closer I'll kill her. He widened his eyes, gripped the knife even tighter, and pressed it against the hostage's neck. Everyone looked at Wei Xingchen in astonishment. They looked at each other and felt that he was a little impulsive. This was too outrageous. He was just provoking like this. What if he really hurt the hostage? Don't be anxious. I'm sent by Tang Rong to negotiate with you. Just state your conditions. Wei Xingchen pursed his lips, raised his hands in surrender, and stood still. 3 million. I want 3 million. Not a penny less. Transfer it to my account immediately. The man glared at Wei Xingchen with gritted teeth, and every word he said was loud and clear. 3 million. Har har, you are quite arrogant. Okay, everything is negotiable. It's just 3 million. You really don't need to use such extreme methods to ask for it. The police will be here soon. Aren't you afraid of being shot? Wei Xingchen sighed. Seeing the man's expression change drastically, he struck while the iron was hot. Taking hostages is a crime of murder. If the police come, you won't even have time to say a word. Do you want to risk your life for just 3 million? The man's face turned pale and blue, and he was obviously at a loss. But he never loosened his grip on the knife. The police are here. Wei Xingchen suddenly shouted when he was not paying attention. At the same time, he quickly rushed towards the man, who was frightened out of his wits by the shout. He subconsciously turned his head to look around, but before he could move, he was grabbed by the wrist by Wei Xingchen, who rushed towards him. The man immediately became angry, and then he resisted and tried to stab Wei Xingchen with a dagger, but found that the latter's hands were like iron pliers, with great strength, and almost broke his hand bones. He screamed in pain, his face distorted. At this time, the hostage had been pushed forcefully by Wei Xingchen towards a female colleague. The two men soon wrestled with each other, and the dagger fell to the ground with a sharp clang. A male colleague quickly picked it up and called on everyone to deal with the criminal together. Therefore, before the police arrived, the man had already been caught by the crowd. Even at this time he was still cursing and spitting dirt, shouting that it was all Tang Rong's fault, and that he would make her pay the price even if it meant death. The matter was quickly dealt with and the crowd dispersed. Wei Xingchen clapped his hands and was about to go back to work, but was stopped by Tang Rong. Chapter 22. Don't try to get rid of me in this life. Why is there blood on you? She frowned and looked at his shoulder. He was wearing a black shirt, so it wasn't really noticeable. Wei Xingchen hadn't noticed it at first, but after she said that, he realized that his left shoulder was a little painful and burning. Come here, I'll have someone apply some medicine to you and take care of it. A trace of worry flashed across Tang Rong's eyes. You're bleeding, didn't you notice it? Wei Xingchen smiled indifferently. I really didn't notice it. Tang Rong was originally going to take him to the infirmary in person, but Wei Xingchen took the initiative to suggest that he could go alone so as not to disturb Tang Rong. She was obviously a little unhappy, but seemed to have thought of something. She didn't say much and assigned Li Jingliang to take him with her. The doctor cleaned the wound and disinfected it with iodine. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, but it still needed a few stitches. Minister Wei, you are so awesome. You dare to fight the criminals alone. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Li Jingliang said admiringly. Wei Xingchen was enduring the pain, and after hearing what she said, he laughed at himself. I'm scared, of course I'm scared, but it's nothing. Look, you're on the news. Li Jingliang handed over the phone and said in surprise, I didn't expect that someone just recorded a video and posted it online. Wei Xingchen frowned immediately. It's not a good thing, why post it online? Isn't this bringing bad luck to the company? Tell Liu Fei to deal with this matter quickly. Whoever posted the video should delete it immediately. He said coldly. Although the video was dealt with in a timely manner, the incident was still spread in various ways, causing a small-scale earthquake. Someone sent it to Lin Wan'er. She was busy in a meeting at the time. When she suddenly saw the message, she was completely stunned. She immediately paused the meeting, projected the video on her mobile phone onto the computer, and stared at the screen to see every detail clearly. How is this possible? She was simply shocked. In my impression, Wei Xingchen has always been just an ordinary man. At most, he has a handsome face, a better temper, a more tolerant attitude, and his cooking is better. These are not worth mentioning, and in her opinion, men who have no ability and cannot make a lot of money can only please women with these small details, otherwise no one would live with him. But he never said that he was so powerful, so brave. She saw it clearly. The knife in the gangster's hand was about to cut his face, but he easily deflected it. Why did this man suddenly change? Lin Wan'er felt a very strange feeling in her heart, as if she had been eating pickled cabbage for many years and was already tired of it, but suddenly she found that the pickled cabbage had turned into delicacies from land and sea. I feel unwilling, very unwilling. Strong emotions surged in her heart, and she suddenly didn't want to get a divorce anymore. At the very least, I don't want to get divorced so soon and let others get away with it. Lin Wan'er walked around the office for a while and made a decision. After get off work, Wei Xingchen drove back to their community. When he was about to enter the password, he was startled to find that the door had been opened. I thought it was Tang Rong again. Then he thought again. When he got off work, Tang Rong was clearly not off work yet. You're back. Hurry up and wash your hands and get ready for dinner. As soon as I entered the door, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice was heard. Wei Xingchen was stunned. A hint of coldness suddenly flashed across the dark and deep eyes. Lin Wan'er. She has changed a lot. The heavy makeup on her face was washed off, revealing her originally pretty face. Her original wavy hair turned into long straight black hair. She also changed into a pure white dress, plus a pair of the most ordinary white shoes. He looks exactly like the person Wei Xingchen liked the most back then. Why are you here? His voice became cold and full of disgust. It was obvious that they couldn't go back to the past. They had obviously done everything they could to commit suicide, and there was obviously no possibility for the two of them to be together. What is she doing all this for? Lin Wan'er's expression froze, and she was about to explode, but she suppressed it in the end and even revealed a gentle smile. I've never cooked for you before. As your wife, I've sometimes gone too far. I should make it up to you. After Lin Wan'er finished speaking, she turned around and went back into the kitchen. Today, after get off work, she went to get her hair done, asked the makeup artist to put on a plain makeup, and even bought a dress that she usually disliked the most. When she stood in front of the mirror, she was surprised at how she looked today. Suddenly I remembered that I looked like this when I first met Wei Xingchen. She has tried her best today. She is someone who has never done any housework before, but now she is willing to do something to help. If Wei Xingchen doesn't appreciate it and doesn't know what's tactful, it would be too much. She just wanted to find a way to win his heart back from that bitch and ravage him. It is important to let him know that she is the one who leads this relationship, and without her consent, he has no right to leave. No need. A cold male voice sounded, and Lin Wan'er's back suddenly stiffened. Her self-esteem was immediately challenged. What did you say? She suppressed her anger and turned around, staring straight into his eyes. Wei Xingchen, do you know what you are saying? Ms. Lin, we did have love. Wei Xingchen took a deep breath and looked at her seriously. Unfortunately, I was unrequited and wishful thinking. Now I don't love you anymore. It's better for us to part ways in peace and dignity. So, I will just pretend that you were never here today. Although he had seen the ugliest appearance of the woman in front of him, Wei Xingchen still didn't want his love for many years to be tarnished again. Looking at her, her face was completely different from what he remembered, and he felt indescribably aggrieved and uncomfortable in his heart. What you said? Lin Wan'er felt a little exhausted for a moment. She looked at him in disbelief, feeling indescribable discomfort. He said he loved her. But, it's over. Why did her heart feel so uncomfortable? It felt so uncomfortable that even breathing felt like it was being burned by fire. Lin Wan'er walked out in a daze, forgetting to take off her apron. Wei Xingchen suddenly called her. Lin Wan'er's heart burst with surprise and she turned around subconsciously. Sure enough, he still had her in his heart, and he was reluctant to let her get hurt and sad. Wan'er, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Wei Xingchen's voice was indescribably calm, as if he had done so countless times before. But to Lin Wan'er, it was so cruel and so harsh. But why? I won't divorce you. Lin Wan'er suddenly screamed, what qualifications do you have to ask me for a divorce? What grounds do you have? It was you who chased me and begged me to marry you. I tell you, Wei Xingchen, I am the only one who doesn't want you. Otherwise, don't even think about getting rid of me in this life. Chapter 23. What does it have to do with me? The next morning, Wei Xingchen went to work as usual. Since Lin Wan'er would never agree to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce, he didn't need to waste his energy. Xingchen, you have helped the company a lot this time. This is a reward from the company. Tang Rong took out an envelope from the office drawer and pushed it in front of Wei Xingchen. The latter was stunned and somewhat flattered. Boss Tang, this is unacceptable. The company has given me a platform for development, and I should do whatever I do. Pretending to be noble. Tang Rong glared at him. Just take it if I give it to you. You'll need it someday. Wei Xingchen took the envelope nervously and gratefully, opened it, and saw a check for 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan. Just handed it to him like that. This is too generous, he just saved one person. Boss Tang, this. I've already said it, there's no need to refuse. This was discussed with the general manager's office, and you can totally handle it. Tang Rong patted his shoulder, you just need to work hard in the company in the future. There will be opportunities for you to turn things around, understand? Wei Xingchen glanced at her with complicated eyes, determined in his heart that he must work harder and make up for the time he had wasted in the past. By the way, where's Xiaomeng? Wei Xingchen asked. Why didn't I see her coming to work when I came here today? The Xiaomeng he was talking about was the front desk receptionist, Meng Meng, who was taken hostage yesterday. She is a young girl who just graduated and is only in her early 20s. Tang Rong couldn't help but laugh. The little girl was so frightened yesterday that she should have asked for leave to go home and recuperate. Do you think everyone is like you and works so hard? Wei Xingchen felt a little ashamed after being teased by her. He didn't try his best at all. He just did what he could. But I have something that you need to know. Tang Rong said seriously, it's about your personal problem, so you have to deal with it properly. Wei Xingchen was stunned, and probably guessed something. Li Jingliang has already found out that the person who spread those rumors about you and me in the company yesterday was none other than your ex-wife, Lin Wan'er. Of course, it was her assistant who paid a high price and instructed the company's security guards and cleaning staff to spread the news. Tang Rong's voice was deep and solemn. Wei Xingchen frowned immediately. Although he had already guessed that it was her who did it, when he confirmed the facts, he still found it unbelievable. After all, Lin Wan'er is a person in charge of the company. I really don't know what she is thinking when she does such a shameful thing. Don't be nervous. No one knows about it except me and Li Jingliang. I'm not saying anything, but you said you wanted a divorce a long time ago. Why haven't you done anything yet? Could it be that a woman has completely controlled you, or do you not want to divorce at all? Tang Rong asked with a raised eyebrow. Wei Xingchen smiled bitterly. Boss Tang clearly knows my determination. Tang Rong sighed. It's really hard for you to meet that kind of person. If you need any help, just tell me. Wei Xingchen naturally agreed. But he would not ask others for help unless it was absolutely necessary. When he returned to the project department, there was a loud bang, which scared Wei Xingchen so much that he almost lost his composure. When he looked up, he found that his colleagues were gathered at the door waiting for him. Someone had just set off fireworks. Small colorful slips of paper fluttered down, making Wei Xingchen's shocked face look even more funny. Minister Wei, congratulations, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. That's amazing, Minister Wei. You are now the star of our company. Do what is right and be brave. Look, Meng Meng asked me to bring you a banner. Wei Xingchen was a little confused. It's just a small matter, what's the big deal? Then, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Let's just celebrate his promotion to minister. Okay. A group of people shouted excitedly. Someone suggested that they go have a barbecue together and then sing some songs to have some fun. Wei Xingchen had no objection. Since everyone was giving him face, he couldn't be stingy. At around 8 o'clock, everyone gathered at a famous open-air barbecue garden on the outskirts of the city. Wei Xingchen used to spend almost all of his spare time at home. As a grown man, he spent all day around the stove, so he was often teased and laughed at by his colleagues. So much so that today, being with so many people and being the center of attention, he actually seemed a little restrained and at a loss, and just focused on helping everyone grill meat. Wow, Brother Wei's cooking skills are really good. I don't know who he learned it from. He's comparable to a 5-star chef. Someone in the crowd praised first. Yes. Minister Wei is really not an ordinary person. He is capable at work, good at fighting, and can cook. He is truly a good man who can handle both work and the kitchen. I don't know which girl Minister Wei will marry in the future. By the way, Minister Wei, do you have a girlfriend? Everyone gathered around and stared at Wei Xingchen. They were merciless in their words and were determined to get to the bottom of his background. Wei Xingchen had no choice but to laugh it off and cover up the matter. Eating meat can't stop you from eating. He brought a large plate of roasted meat to everyone, and it was snatched away in an instant. Brother Wei. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded abruptly, startling everyone. Wei Xingchen turned his head subconsciously and saw Meng Meng standing there shyly, holding a bouquet of red roses. She is a pretty little girl with a fair face, a ponytail, and a white skirt. The moment he saw her, Wei Xingchen immediately thought of the person from last night. Everyone around had a gossipy look on their faces, watching the scene with curiosity and nervousness. Brother Wei, thank you for saving me yesterday. This flower is for you. I hope you won't refuse it. Meng Meng mustered up the courage to step forward and handed him the fiery red rose, her eyes full of expectation. Wei Xingchen felt helpless and hesitated, and did not reach out to pick it up. He is not a child anymore. He can't ignore the ambiguity and expectation in Meng Meng's eyes, nor can he give her hope and make her feel that there is a possibility for the two of them. But if she refused in public, the little girl would look so embarrassed. Okay, I'll be honored to refuse then. Wei Xingchen took the bouquet and added, those who survive a great disaster will surely have good fortune in the future. I believe that you will have great success in both your career and your relationship in the future. He has made this very clear. Meng Meng's face froze visibly, and a hint of bitterness flashed across his eyes. But she still nodded hesitantly. Thank you, Minister Wei. I understand. Avoiding the crowd, Yi Zelin asked Wei Xingchen, why do you look down on Xiao Meng? Do you know that she is a rich second generation? Her family is in the diamond and jewelry business. They are very rich, and she came out of the hospital on purpose at night. Wei Xingchen smiled faintly. What does it have to do with me? If there is no destiny, why bother wasting others? Chapter 24 gave her 3 days. It was already past 11 o'clock when Wei Xingchen returned home. Just as he was about to rest, he received a call from Wei Dazhuan, asking him to go to the hospital immediately. Wei Xingchen drove out in a hurry. When he arrived at the hospital, he found that Lin Wan'er was there too. Why did you come back just now? Wan'er has been waiting for you for nearly 2 hours. Wei Dazhuan pretended to be angry, staring at Wei Xingchen and winking at him. Wei Xingchen realized what had happened and turned around to walk back. Stop. Wei Dazhuan grabbed a pillow and threw it at his son. Wei Xingchen was caught off guard and was hit on the back of the head. You bastard, you keep getting worse and worse, hanging out with those women outside. You've even forgotten your last name and name. I think you really need to tighten your skin. Wei Dazhuan's voice was cold and stern, as if he wanted to force Wei Xingchen's head to surrender to Lin Wan'er. Dad, don't say that. Xingchen is just confused for a moment. He will understand. No matter how delicious the food outside is, it can't be as delicious as a hot meal at home. Lin Wan'er acted gentle, as if she was very understanding. But unfortunately, Wei Xingchen had already seen her true face clearly. Did you hear that? Why don't you come over and apologize to Wan'er? As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day will be grateful to each other for 100 days, and their love for each other for 100 days is as deep as the sea. Even if there were conflicts before, every couple has gone through this. You should apologize to Wan'er and live a good life from now on. That's better than anything else. Did you hear that clearly? Wei Dazhuan even got off the bed, grabbed Wei Xingchen by the collar, and warned him angrily. Lin Wan'er was standing beside him, smiling faintly, with her arms folded across her chest as she looked at Wei Xingchen, as if to say, no matter how hard you struggle, you can't escape from my palm. Wei Xingchen saw her look from the corner of his eye, and felt extremely disgusted in his heart, but on the surface he showed no reaction. He actually nodded obediently. Dad, I'll listen to you. You take good care of yourself first. If you have any problems, call me and I'll take her back right away. Wei Dazhuan's eyes lit up, as if he saw his money tree producing gold coins. Okay, you guys go back, I have nothing to do here. He waved his hand, shooing him away like a fly. You just said that you would listen to your father and keep your word. Lin Wan'er followed behind Wei Xingchen and spoke impatiently. Then from now on, you must listen to me. If I tell you to go east, you must not go west. If you do well, I will reward you. If you don't do well, of course. Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Xingchen suddenly turned around and stared at her. Lin Wan'er, are you in love with me? Wei Xingchen looked at her with a half-smile. If not, why are you pestering me? Lin Wan'er was stunned, and the anger in her eyes was particularly obvious. What did you say? Wei Xingchen crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes cold. You can only say yes or no. Lin Wan'er's face was extremely stiff, and she seemed to be thinking about this question as well. This is outrageous. But subconsciously, she thought it was ridiculous. Wei Xingchen, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you deserve my love? Lin Wan'er smiled coldly and returned to her usual arrogance. After all, that was how she treated him in the past. Wei Xingchen did not respond. No matter what she said now, he would not be hurt. Just listen to me, return to your previous state, stay at home quietly, and I can still be nice to you. Do you hear me? Lin Wan'er approached step by step in her high heels. I recorded it, please continue. Wei Xingchen took out his cell phone and waved it in front of her provocatively. Boss Lin looks so glamorous on the surface, but secretly treats her husband like this. How will your employees view you? Lin Wan'er's face turned pale and she slapped him hard, but Wei Xingchen grabbed her wrist. Boss Lin, I'll give you 3 more days. If you still want to drag it out and waste my time, I don't mind ruining your reputation. Wei Xingchen let go of her hand in disgust, turned around and strode away. Looking at his handsome back, Lin Wan'er was so angry that her whole body was shaking, but at this moment, the unwillingness in her heart became stronger and stronger, almost swallowing her up. She found Song Yu. The latter has not been in good spirits these past 2 days. Not only does his face look a little pale, but there are also a few not so obvious suspicious marks on his neck. But she was too distracted to notice so many details. Wan'er, let's break up. Song Yu rubbed his hands, looking exhausted. Lin Wan'er was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, why? Why is it so sudden? What did I do wrong? She was more surprised, and felt a little upset but not heartbroken. How strange. I see that you have fallen in love with Wei Xingchen. My existence is not of much value to you. Let's break up. Just consider it as my way of fulfilling your wish. Song Yu looked at Lin Wan'er deeply, stood up and was about to leave. No. Lin Wan'er hurriedly grabbed his arm, feeling extremely annoyed. Stop talking nonsense, sit down quickly. How can that useless loser be compared to you? Song Yu sighed, but you still don't want to divorce him. I didn't, but the situation is different now. I don't want to let him get away with it so easily. Lin Wan'er said coldly, gritting her teeth. Then come back to me when you get divorced. Song Yu seemed determined to get an explanation from Lin Wan'er. Lin Wan'er was particularly surprised. No, why now? Song Yu could no longer endure it and said angrily, because I don't want to be an unknown male mistress anymore. I don't want to just live behind you and be criticized by others. I have endured it for you for so long and I don't want to suffer like this anymore. In the past, Song Yu would never say such things, and he was afraid that Lin Wan'er would divorce too early and become too entangled with him, thus blocking his path to wealth. But it's different now. Lin Wan'er's attitude changed, and he was about to lose a backer. He couldn't lose both sides. Don't be like this, let me think about it again. Wei Xingchen, he. What about him? Song Yu smiled coldly, his eyes full of sarcasm. You can be with him, after all, he is your legal husband. After saying this, he looked hurt and turned and walked away. Lin Wan'er hurriedly caught up with him, gritted her teeth and said, okay, isn't it enough for me to promise you? It just so happened that bastard Wei Xingchen gave her a 3-day deadline, so she might as well agree to it first. After all, there is still a month left before the divorce cooling off period. If there is really no other option, she can wait until the time is almost up and then withdraw her request, and still be able to delay him for a while. Chapter 25. Not a penny less. The next afternoon, Lin Wan'er asked Wei Xingchen to meet her in a coffee shop, saying that she wanted to discuss the division of property with him. After all, she had already agreed to a divorce, so Wei Xingchen would naturally not break his promise. But when he arrived at the agreed place, he found a familiar car parked on the road outside. Who else could the person inside be but Song Yu? He looked as disgusting as if he had swallowed a fly. I bought their house, so it belongs to me after I sell it. The car is mine, so it belongs to me. Is there any problem? Wei Xingchen pushed the agreement he had typed out in advance in front of Lin Wan'er. The latter picked it up calmly and stared at it for a while. There were only a few short lines of words, as if he was reading some academic paper. The house was bought during our marriage, so why should all the money from the sale belong to you? Shouldn't I get half? Lin Wan'er smiled maliciously, with sarcasm flashing in her eyes. Wei Xingchen, why didn't I realize that you are so selfish and stingy before? Oh. He is stingy and selfish. Wei Xingchen felt disgusted and almost vomited the overnight meal. So what do you mean? Wei Xingchen asked coldly, do you want me to sue you directly and give me half of all the assets under your name? He didn't want it in the first place and just wanted to take back what belonged to him, but if this woman took advantage of him, then don't blame him for being cruel. Lin Wan'er's expression changed. Do you still have any shame? I worked so hard to open the company, why should I give you the money I earned? You are a grown man, but you are thinking about a woman's property. If you tell others, aren't you afraid that others will laugh at your ancestors for 8 generations? Then just sign this crappy thing for me. Wei Xingchen slammed the table and stood up, a powerful aura bursting out of his body. Lin Wan'er was startled by his sudden anger and felt inexplicably frightened. How dare you? Wei Xingchen, what's wrong with you? I'll count to 3. If you don't sign, I'll go to court to file for divorce immediately and I'll force you to give me half of your assets. Wei Xingchen gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. 3. He began to count down. Lin Wan'er's expression changed visibly. You are crazy, shameless thing, how dare you? 2. He didn't say another word and was determined to get a result. Seeing that his attitude was becoming more and more firm, Lin Wan'er panicked and quickly growled before he could finish his last sentence. I promise you. How much is his shabby little house worth? How can it be compared with her company? That's all. Lin Wan'er picked up the pen and signed her name angrily. Are you satisfied, Wei Xingchen? Don't regret it later. Wei Xingchen slowly put the agreement back into his briefcase. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, please be careful when you go out these 2 days. Don't get beaten up. He gave her a meaningful look and left gracefully. What do you mean? Lin Wan'er was shaking with anger. She was about to chase after him to ask for clarification, but Song Yu had already gotten out of the car and was walking towards her. Baby. Song Yu smiled and stretched out his arms to hug her. Congratulations on your new life and getting rid of a scourge. His hug was quite warm, but there was a strange smell of powder. Lin Wan'er felt uncomfortable for some reason. Okay, we are outside. If others see us together like this, it will not be good for you or for me. Song Yu suddenly froze. What do you mean? You don't plan to be with me. Lin Wan'er was a little impatient, but she suppressed her emotions and explained, that's not the case. After all, I'm not divorced yet. At least it won't be too late to make it public after I'm divorced completely. You're such a gigolo, you actually cuckolded me. Suddenly, a strange and rough female voice came. Before Lin Wan'er could react, Song Yu's face turned pale and he was so scared that he looked like a mouse seeing a cat. Catch this guy for me. The woman appeared in front of the 2 men wearing high heels and jewels, and ordered the bodyguards she brought to arrest Song Yu. The latter was horrified and ran towards his car in a hurry, but he was no match for those well-trained bodyguards and was pinned to the ground like a pig. Let me go, Sister Ren, please listen to my explanation, she is just my friend. Half of Song Yu's face was stuck to the ground. He was struggling desperately, looking quite embarrassed. Friend, huh? The woman took 2 or 3 steps forward and glanced at Lin Wan'er with contempt. You keep calling her darling, but you say she's just your friend. Lin Wan'er was also a little confused, but a terrifying guess flashed through her mind. Song Yu, what's going on? She asked through gritted teeth. What's going on? Little sister, you probably don't know what this bastard has done, but you've been fooled around by him. The woman looked down at Lin Wan'er with a mocking look in her eyes. This pretty boy followed me for 3 months, cost me 4 million, and even swindled me out of 2 cars. I didn't expect that he found another young and beautiful girl like you. He really doesn't know how to be satisfied. The woman didn't look old, she was in her early 40s, with a slightly plump figure. When she put her arms around her chest, her breasts were faintly visible, but one had to admit that she still had some charm. How is that possible? Lin Wan'er's head was buzzing as she repeatedly recalled how cold and inviolable Song Yu was when he was with her. He is so cold and arrogant, and he loves her so much, how could he possibly go find a rich woman? Wan'er, please help me, I will explain to you later. Song Yu tried to get up, but the bodyguard stepped on his back and he groaned in pain. The tense string in Lin Wan'er's heart suddenly broke, and a trace of regret spread in her heart. What do you want in exchange for letting him go? She asked the rich woman through gritted teeth. The woman was straightforward. She brushed off the non-existent dust on her hands and laughed sarcastically. Oh, I never thought such a small bean sprout would be so popular. Well, if you want to take him away, just return the 4 million and 2 cars he cheated me of, which equals to 10 million, and I will mercifully give this bastard to you. 10 million. Lin Wan'er almost screamed. Her company's revenue in recent years is less than 10 million. Where can she come up with such a large sum of money? Can't take it out. The woman sneered, then take him away. I'll give him to someone else. At least I can get my money back. No, don't. Song Yu looked at Lin Wan'er pleadingly with a terrified face. Wan'er, save me, I will return the money to you later. He no longer wanted to be forced to drink half a bottle of aphrodisiac in one night, and he worked so hard that he almost died in bed several times. 10 million, not a penny less. The woman gave an ultimatum. Ms. Lin, I'm going to take him away first. I'll give you 3 days. Bring me the money and I'll hand him over to you. Otherwise, you'll never see him again in your life. After saying that, he turned and left. Chapter 26. How can he deserve her? Lin Wan'er sold her 2 houses and combined a lot of savings to barely scrape together 10 million yuan. On the 3rd day, she gave the check to the rich woman. Song Yu was rescued, but in the past few days, he seemed to have been severely abused again. His face was pale and his whole body revealed an indescribable decadent air. The moment he saw Lin Wan'er, a glimmer of hope finally appeared in Song Yu's eyes. Lin Wan'er took him back and placed him in her temporary residence. Wan'er, listen to me. There was nothing between me and that girl. She pursued me on her own. I approached her just to discuss cooperation. I didn't expect that after a failed investment and lost all my wealth, she asked me to be with her and she would help me through the difficulties. I know. You should take a shower and take a rest first. Lin Wan'er looked into his eyes very gently. You don't have to explain these to me. I know you have your reasons. After saying that, she got up and left the room, going to the bathroom to wash her hands. Looking at her haggard face in the mirror, Lin Wan'er took a deep breath, but Wei Xingchen's face appeared in her mind. He has always been trustworthy, never betrayed her, and would never do such disgusting things. Is she wrong? Missed it. Lin Wan'er felt extremely depressed. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but she instinctively knew it was Wei Xingchen calling, because she had been running around these days and had not gone to go through the divorce procedures with him. Hello. The phone was connected, and it was indeed him. See you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I won't postpone it this time. Lin Wan'er spoke first, fearing that he would say something sharp again. For the last time. On the other end of the phone, Wei Xingchen's voice was cold and heavy, mixed with a strong sense of impatience. The next morning, the two met in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wei Xingchen was wearing a light grey suit and looked neat and tidy. He did not have the painful and unwilling look of other people who came to get a divorce. Lin Wan'er was obviously very unhappy and seemed to have many troubles in life. The two of them lined up in an orderly manner, waiting for their number to be called. Wei Xingchen, do you really have no love for me at all? Lin Wan'er asked this question out of the blue. Wei Xingchen sighed impatiently and was too lazy to pay attention to her. I'm asking you a question. Lin Wan'er stared at his profile while gritting her teeth. Wei Xingchen, don't be so shameless. Just be patient, Wei Xingchen thought. After this period of time, he will be completely liberated. But at this time, many people around were attracted by their attention and looked over. Wei Xingchen, you originally. It's our turn now. Let's go over. Wei Xingchen said in a calm and gentle voice. He stood up and walked towards the workbench. Lin Wan'er gritted her teeth, the unwillingness in her eyes was obvious. Suddenly, she said loudly, Wei Xingchen, if you insist on divorcing me, I will. As she spoke, she pulled out a dagger from her bag and put it across her neck. Everyone around was stunned and looked at the scene in disbelief. Wei Xingchen was also very surprised, his voice was speechless. What on earth are you going to do? Lin Wan'er burst into tears. I don't want to get divorced, but I regret it, okay? No. Suddenly, a cold female voice came from behind her, and before she could react, the dagger in her hand had been taken away. Tang Rong swung the exquisite little dagger and said with some amusement, I never thought that President Lin, a dignified figure, could be so humble. Come on, smile at the camera. I'm broadcasting live. Do you want to let the employees of your company see what their president looks like? She pointed her phone at Lin Wan'er's hysterical face and took several photos. Lin Wan'er was so angry that she was shaking all over. She rushed over to hit Tang Rong, but Wei Xingchen quickly stopped her and dragged her to the workbench. Lin Wan'er, don't forget what you promised me, he reminded coldly. Lin Wan'er's whole body stiffened and she glared at him angrily, as if to say, do you have to be so cruel and heartless? But no matter how she questioned him or accused him with her eyes, it was of no avail. The signature was finally obtained. The two entered a 30-day cooling-off period. Let's part ways in peace, or don't blame me for throwing away everything. Before leaving, Wei Xingchen still said this with concern. He was really afraid that Lin Wan'er would cancel the contract when a month was almost up, and then he would have to wait another month, which would be endless torture. That's great. We've finally taken this step. It's a big victory. Tang Rong put her hands in her pockets and smiled at him. Her smile was bright and friendly. Wei Xingchen also breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. Yeah, it's not easy, but fortunately my house is mine now. I plan to sell it and get some money back so I can buy a smaller apartment. The house was too big for him to live in alone and not close to his company, so he planned to look for a more suitable one. Tang Rong nodded. Then will you still live in my room? I have to live here until we get divorced. The two walked towards the company while chatting. Time passed day by day, and there were only a few days left before their 1-month deadline. That afternoon, Wei Xingchen was called by Tang Rong, who asked him to meet with the president of Meng Group to discuss cooperation. Boss Tang, I have never met this boss Meng. I am currently working on another real estate project. The jewelry side is not under my control for the time being. Even if we meet, I should meet the project leader of that company. How can I go directly to meet the big boss? Wei Xingchen raised his own doubts. Tang Rong looked serious. It was the CEO of Meng Group who personally asked to see you. He said that as long as he could see you and have a good chat with you, he would have no objection to this cooperation. What? Wei Xingchen was stunned. What's going on? I don't even know him. How can such a good thing fall on my head? You don't know him, but you know his precious daughter. Tang Rong looked at him meaningfully. Wei Xingchen understood immediately. Is this boss Meng's father? He asked with a frown. Tang Rong answered with silence. Okay, so that's how it is. But this. Wei Xingchen wanted to say, he wouldn't be pushed out by President Tang to marry, right? The main reason was that he and the rich second-generation Meng were really not suitable. How could he be worthy of her? Do you like Meng? Tang Rong suddenly asked. I heard from Li Jingliang that when you invited everyone to dinner, Meng confessed her love to you. Wei Xingchen waved his hands hastily. Don't say that. I don't have any feelings for her. We are just colleagues. I just happened to save her that time. Even if it wasn't her, it would have been someone else. Tang Rong nodded. That's fine, I'll go take a look and I won't embarrass you. Chapter 27 I can't achieve it. But at this moment, the door of Tang Rong's office was pushed open, and a burly man in a suit walked in so openly. Boss Tang, where is that guy? He actually made me, his future father-in-law, wait for so long. Where did he get such a big face? The voice and tone clearly belonged to Mr. Meng. At first glance, he looked like a member of an unknown criminal organization, with an extremely ferocious face and an aura that made him difficult to deal with. Tang Rong hurriedly winked at Wei Xingchen and asked him to go out. The latter lowered his head obediently, ready to wait for an opportunity to act. But Meng Zhiyong had sharp eyes and pointed at his nose. Could it be you? He looks a bit like my precious daughter. He's tall and good-looking, but his eyes look a bit dull. But it doesn't matter. A man doesn't need to be handsome. He just needs to be capable and love his wife. Wei Xingchen was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say for a moment. Mr. Meng, I think you misunderstood. Minister Wei and Meng are not in a relationship. Tang Rong spoke directly. Meng Zhiyong froze for a moment, and waved his hands in displeasure. I know, but so what? My precious daughter has fallen in love with him, and he was a hero who saved the beautiful girl that time, so I think this guy is capable and not a coward. For this reason, I can turn a blind eye and accept him reluctantly. This is a very reasonable thing to say. It seemed that if Wei Xingchen didn't agree, he would be a little ungrateful. You kid, don't be shameless, my daughter is so outstanding and beautiful, you are lucky that she likes you. When are you going to confess your love to my daughter and propose to her? Don't worry, once you become my son-in-law, you can live the rest of your life in luxury even if you lie down every day. Such a confident person. Wei Xingchen listened to him till the end before he said calmly, Senior Meng, you really misunderstood. Lin Wan'er and I are just colleagues. I helped her out of moral obligation. I think if I hadn't stepped forward at that time, someone else would have. This matter. What do you mean? Meng Zhiyong's voice suddenly rose, staring at Wei Xingchen. Do you look down on my daughter, or do you look down on me, Meng Zhiyong? Explain yourself clearly. Wei Xingchen was somewhat helpless. No one is looking down on anyone. First of all, I am several years older than Meng Meng. Secondly, our family conditions are very different. Moreover, there is nothing between her and me. Mr. Meng should get to the bottom of the matter first. Just tell me if you are willing to date my daughter. My daughter has been at home and can't sleep or eat for several days. He fell in love with you at first sight. If you just nod, it will be over. Meng Zhiyong looked impatient, as if he didn't understand why Wei Xingchen was so smart and had to dwell on these boring little things. I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. Wei Xingchen was also a little unhappy, and said seriously, your daughter and I are not suitable. Meng Zhiyong slapped Tang Rong's desk and said, what did you say? My daughter is a top student who graduated from a first-class university. She came to your company as a receptionist just to get an internship certificate. Do you think she is not capable of working somewhere else? You misunderstood, that's not what I meant. Wei Xingchen felt helpless, as if he was talking to a blockhead. What do you mean, you? Send Mr. Meng out. Tang Rong called Li Jingliang and ordered her to leave. Wei Xingchen couldn't help but be shocked. As far as he knew, the company had a lot of cooperative dealings with the Meng family. If he offended Meng Zhiyong, the losses would be huge in the future. Mr. Tang, what do you mean? Meng Zhiyong also looked surprised. Our company's executives are not tools for President Meng to play with or make fun of. President Meng, please go back. Tang Rong looked unhappy, staring at Meng Zhiyong. In addition, the Human Resources Department will issue an internship certificate to Meng Meng, but she doesn't have to come starting tomorrow. Things got a little awkward at this point. No one expected Tang Rong to be so determined this time. Meng Zhiyong left angrily, and this ridiculous incident spread throughout the project department. Yi Zelin came over and asked in surprise, Minister, why don't you want to accept Meng Meng? It is said that she fell in love with you at first sight and she must have you. Her family is so rich. Wei Xingchen was speechless. He took out his computer and looked through the materials needed for the afternoon meeting. He took the time to ask, why don't you go? Yi Zelin touched his square face and sighed with some regret, although I also think I am handsome and capable, but Meng Meng can't appreciate my charm. It's also a matter of fate. Minister Wei, you are very good, why don't you go for it? I can't afford you. Wei Xingchen rolled his eyes at him. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated and a message came in. Brother Wei, I'm so sorry. I didn't know my dad went to the company. I'm sorry. I disturbed you. I apologize to you. This was Meng Meng's tone. Wei Xingchen pondered for a moment, turned off the screen, and did not reply. There is give and take, there is involvement, it is better not to give a glimmer of hope. To avoid unnecessary trouble. Mr. Tang, Meng Group wants to terminate the contract with us. This is unacceptable. At the meeting, a shareholder said worriedly. Our company is weak in the jewelry business. Although we have opened many new companies in the past 2 years, none of them have been very popular. This year, we were able to breathe a sigh of relief because of the strategic help provided by the Meng family. Their sudden proposal to terminate the contract is not good news for us. In my opinion, we should think of a way to save the relationship as soon as possible. Yes, the jewelry business has been tough in the past 2 years. Our company has just recovered, but our partner is suddenly leaving us. What are we going to do in the future? I heard that the reason why President Meng was angry and proposed to terminate the contract was because of Minister Wei today. Why not let Minister Meng go and lobby? Maybe he can recover the losses. Everyone talked at once, and in just a few words, Wei Xingchen was pushed to the forefront. He sat at the bottom, saying nothing, just listening to other people's stories. Tang Rong also had a frosty look on her face and sat there for a long time without saying a word. It was not until the crowd's voices grew louder and their dissatisfaction with Wei Xingchen grew stronger that she raised her eyes and glanced at the people below. What? Unless Minister Wei sacrifices himself, our company's jewelry business will be completely destroyed. Then what are you all doing? Her voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally cold and contained the domineering aura that only a superior could have, which was frightening. Instead of thinking about how to compete in a healthy way, they have learned to use crooked methods. Chapter 28, clear in mind. Tang Rong's words were so powerful that anyone who heard them would be moved. Wei Xingchen was also secretly grateful in his heart, and thought that he must work harder in the future to repay her kindness in recognizing her and protecting her. A group of senior executives fell silent. Mr. Tang's words were indeed passionate, but weren't they considering the interests of the company? The performance of the regional branch where they are located has declined significantly in the past 2 years. She has received warnings from the head office many times. If she continues like this, it is unknown whether Tang Rong can continue to stay in her position or whether this branch can still exist. Wei Xingchen actually thought of this as well. He lowered his head and thought about it. He couldn't bear to see her in such a dilemma, so he took the initiative to speak. Boss Tang, let me handle this matter. I will try my best to give everyone a satisfactory answer. You? Tang Rong couldn't help but frown. How can you solve it? It's not that she didn't trust his abilities, she was just worried that he would do things he didn't want to do for the sake of the company. Being asked this question openly, he felt a little embarrassed and coughed lightly. Boss Tang, since Boss Meng was able to work with us for so many years, I think he trusts Boss Tang's management methods and the overall strength of our company. I believe he is not the kind of person who would disregard the interests of the company for personal reasons. We can start from this aspect, appeal to his emotions and reason, and make him change his mind. Bullshit. That's not what he was thinking of. Since this matter was caused by Meng Meng, the little girl with a head full of pink bubbles, it is not impossible for him to go find her. In the face of the overall situation, what does his little loss of face matter? Boss Tang, what Minister Wei said makes a lot of sense. Yes, since he has already said this, he must be somewhat sure. Why don't we just let him try? No matter what, we can't just give up so easily. The group of people spoke in high-sounding terms, but it turned out that they were not allowed to go. Tang Rong looked serious and hesitated for a moment before looking at Wei Xingchen. Are you sure you want to handle it yourself? It seems to be saying, if you don't want to go, I will find another way and want to make things difficult for you. Wei Xingchen pursed his lips, a hint of warmth flashed across his eyes, and then nodded. Tang Rong, please rest assured, I am confident. That's how it was settled. Wei Xingchen did not hesitate and found Meng Meng immediately. Unexpectedly, the girl said that she was not in the local area and went to Maldives with her friends to relax and have a vacation. Wow, he is really a rich second generation. He can do whatever he wants and go wherever he wants. Meng Meng, I want to ask, what did you tell your father about our relationship? He seems to have some misunderstandings about us. Wei Xingchen's attitude was very gentle. Meng Meng was stunned for a moment, and after a long while, she asked in surprise, I didn't say anything. I just mentioned that you saved me. I'm very grateful to you, and I think you're a very capable person, that's all. Nothing else. Wei Xingchen was also puzzled. But if that's the case, why would Mr. Meng come to our company to find me and say that he wanted me to be his son-in-law? Meng Meng was silent for a long time. Then, with a trembling voice, he whispered in a very shocking voice, Brother Wei, no way, why is my dad like that? It seemed that she really had no idea what was going on. Wei Xingchen was helpless, so can you communicate with him? Meng Meng was very quick. Within an hour or two, Meng Zhiyong sent someone to contact Wei Xingchen and asked him to go to Meng Group for a talk. Wei Xingchen didn't make any preparations and just went there. But unexpectedly, as soon as the car stopped, four bodyguards in black came up and respectfully asked him to get out of the car. Wei Xingchen didn't understand why, but he felt that these people had bad intentions. Sure enough, as soon as his feet touched the ground, the leading man in black attacked him and punched him hard in the face. Wei Xingchen dodged subconsciously and slapped the other party at an extremely fast speed. Yes, his big hand was like a palm leaf fan, and he slapped the man hard, making him stunned. The others were also stunned. Obviously, no one expected that his fighting power was so high, and he could easily resolve their tall and fierce attack. Wei Xingchen never thought that one day he would be tested by four people under such circumstances. It was obviously a test, and the person was most likely sent by that middle-aged man Meng Zhiyong. Wei Xingchen didn't hold back. He just felt disrespected, so he used all his strength and knocked down all four men in no time. Now, can I see President Meng? Wei Xingchen patted the non-existent dust on his hands, looking down at the men wailing on the ground with a calm expression. Good, 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 what a rare talent. At this time, an excited male voice came from not far away, in a brisk voice, and it was obviously Meng Zhiyong's voice. Wei Xingchen turned his head and said calmly, "Boss Meng." Meng Zhiyong did not hide his admiration as he looked Wei Xingchen up and down. "You are really a young man to be feared. No wonder you saved my daughter that day. Come on, follow your uncle in." Before he finished speaking, he had already put his arm around Wei Xingchen's shoulders and led him inside with great enthusiasm. He is really good at changing his expression. "Mr. Meng, we were wrong this time. I apologize to you on behalf of Mr. Tang and all the employees of our company. I hope you can forgive us and forgive us." Wei Xingchen was very humble and bowed 90 degrees. Unexpectedly, Meng Zhiyong hurriedly helped him up and said, "Hey, Xiao Wei, what are you talking about? Where is the contradiction? We have been cooperating with Tangqian Group for so many years, and we are already familiar with each other. We are all doing business, so we just need to understand each other. It's okay. It's okay." His attitude is really intriguing. Wei Xingchen was just a young bud and really couldn't he seem to understand this old man. "So Mr. Meng means that our cooperation can continue?" he asked. "Of course you can, but you have to agree to one condition of mine." Meng Zhiyong touched his chin and spoke with a smile. Wei Xingchen's heart sank. Sure enough, he knew that this old fox would not give up easily. "You speak first." He was still respectful. Meng Zhiyong rubbed his head and looked at Wei Xingchen with great satisfaction. "Boy, I just need an assistant. If you are willing to come to my side, I will give you an annual salary of 1 million. What do you think? I will treat you well, at least more than what the Tang family gives you." "Wei Xingchen. What are you doing? Why are you here again? He is not a commodity." "I'm afraid that's not possible." Wei Xingchen looked into Meng Zhiyong's eyes seriously. "Mr. Tang has been very kind to me." Chapter 29. I can't bear it. What he said was really true. Meng Zhiyong obviously didn't believe it. His expression changed quickly. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm not giving you enough? How about 2 million? Or 3 million? Young man, don't be too greedy." Wei Xingchen was helpless. "Thank you, Mr. Meng, for your kindness. I really can't bear it." Having said that, it would be awkward to say more. Meng Zhiyong was silent for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Then you go first." He looked very unhappy. Tang Rong didn't even ask Wei Xingchen how the matter was going, and gave him another task, which was to go on a business trip to Shenzhen with her and Li Jingliang next week to visit and study in other branches. Wei Xingchen readily agreed. He was currently in the growth and improvement zone and really needed this kind of opportunity. "Xingchen, let's go to Huhai after get off work. Our President Tang will treat us, and leaders from other departments will also be there. Don't refuse." Li Jingliang patted Wei Xingchen on the shoulder and said with a smile. Before Wei Xingchen could speak, she added, "Our President Tang is trying to help you build connections, don't you understand?" Wei Xingchen was stunned for a moment, but quickly figured out the connection. In the past, he had always been an ordinary clerk. Even though he had been in the company for several years, he had not been able to stand out and get to know more colleagues, let alone have the opportunity to do other things. But now that he has become the department leader, in addition to doing his own job conscientiously, he should also contact and cooperate with these people to pave the way for better work in the future. "Okay, is there anything you need me to prepare?" he asked generously. Li Jingliang lowered her head and thought for a while. "You don't need to prepare anything. Just prepare an empty mouth and an empty stomach." "Oh, can you sing?" "Sing?" Wei Xingchen smiled awkwardly. "Well, others sing for money, but I sing for my life." He is a man who knows a lot of things, including sonder, cooking, home appliance repair, and some artistic skills, such as calligraphy, Chinese painting, etc. However, he has no musical talent at all. "After all, I was once called a voice ravaged by the devil in school." Li Jingliang laughed, turned and left. In the evening, a group of 8 people went to Huhai Bar. Although this bar is called a bar, it is actually more like a comprehensive club where people can sing, eat, drink, play billiards, watch movies and other entertainment activities. It is quite popular. Tang Rong booked a private room in advance. Everyone ordered barbecue and hot pot. After they had eaten and drunk enough, they started playing games. At the beginning, Wei Xingchen was a little reluctant and reserved. When the truth or dare bottle was passed to him, he was always worried that others would ask embarrassing questions. Fortunately, everyone was lenient and didn't go too far. At most, they asked him questions like if he had someone he liked, or when was his first love, etc. Gradually, he opened up his heart and played crazily with everyone. So when it was his turn to choose again, he chose the big adventure. "Minister Wei, can you sing a song for us?" Li Jingliang said in a loud voice with ill intention. Wei Xingchen's face immediately turned pale. Oh my god, it turns out she was waiting for him here. To be honest, my singing is terrible. I won't pollute your ears. I'll drink 3 cups as a punishment. Wei Xingchen smiled awkwardly, stood up and poured himself a full cup. Hey, this won't do. You just asked me to slap Sun Yongbo's butt. You can't be so dishonest. We don't mind your singing being bad. Come on, sing one by one. Li Jingliang was a natural player in the atmosphere and entertainment group. She just sang a few simple sentences to create atmosphere, and a group of people started shouting. Wei Xingchen was directly lifted up and had no choice but to sing. Well, don't blame me for not reminding you. Cover your ears quickly. Wei Xingchen spread his hands, don't vomit because of the unpleasantness later. A group of people burst into laughter. No one took his words seriously. After all, how bad could Wei Xingchen's singing be when he was good at everything? Under everyone's attention, Wei Xingchen went to the song request booth and requested a song called Chrysanthemum Terrace. I can't imagine how a masculine man like him would sound when singing such a sad song. Tang Rong shook the red wine glass in her hand, unable to help but feel a little bit of anticipation. She had never heard Wei Xingchen sing before, never before. Your tears are tender and hurt. Wei Xingchen spoke as the music started. He was still very obsessed with it, and you could tell he was putting his heart into it. But the moment he opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. Li Jingliang spat out a mouthful of wine, fuck. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone burst into laughter. Even Tang Rong covered her mouth and laughed so hard that tears came out. There's no way, I really can't help it. His voice was clearly good when he spoke, although a little low, but it did not affect its magnetism, and it had a unique feel. But who knew that his singing could be so awful? Not only did he have a hoarse voice, but he was also out of tune. The tune was totally off. I really don't know if he is pretending. Facing the undisguised laughter of the crowd, Wei Xingchen pouted in grievance, I told you not to let me sing. Now everyone knows that my singing is terrible. Li Jingliang, you have to compensate me for my mental damages. Har you, please let me take it easy first. Oh my god, how could there be someone on this planet who sings so badly? Li Jingliang almost fell to the ground laughing. Fortunately, Sun Yongbo, who was beside her, pulled her up and she was able to sit up straight. Our President Tang sings beautifully, how about asking her to sing a song for us? Someone suggested this, diverting everyone's attention. Wei Xingchen looked at Tang Rong eagerly. Mr. Tang, please save me. I'm so embarrassed. Okay. Tang Rong stepped forward and said, Minister Wei, please give me a song called Nothing to Say. The box that had just been filled with laughter finally became quiet again. As the prelude sounded, Tang Rong quickly got into the mood. I asked why and the girl texted me. And why did you keep silent with your head down without explaining? I should believe that you love me very much and don't want to be perfunctory with me. I still understand that you no longer want to save anything. I want to ask why I am no longer your happiness, but why, you smile bitterly and say I understand everything. Self-esteem often holds people back, and makes love take a tortuous path. There is something indescribably graceful about her voice. Yes, it is a feeling of elegance, but mixed with a deep sadness, as if I have delved deeply into the song and truly sung out the sadness within it. Everyone quickly forgot about Wei Xingchen's embarrassing appearance and were all attracted by Tang Rong's beautiful voice. Wei Xingchen was also immersed in the song and unconsciously forgot everything around him. He was suddenly awakened only when the music stopped abruptly. Chapter 30, Heartfelt Words. Wow, Ms. Tang sings so beautifully. She is really beautiful and has a sweet voice. That's right, we are the only ones lucky enough to hear Mr. Tang sing. Others don't have this opportunity yet. Mr. Tang, can you sing another song to refresh our ears? The laughter echoed throughout the box and lasted for a long time. Wei Xingchen drank so much that his face turned red that night, but he was obviously in a good mood. What are you thinking about? Tang Rong exchanged seats with Li Jingliang and sat over. Under the flickering light, her bright face adds a touch of charm, making people unconsciously fall in love with her. Wei Xingchen pursed his lips and said, I didn't know before that I could play like this after get off work. After all his time was spent revolving around Lin Wan'er, so where did he find time for himself? Tang Rong patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, I never thought that such an outstanding talent like you would be buried for so long. This is really a big loss for the company. Wei Xingchen was a little embarrassed, that's because my ability is not outstanding enough, and I can't let the leaders see it. Tang Rong sneered, it's only been a few days, and you've already learned those people's tricks. That's amazing. No, I'm telling the truth. Wei Xingchen scratched the back of his head, and when he looked up again, he felt that everything in front of him became blurry, especially Tang Rong's face. In my impression, she has always been very beautiful, the kind that can be spotted at a glance when standing in a crowd, but today, her whole body seemed to be shrouded in an indescribable halo, making her particularly beautiful and sacred. Mr. Tang, I have something to tell you. He was silent for a long time before he finally spoke out what was in his heart. Tang Rong was stunned for a moment. You're not going to thank me, are you? No need. Just work hard. There's no need for us to do those empty things. Wei Xingchen choked. Well, what I wanted to say was blocked again. So what do you want to say? She suddenly smiled and looked at him. Wei Xingchen's face turned even redder. I want to say that Ms. Tang sings well and is beautiful. It was the first time he praised someone so directly, and under the influence of alcohol, it was not so difficult to say it. Your singing is not that bad. Tang Rong also smiled and said this after a long time. Wei Xingchen almost couldn't hold back his laughter again. Well, this sentence can be considered encouraging. By the time it was almost over, it was already 10 o'clock. Wei Xingchen and Sun Yongbo went to the bathroom. When I came out, I saw people making trouble in the bar lobby. You stinky bitch! You wear so little just to seduce men, why are you pretending? I've already drunk the wine, but you won't even let me touch your hands. Do you want to show your face? How dare you hit me? Two drunk men were bullying a woman and swearing at her. Wei Xingchen stood there for several seconds before he was sure who that person was. Lin Wan'er. What is she doing here for no reason? What's wrong? Sun Yongbo looked at Wei Xingchen suspiciously, do you recognize that person? Wei Xingchen looked hesitant and didn't know how to start for a moment. No matter how unbearable Lin Wan'er was, she was just a weak woman. At this moment, he really couldn't just stand by and watch. What's more, the two are going through their divorce procedures. If something goes wrong during this period, who knows if there will be more complications. I recognize that woman. I'll go and help her. You go in first. At this time, Tang Rong and Li Jingliang came out. Li Jingliang also noticed the movement over there, and followed Tang Rong with her fists clenched. These stinky men only know how to bully weak women. How shameless. I'll go help too. Sun Yongbo couldn't bear to watch it, and was afraid that Tang Rong and the other person would suffer, so he followed them. Tang Rong didn't say a word and directly called the bar manager to have the two drunkards who were causing trouble kicked out. Why is it you? I recognize you. Lin Wan'er was drunk and her words were not very clear, but she could vaguely recognize Tang Rong. You stinky bitch, you stole my man. How can you talk like that? We helped you with good intentions, but you turned against us. You're so foul-mouthed. Li Jingliang gritted her teeth and got angry. Lin Wan'er calmed herself down, held onto the armrest of the sofa, and stood up shakily. She pointed at Li Jingliang's nose and said disdainfully. I may have a foul mouth, but it's not as foul as this bitch's heart. She has so many other men to choose from, but she insists on snatching my husband away. How can she be so shameless? And she's still the CEO. You've gone too far. Okay. Tang Rong was too lazy to pay attention to her and called the person in charge to send Lin Wan'er away. The latter suddenly shook off the waiter's hand and shouted, Why, Mr. Tang, you dare not take responsibility for what you did, right? Didn't you do that disgusting thing? Are you short of men for the day? Immediately, everyone around looked over. Is that so, Mr. Tang, you? Get her away quickly. What kind of person is she? Is she crazy? Li Jingliang shouted angrily. On their way back, Li Jingliang kept speaking up for Tang Rong. It's so unlucky. Mr. Tang was so kind to help that woman, but she was so excessive. I don't know what she was thinking. She even said such excessive words. Who would want to compete with her for a man? Who is she? Li Jingliang spoke in a high voice. Several people in the business car looked at Tang Rong silently, with different expressions. She seems to be, called Lin Wan'er, the head of a small company, but I haven't heard that she is married. Sun Yungbor pushed his glasses and said. Okay, stop talking. There's no need to ruin your mood for someone who's not worth it. Tang Rong said, holding her forehead. Wei Xingchen sat in the seat behind Tang Rong, just able to see her helpless profile. He felt very uncomfortable, as if it was because of him that she had suffered a great injustice. He took out his phone and sent her an apology message. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, I apologize to you. Also included is an emoticon pack of a little man bowing his head and admitting his mistake. Soon, Tang Rong replied to him, what does it have to do with you? Are you familiar with her? Wei Xingchen felt a little warm in his heart. Be more firm in your belief and support her well. Help her reach greater heights. When Wei Xingchen got home, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol as soon as he entered the door. He closed his eyes and felt annoyed. Someone is coming. You are finally back. Lin Wan'er stumbled out of the bedroom, staggering and almost falling on the carpet. There was no light in the room, only a little moonlight coming in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing people to barely see things. Why are you here again? Wei Xingchen suppressed his anger and sneered. Lin Wan'er looked at him infatuatedly, her eyes blurred. Xingchen, I'm so scared, can you hug me? As she spoke, she had already rushed towards him and was about to fall into his arms. Wei Xingchen pushed her away in disgust. Get out. Lin Wan'er froze, and a cold look flashed across her eyes. How can you be so cruel? Chapter 31. Just give me one more chance. Is he cruel? He got beaten up. Wei Xingchen, do you still have any conscience? I was almost bullied today, and you were clearly among them, so why didn't you help me? You just watched so many people laugh at me and humiliate me. How could you be so heartless? Lin Wan'er's voice was filled with sadness, as if she wanted to rip open Wei Xingchen's chest to see if he still had a heart. That's your own fault. You can't blame anyone else. Wei Xingchen said coldly, with an unspoken chill emanating from his entire body. Can't you give me another chance? We've been married for 3 years. I don't believe you don't have a little love for me. Lin Wan'er suddenly changed the subject. Your father doesn't want you to divorce me either. I can pay for all his medical expenses. As long as you step back and continue to be with me. If I continue to be with you, and then you find fault with me every day, ignore me, humiliate me, or step on me under your feet. Wei Xingchen gritted his teeth and spoke each word loudly. Lin Wan'er, I'll say this one last time. There is no chance for us anymore. All your actions now are just self-humiliation. Lin Wan'er's face turned pale, and a hint of pain suddenly flashed across her eyes. Is there no room for maneuver? No, it's not possible. Can I pour you a glass of water? I've never poured you a glass of water before. Her expression suddenly changed. She staggered against the wall, poured a glass of water, and held it in front of Wei Xingchen like a treasure. Drink it, okay? I'll just pour you some water. Drink it, and I'll leave right away. I won't bother you again. How long are you going to make such a fuss? Wei Xingchen could no longer bear it, and with a wave of her hand, she threw both her and the cup to the ground. There was a pop sound, and the cup did not break, but the warm water inside splashed onto the carpet. There was a faint sense of ambiguity in the air. I guess she put something in the water glass. Wei Xingchen felt sick again. This woman really had no bottom line. Do you think that if something happens to him, you can turn the tide? No, that's impossible, it would only make him hate her more. Wei Xingchen, you are so cruel. I clearly know I'm wrong, but why are you unwilling to give me another chance? Lin Wan'er gritted her teeth and climbed up, but rushed towards the window. In her anger, her explosive power was surprisingly strong. Before Wei Xingchen could react, half of her body was hanging on the half-open window next to the French window, and she could fall down at any time. This is the 19th floor. If she falls down, she will be finished. Wei Xingchen's mind went dark. He gritted his teeth and scolded coldly, "You are crazy, why don't you come down quickly?" Lin Wan'er held onto the glass window with both hands, looking sad, as if it would break in the next second. "Give me one more chance and I'll come down." Wei Xingchen didn't say anything, just looked at her coldly. "Have you really forgotten that we once had many good times? When you were pursuing me, you clearly promised me that you would protect me and treat me well for the rest of my life, but your life is only 3 years." While she was talking, Wei Xingchen turned on the lights in the living room, took out his cell phone and started recording. "What are you doing?" Lin Wan'er's face suddenly darkened and she stared at him in disbelief. Wei Xingchen looked indifferent. "Go on, I'm recording the video. Even if you jump, it has nothing to do with me." "You?" Lin Wan'er gritted her teeth, looking like she wanted to strangle him to death. He simply found a cell phone stand, placed it on the cabinet, and pointed it towards the window, just enough to capture Lin Wan'er's appearance at that moment. "I'll count to 3. If you don't come down, I'll send the video to your company's email." Wei Xingchen said coldly, 3, 2. "Shut up." Lin Wan'er was so angry that she sobered up. She jumped down and picked up a pillow and threw it at Wei Xingchen. The latter dodged it easily and made a please gesture, "Don't let me push you out. We will stay in Shenzhen for about a week this time. Have you prepared all your luggage?" Tang Rong asked. Li Jingliang patted her pink suitcase and said, "Of course I'm ready. I also brought a swimsuit. I heard that Mr. Tang has booked a big hotel with a swimming pool for us. I'm going to enjoy myself." Wei Xingchen laughed dumbly. In his bag were only a few sets of clothes and electronic equipment. "I've packed everything, too." "Where are your clothes?" Li Jingliang asked suspiciously, "Have you forgotten that Mr. Tang is going to take us to an auction and a dinner, and we will need to wear formal attire then, otherwise people will laugh at us, Mr. Tang, for being unpresentable?" Wei Xingchen was stunned and said embarrassedly, "I forgot, but I can buy it in Shenzhen. You have so much money to burn. Things over there are so expensive. It's better to buy them here." Li Jingliang looked at Tang Rong. "There are still 3 or 4 hours before the flight takes off tonight. Why don't we take him to a nearby shopping mall?" Tang Rong nodded. "Let's go, just put the luggage in the car." The two women left him and walked out without his consent. Wei Xingchen had no choice but to follow. The two walked straight to the brand men's clothing store on the first floor. Tang Rong had obviously been here before. The clerk welcomed her warmly, greeted her warmly, and served her tea and water. "But who do you two need to show clothes to today?" the clerk asked carefully. When they turned around, they found that Wei Xingchen had not come in yet. He was standing at the door, looking at something, looking inexplicably stupid. "Come in, Minister Wei, please proceed quickly." Li Jingliang rushed out hurriedly and grabbed him in. Wei Xingchen barely suppressed the suspicion in his heart. He seemed to have seen someone just now, but he didn't know if it was such a coincidence. "Take a look and decide which one you like, or ask them to match one for you." Tang Rong crossed her arms and glanced at the exquisite suits and dresses on the models. Li Jingliang excitedly pointed at the tuxedo closest to them and said, "How about this one? It's perfect for a tall person like you." Wei Xingchen looked over and frowned. This kind of tuxedo is suitable for people with noble temperament. How can a rough guy like him pull it off? "Let's try that." Tang Rong suddenly spoke. They both followed her gaze to the set in the middle, and their eyes immediately lit up. It was a jet black suit. Although it looked ordinary and unremarkable at first glance, there were some tiny diamonds on its collar and cuffs, which looked particularly dazzling under the light. "It seems good, let's try it," Li Jingliang said excitedly. Wei Xingchen had no choice but to enter the fitting room. Chapter 32 The old lady's brain circuit is abnormal. The moment he came out, the two girls outside showed admiring expressions. Li Jingliang looked Wei Xingchen up and down and said with a smile, "Not bad, Mr. Tang, the clothes are worthy of your choice. Although it is starry grey, it really has that capable temperament on him and looks very noble." Tang Rong also gave him a few compliments out of courtesy, which made Wei Xingchen feel a little embarrassed. "It's not as outrageous as you say. It's just a set of clothes." He scratched his head and asked the waiter the price. 21,800, the waiter replied with a smile. Wei Xingchen couldn't help but frown, it was so expensive. He thought it would be only about 18,000 yuan at most, but he didn't expect it to be more than 20,000 yuan. He was about to take off his clothes, but was stopped by Tang Rong. "Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't this great? I'll buy it for you." "How can this be done?" Wei Xingchen declined, but Tang Rong had already asked someone to use their mobile phones to scan the code. "You are now the director and leader of our company. Taking you out is equivalent to taking the company's face out. Of course, you have to be dressed up elegantly," she said. Li Jingliang also smiled and persuaded, "Don't worry, take it. Our President Tang has always been considerate and generous to her subordinates. The dress I brought this time was bought by her. It's more expensive than yours." After she said this, Wei Xingchen felt much better. Several people walked out with shopping bags. Wei Xingchen looked around, but the figure did not appear again. He thought that it was probably that he had seen it wrong. "What?" Tang Rong received a call and her expression suddenly became serious. "What's going on? Why did you cancel it so suddenly?" The two people accompanying her were a little surprised and looked at her. Tang Rong was silent for several minutes, and finally said, "Okay, I understand." Just hung up the phone. Grandpa called suddenly and said that he had cancelled the training session and assigned me a new task. She looked solemn, and it seemed that the new task was very difficult. "What?" Li Jingliang and Wei Xingchen asked in unison. "You want me to find someone and bring her back?" She said, "I'd better take you too and set off tomorrow morning to Yichuan County, Lin City." The next morning, Wei Xingchen drove his SUV, filled up the gas in advance, and went to pick up the two men. Tang Rong and Li Jingliang stayed at Tang Rong's house last night. When Wei Xingchen appeared outside the villa with familiarity, he saw Zhang Qi again. The loyal old housekeeper was standing in the garden tending to the flowers and plants. When he saw his car parked outside, he immediately looked displeased, but did not show it. He simply waved his hand and asked Wei Xingchen to come in. "Mr. Wei, our young lady needs your help this time. I hope you can be more sensible and not let her hopes down." Compared with the cold and disgusted attitude last time, Zhang Qi's attitude towards him had obviously changed this time. At least there was no longer that obvious contempt. Wei Xingchen looked at him neither servile nor arrogant. "Of course I know that Tang Rong has done me a favor, and I will do my best to help her." Tang Rong and Li Jingliang brought a lot of food. On their way, Tang Rong told them about the incident. "When my grandfather was young, he went to the countryside to work as a sent-down youth. There he met a kind-hearted girl, with whom he had a crush on, and planned to take her away before returning to the city. But she didn't expect that the night before she left, she was told by the other party that her father had promised her to a rich man doing business in another place. My grandfather was heartbroken and fell seriously ill. After returning home, he followed his parents' arrangements and got married and had children. But many years later, he unexpectedly found out that the girl he truly loved was not married at the time. Her parents did not want her to go far away, so they lied to her and her grandfather. Later, she lost most of her hearing due to an accident. My grandfather felt very guilty and wanted to make it up to her. He asked me to look for her everywhere, but I couldn't find her. I have also run around everywhere that Grandma might appear, but to no avail. This time, Grandpa suddenly told her that she was in Yichuan town, and asked me to bring her back." Tang Rong's voice sounded somewhat desolate, and the two listeners felt uncomfortable after hearing it. "I'm afraid Grandma Chen doesn't want to have anything to do with Grandpa Tang anymore. Otherwise, with Grandpa Tang's ability, he would have found her long ago after so many years." Wei Xingchen said gently. Tang Rong nodded, "That's true. She still hates Grandpa until now. She attributes all the tragedies that happened to her to Grandpa. She never wants to see him, even when he's sick. She wants to punish Grandpa with death." The car fell into silence. Wei Xingchen felt very upset and had a feeling that this trip would not be very smooth. But no matter what, he will do his best. After a 6-hour journey, the three finally arrived at Yichuan County, Lin City. This small city has a population of about 400,000 and is far less prosperous than Beijing. The three of them stopped the car and walked along the bank of the river in the center of the town, feeling the slow pace and comfort of the small city, and their depressed mood also relaxed a little. Grandma Chen has such a stubborn temper. It's too extreme. How much obsession and hatred does a person have to have for another person to be so cruel as to punish that person with his or her own death? Tang Rong leaned her hands on the railing, looking at the busy street not far away, and sighed in confusion. Who knows? In that era, if a woman was determined to elope with a man, she had already mustered all her courage, but was disappointed. In that era, her situation would definitely not be very good. Wei Xingchen was silent for a moment and sighed, so, when we meet her, we must be gentle and not irritate her. Tang Rong nodded without comment, and looked at him with a little more trust in her eyes. Li Jingliang also said, if this happened to me, I would probably be extremely miserable too. It is imperative that others pay the price as well. Tang Rong took out her cell phone and looked through the things her grandfather sent her, frowning. Grandma Chen has been in a bad mental state these past 2 days. She often does some incredible things. I don't know why today. Before she finished her words, several people ran past them. Hurry, hurry and check it out. It's right in the lakeside square. That old lady is like crazy. She's holding her own funeral ahead of time. Oh my god, I heard that she spent half her life savings just to have a glorious moment before she died. This old lady's brain circuit is not normal. Has she been stimulated or hit by something? The onlookers were whispering. Tang Rong and Wei Xingchen heard this and they looked at each other, both seeing deep suspicion in each other's eyes. The old lady they are talking about who is going to hold a funeral for her, could it be Grandma Chen Yue? Li Jingliang asked cautiously. Chapter 33 He is actually a deaf person. According to what Tang Rong just said and Chen Yue's character, she is very likely to do such a thing. Go and take a look. Wei Xingchen said coldly. Wow. The three of them saw from a distance a large crowd of people in the lakeside square, with loud gongs and drums and deafening Swanner music. It was extremely lively. The audience below couldn't help but clap and shout, instantly heating up the atmosphere. Wei Xingchen grabbed Tang Rong with one hand and pulled Li Jingliang's sleeve with the other. With great effort, he finally squeezed through the crowd that formed a wall and saw the protagonist. An old lady with grey hair and a hunched back was wearing a dark purple shroud embroidered with yellow patterns. Sitting cross-legged on the black and red coffin in the middle of the crowd, he clapped his hands happily as the Swanner played, and cheered hoarsely from his throat. Tang Rong had seen a photo of Chen Yue when he was young from her grandfather. She could never forget those eyes that were rippling and full of hope. At this moment, seeing the old lady not far away, Tang Rong was hesitant and suspicious. Is she the one he is looking for? She only heard her grandfather say that Grandma Chen had changed a lot and her hearing was only 1/10 of what it was now, but he didn't tell her what the old lady looked like now. You know, this deaf old lady has already dug her own grave, waiting to be buried in it after she dies. Really? He's actually a deaf person. TSK, this guy is so pitiful. I don't know who said these two sentences, but Tang Rong was immediately convinced. Everyone, thank you for your support. I, an old woman, will die without regrets. At this time, Grandma Chen suddenly laughed, revealing half of her teeth that had fallen out. Her voice was hoarse and difficult, as if it was forced out from deep in her throat, making the listeners feel uncomfortable all over. Unfortunately, no one at the scene cared about these things. Everyone came to watch the fun. This scene completely satisfied their curiosity and desire to explore. Driven by these two emotions, they even clapped and praised the old woman. The old lady is really heroic and extraordinary, amazing, so amazing. This person's mentality is amazing. Who can do such a thing? I can only say it's awesome. Look, there's someone live streaming. Could he also be invited by the old lady? The emotions of the group of people were completely ignited, and they excitedly took out their mobile phones and took pictures of the old lady. Tang Rong saw it all and for a moment she didn't know what to do. It was their first meeting, and she couldn't just go up and stop this farce from happening. That would directly offend the old lady, and it would be extremely difficult to persuade her or do anything else later. Tang Rong lowered her head and thought for a while. Then, an idea came to her mind. She whispered something in Wei Xingchen's ear. He nodded and stepped out of the crowd. Hey, someone is throwing money over there. At this time, someone shouted, and instantly everyone became quiet and looked around anxiously, afraid to miss a more eye-catching scene than the old lady's funeral on the street. Over there, look, there's real money. Go, get out of the way and let me pass. Leave it to me. In just a minute or two, the crowd that the old lady had worked so hard to gather was gone. A cold wind blew over, and only Tang Rong was left at the scene, with paper money flying all over the sky. Tang Rong looked at the person in front of her quietly. When the crowd dispersed, the old lady's face changed instantly. She became angry and anxious, as if she was afraid that everyone would leave and no one would pay attention to her. The bloggers who were broadcasting live with their mobile phones were nowhere to be seen. Tang Rong seemed to hear them saying that the money given by the old lady was nothing compared to the money falling from the sky. At this time, Grandma Chen also realized that it was Tang Rong who was behind it. She stared at the latter coldly, with a cold thorn in her turbid eyes. "Who are you?" She spoke slowly, her voice hoarse and harsh, which was frightening. Tang Rong smiled. "Grandma Chen, I'm Tang Rong, nice to meet you." She slowly stepped forward, trying to get the other person to let down his guard, but before she got close, Chen Yue shouted, "Stop." He was extremely alert and his voice suddenly became louder, perhaps because he had only heard a few sounds for many years. Tang Rong felt somewhat helpless. She stretched out her hands and made soothing gestures, trying to calm the old lady down. "Get out of here, get out of here." The old lady immediately jumped off the coffin and ran away without caring anything. "Wow, she looks skinny, but she is actually quite fast, although she is limping." Tang Rong hurriedly chased after them. At this moment, the urban management officers came and shouted through a loudspeaker, asking Tang Rong and the old lady to take the coffin away. The old lady was horrified and hurried back, lying on the coffin, and refused to get down, saying that whoever dared to touch the coffin would have to step over her first. "This is outrageous." At this time, there were some onlookers standing nearby, pointing and talking. Tang Rong was helpless. "Grandma Chen, don't waste your energy. Even if you make a fuss here, these things will not reach our old lady's ears. You will only become a laughingstock and be ridiculed by more people. Think about it, is it worth it?" The two urban management officers also followed suit to persuade them. Grandma Chen glared at Tang Rong with gritted teeth. She couldn't hear what Tang Rong said, but she had already roughly guessed a lot based on her mouth shape. She immediately clenched her teeth and asked word by word, "Are you the descendant of that damn unfaithful man?" Tang Rong froze, not knowing where to start for a moment. "My grandfather is Tang Qianfeng." After pondering for a moment, she spoke slowly. Before she could finish her words, Grandma Chen pounced on her, trying to strangle her and die together with her. It was obvious that the old lady had read her lip shapes and understood what she meant. "Be careful." Wei Xingchen saw this scene from afar, and ran towards Tang Rong in 2 steps, grabbed Grandma Chen's arm, and quickly subdued her. Grandma Chen was shocked. "Let me go." Then she bit Wei Xingchen's arm fiercely. The latter was afraid of hurting her and also worried about completely offending her in their first confrontation, so he had to relax a little. The old lady was really strong. She had obviously been ill for a few days, but she was still able to almost struggle away from Wei Xingchen's hands. Soon, Li Jingliang also came back. Seeing that they were outnumbered, Grandma Chen became even angrier and wanted to tear them apart. "Old lady, I am not like those bodyguards who dare not take action. If you cooperate obediently, I can still show mercy. If you go against me, I will have to knock you out and take you away." Tang Rong spoke with a half smile, looking gentle and kind, but there was a vicious light in her eyes, like a little devil. Wei Xingchen had never seen her like this before and couldn't help but laugh. "But didn't I say before that we should be gentler towards the old lady? You've seen it too. Being gentle is obviously useless. You have to be ruthless." Tang Rong seemed to see through his thoughts at a glance. Wei Xingchen nodded, drove the car over, and together with Tang Rong, first put the old lady in the car and prepared to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Chapter 34. You will regret it. "I'm not sick, let me go." Grandma Chen was still struggling, but unfortunately Tang Rong was stronger, and she lost her strength after struggling for a while. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor examined Grandma Chen and found that she had severe anemia, low blood pressure, and heart disease. The most serious problem was her leg, as her knee joint was severely deformed and required timely treatment. The old lady refused to cooperate with the doctor, so Tang Rong held her down and forced her to drink medicine. The old lady looked at her with hatred, as if she was her enemy rather than her savior. "Old lady, it's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. The world is so beautiful, why do you want to die every day?" Tang Rong said calmly. She was also wondering why those people before had failed to take the old lady away and couldn't even get close to her. Now she probably understood that it might be because the old lady was strong, had a sharp tongue, and was cruel. After all, who would dare to provoke an old lady who would throw stones at people, chop people with a kitchen knife, and call people her grandson? You will regret it." Grandma Chen gritted her teeth, her voice cold and terrifying. She looked at Tang Rong with a particularly creepy look. Tang Rong was not afraid. "Excuse me, old lady. I have also seen many ups and downs. I am soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. The more you want to drive me away, the more I want to take you away. Besides, the doctor said that your illness is not yet incurable. You should live a few more years." She sat beside the old lady's bed, sharpening her nails with a nail clipper. Her little fingernail was broken when she had just fought with the old lady, and she only felt a little pain now. At this time, Wei Xingchen and Li Jingliang came in with a bunch of food they bought near the hospital. 3 people set up the table, put out the food, and opened the boxes one by one. The aroma instantly filled the air, making people's appetites grow. "Old lady, would you like to eat something?" Tang Rong invited with a smile. But in return he got a cold look from the other party. Li Jingliang tried to bring the delicious food to the old lady, but was pushed away and almost fell to the ground. "Jingliang, come here and eat, don't bother with her," Tang Rong said. She had expected this to happen, so she was in no hurry and started eating slowly with Wei Xingchen. "This stir-fried cuttlefish is really good, fragrant and tender, and tastes more authentic than the ones in Beijing." Tang Rong took a mouthful of rice and ate it with an appreciative look. Li Jingliang looked at her blankly. She didn't expect that her acting skills were so good, and she was both smart and brave. "Boss Tang is so awesome." She covered her mouth with her hand and glanced at her boss with a smile. Tang Rong coughed and shared a lot of delicious food with the 2 of them. The 3 of them ate with relish, their mouths drooling, looking very happy. Grandma Chen tried to ignore it and turned to look at the blue sky outside the window. She had already torn Tang Rong into pieces in her heart. If she doesn't eat, she will just starve. By the afternoon, she still didn't plan to eat, but by then, she was already starving, dizzy, and could hardly hold on. Tang Rong ordered another table full of delicious dishes, which tasted incredibly delicious. The old lady was half lying on the bed, her head was not clear and she didn't have the energy to curse. Seeing this, Tang Rong smiled and said, "Old lady, why don't you eat a little, at least you can be full. If you don't eat, you can't even scold people. Then you can only be taken back by me and show my grandfather your miserable condition." Grandma Chen was immediately furious. She gritted her teeth and said viciously, "What a vicious little girl. No wonder she's the granddaughter of that beast. Get out of here. I'll starve to death before I eat your food. It's too much." Tang Rong was not angry at all. She put her hands on her waist and said, "Grandma, if I were you, I would live well. Living is the most important thing. Then you can think about how to avenge others. You can use any method to avenge yourself, but you chose to use the dumbest method. You are gone, so what's the point? Get out, get out." The old lady's voice was hoarse, and she seemed to want to strangle Tang Rong to death. Wei Xingchen came in from outside and replaced Tang Rong. "Grandma, we have to take you back safely, so you'd better cooperate." He raised the food in his hand. "I'm not that person's descendant, you can eat what I bought. Get out, all of you, get out, don't get in my way." Grandma Chen sneered. As soon as she said this, she almost fell off the bed. You can imagine how exhausted she was at that moment. Wei Xingchen did not refute, but stood up and helped her up, saying earnestly, "Grandma Chen, you said you hated Grandpa Tang all your life, but he didn't see anything. He didn't know you were suffering here and making such a fool of yourself. He had a happy life with enough food and clothing. How could he have suffered the kind of suffering you had? In my opinion, it is not advisable for you to punish others with your own life. If you really want to avenge her, shouldn't you take good care of yourself and be healthy, and then take away everything she has, so that she can also taste the pain you have suffered?" Beside her, Li Jingliang took a deep breath. Okay, didn't he even know that Wei Xingchen was so good at persuading people? I have to admit that it makes a lot of sense. Grandma Chen smiled coldly, her teeth gnashing. "What do you know? Get out of here." Wei Xingchen shrugged his shoulders and sat down again. "I don't really know much, but I know that people can't stand not eating. First of all, your physiological function won't allow you to not eat. Instead of starving for a few days and then not being able to stand it and feasting, it's better to eat something now to avoid losing your composure in front of us juniors. Don't you agree? After saying that, Wei Xingchen winked at Li Jingliang, and the two walked out one after the other. Half an hour later, they watched the surveillance video and saw that the old lady ate some porridge and lay down again. The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the old lady was not so stubborn and unyielding. They stayed in a hotel behind the hospital for one night and went to visit her early the next morning. They were shocked to find that Grandma Chen was gone. Through surveillance, they learned that the man ran away last night and took a taxi all the way to Qinchuan Town, Yichuan County. Tang Rong regretted it so much. But she was more afraid that something might happen to Grandma Chen where they couldn't see her, and that would be the end of her. Tang Rong and Wei Xingchen acted decisively and gave chase. Qinchuan Town is not far from the county seat. The three drove for an hour and arrived at the destination at around 12 o'clock. But when we arrived at the old lady's hometown, we became confused again because we didn't know where the old lady had gone. The old lady lives in a backward and deserted village. Most of the young people in the village have gone to work in other places, leaving only a group of left-behind elderly and children. The two found a half-grown child and asked him about Grandma Chen's whereabouts. They didn't hold out much hope, but unexpectedly, the child actually told them the answer. "You are looking for Grandma Chen, right? She has probably gone into the mountains. She dug a grave for herself and has almost sealed it." Chapter 35 Get Out of My Way. The child's voice was very clear, like the sound of a bell. However, it was particularly frightening when it sounded in the ears of the two people. Tang Rong discussed it with Wei Xingchen, gave the child $200 bills, and asked him to take them up the mountain. Along the way, the three people walked in silence without speaking. The mountain was not high and was no problem for a young child and two people with great physical strength and endurance. Therefore, they managed to climb the mountain to the top in just over 20 minutes, which would have taken an hour. "Look, it's right there. I don't dare to go over there. You guys go and take a look." The little boy pointed to a low grave not far away and said in a low voice. Following the direction he pointed, Tang Rong and Wei Xingchen indeed saw a mound of earth. The two of them walked forward quickly. Wow, when Tang Rong saw that horrific scene, her whole body froze. Grandma Chen, who was fine yesterday, is now inside the tomb, squatting inside, laying bricks bit by bit in an attempt to seal it. Tang Rong couldn't believe how she could do such a thing under such circumstances. Her mental state was too explosive. "Grandma Chen, what are you doing? Come out quickly." Tang Rong ran over without saying a word, squatted down, and tried to pull the old lady out. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a stone was thrown out and brushed against Tang Rong's arm, causing severe pain. Tang Rong let out a low cry. "Are you okay?" Wei Xingchen hurriedly protected her behind him, fearing that the old lady would come again. Tang Rong covered her arm and shook her head. The other party's action did not hurt her, but it made her understand Grandma Chen's determination to die. "Get out of here. If you ruin my plan, I will take you to hell." Grandma Chen's voice was sharp and terrifyingly chilling. Tang Rong glanced at Wei Xingchen, who also looked helpless, but no one had thought of giving up. "Sorry, we are here today to take you away," Wei Xingchen said, squatting down, looking through the tiny gap at the old man inside who had completely lost hope and did not take himself seriously. "Grandma Chen, don't be like this. When people die, everything is gone." He sighed and reached out his hand. Old Lady Liu was extremely angry. She suddenly grabbed his wrist and bit it. Wei Xingchen almost had a spasm all over his body due to the severe pain. At this time, Tang Rong took the opportunity to kick open the bricks of the crazy tomb and pulled Grandma Chen out. The latter was almost going crazy, watching the tomb he had dug with great effort being destroyed, gritting his teeth in hatred. Get out of here, you two are killing yourself, what on earth do you want to do? I've never provoked you, why do you have to pick on me? Why?" Grandma Chen glared at the two of them with gnashing teeth, her whole body filled with terrible hostility. Wei Xingchen covered the wound on his right hand, holding back the pain, and said helplessly, "Old lady, as long as you go back with us honestly, we will definitely treat you well and not let you live the same life as before." But, at this moment, he looked at the other person's cloudy and terrifying eyes, and suddenly felt a little confused, not knowing whether his and Tang Rong's actions were correct. They may be able to take Grandma Chen away, but they can't take her heart away. Perhaps, in the latter's eyes, he has already died in this muddy ravine. Never mind. Now that things have come to this, let's take her back and at least cure her illness first. Grandma Chen was stubborn and refused to go down the mountain, so Tang Rong grabbed her hands and worked together with Wei Xingchen to carry her down the mountain. In order to avoid any further trouble, Tang Rong directly fed Grandma Chen some sleeping pills. When she fell asleep, the three of them drove to Beijing overnight. It was that quick. Is your hand okay? Tang Rong turned sideways and looked at him worriedly. Wei Xingchen was disinfecting himself and bandaging his wounds. This old lady is quite strong. She almost bit me to the bone. Hiss. Halfway through the sentence, a dull pain came over me. Why don't we stop and take a break? Li Jingliang suggested, and the other two did not refuse. Several people rested on the roadside for half an hour. Wei Xingchen stroked his bandaged knuckles with a serious look. In the car, Grandma Chen was sleeping soundly, but in a trance, she seemed to call someone's name. Tang Rong was stunned for a moment. She didn't hear clearly at first, so she moved closer. Tian Feng, don't go. Okay, I heard it clearly this time. Grandma Chen called Grandpa Tang's name. Tang Rong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. I was instantly glad for my decision. The ultimate love can turn into the ultimate extreme. Maybe Grandma Chen is still worried about Grandpa. Even if the two of them don't have any conflicts in the future, it shouldn't end like this. Tang Rong was thinking that she must find a way to make the two of them reconcile. The next morning, the three of them returned to Beijing and arranged for the old lady to stay in the villa where Tang Rong lived. Zhang Qi was a little suspicious when he saw that they brought back a vicious old lady. He didn't know what Tang Rong was doing before. Tang Rong gave a brief explanation and asked the family doctor to give the old lady a full body checkup. Zhang Qi has been watching silently from the side. Uncle Zhang, thanks to Xingchen and Jingliang for their help these days, otherwise I would not be able to bring Grandma Chen back by myself. Tang Rong said. Zhang Qi nodded, and the displeasure in his eyes faded a lot. From time to time, the old lady's angry shouts could be heard from the house. Wei Xingchen stood in the garden, feeling very uncomfortable. What are you thinking about? Tang Rong asked. Wei Xingchen laughed. Are you sure you want to keep her here? Tang Rong nodded. Of course. I hope to calm her down and get better, then I can find a chance to arrange a meeting for them. But I think it will take a long time. Wei Xingchen returned to his rental house alone. Thinking back on his experiences over the past few days, he felt indescribable emotion. You little brat, do you want to starve your dad to death? Why did you come back just now? Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Wei Xingchen froze and looked towards the source of the voice. Wei Dazhuang walked out of the shadows, holding onto the wall. Tell me, you've been out for a few days, and Wan'er hasn't been able to contact you. She's almost dying of anxiety. Wei Xingchen hadn't heard Lin Wan'er's name for several days. When he heard it suddenly, he felt particularly itchy. He was unhappy. We are divorced, you should see her less in the future. Besides, how do you know I live here? Wei Dazhuan snorted coldly. Wan'er brought me here. What? I'm your father, so I can't live in your house. Wei Xingchen felt depressed and said nothing. The next day, Tang Rong did not come to work. When it was almost time to get off work in the afternoon, Tang Rong called him and asked him to come over to help. Wei Xingchen guessed that it might be about Grandma Chen, so he drove there after get off work. What's going on? He asked nervously when he arrived at the place. Grandma Chen is missing. Tang Rong was helpless. The servants didn't keep an eye on her and she ran away. She's in this villa park, but we can't find her. The villa area where they live is very large. There are dozens of villas in the front residential area, and in the back is a leisure area with a horse farm, shooting range, golf course, and at the back is a forest with many animals roaming around. Chapter 36. Why arrest my son? Grandma Chen hasn't recovered yet, where can she go? At this time, the servant came over hurriedly. Miss, we checked the surveillance. Old Mrs. Chen ran to the woods behind Building 14. We have sent people to look for her, but we haven't found her yet. Moreover, she also kidnapped the child of the neighbor next door. The maid's voice was hoarse and her shoulders were shaking slightly, as if she was afraid of being blamed by Tang Rong. Then what are you still standing there for? Take us to find it. Tang Rong said coldly. Don't worry, we'll go right away. Wei Xingchen was a little worried seeing that Tang Rong was very anxious. We arrived at the place quickly. A maid yelled, "Miss, they are here." Tang Rong and Wei Xingchen hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. But she saw a scene that broke her heart. In the thorn bush, Chen Yuwei was holding tightly onto the shoulders of a child about 5 years old, and was confronting the first few maids who found her. When Tang Rong arrived, she was shocked to see that the little boy's arms were covered with red marks from thorns. Her heart was instantly stabbed. "Grandma Chen, what are you going to do?" she asked in a cold voice, her eyes sharp. Chen Yuwei seemed to be provoked by something, and gnashed his teeth and said, "Isn't it obvious what I did, Tang Rong? I have already made it clear that I want to die, but you insist on pulling me back from the gates of hell. Fine, ha 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 ha, if you don't let me get my wish, then I will make it difficult for you too." As she said this, she suddenly exerted force and grabbed the little boy's neck. Tears instantly welled up in the latter's eyes. She looked at Tang Rong eagerly, but her mouth could not open, let alone cry for help. "Stop it! Stop it, why are you arresting my son? He has no grudge against you." The child's mother was so scared that she shouted for help. Tang Rong felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. At this moment, her mind was extremely conflicted and complicated, so much so that her brain was in a mess and she could hardly speak. "Don't be like this." Wei Xingchen stood up and stretched out his hand to gesture, hoping that Chen Yuwei would calm down. "The child is innocent, Grandma Chen, I know you don't want to hurt him, let him go, and we can have a good talk." His voice was softer than ever before. He truly did not want to become enemies with the person they had rescued with their own hands. Chen Yuwei glared at him fiercely, "This is the price you pay for meddling in other people's business." At this time, the little boy was choking because of fear and coughing violently. Chen Yuwei then slowly let him go, but he was still under control. "Mommy." The little boy's tears fell. He stared at the young mother beside Tang Rong, "I'm scared. Save me." Tang Rong barely managed to encourage herself and said through gritted teeth, "Grandma Chen, I understand your pain and I respect your choice, but I hope you can understand that everyone has only one life and should not be trapped by an obsession. You are only 50 years old. You still have at least 30 or 40 years to do other things. Do you really want to sacrifice your whole life for one person?" Tang Rong's voice was not loud, but every word she spoke was powerful and thought-provoking. Chen Yuwei was shocked. After a brief silence, she looked at Tang Rong sarcastically. "What do you know? All my happiness disappeared the moment he completely abandoned me. I died on that day. Now I am nothing but a walking corpse." Chen Yuwei gritted his teeth and stared at Tang Rong with an indescribable coldness. "Then come after me." Tang Rong was furious. "Even if I was wrong and shouldn't have brought you back, you let this innocent child go. If you have any resentment, it should be directed at me. No, I'm not interested in you now." Chen Yuwei suddenly said in a cold voice, "I want you to bring that cruel person here. I want her to confess in front of me. I want to avenge her and let her experience the pain I suffered. Only then will I let this child go. Hurry up and promise her, my son is innocent, please save him." The little boy's mother was terrified and begged Tang Rong with tears in her eyes. "Agree to her first and by time," Wei Xingchen reminded in a low voice. Tang Rong was almost going crazy with anxiety. "Wait. Bring the person to me immediately." Grandma Chen's voice was extremely cold. "Wait a minute, I'll ask someone to invite our old lady." Tang Rong didn't care about anything else. She took out her cell phone, dialed a number, and said a few words in a hurry. Half an hour later, a white nanny car stopped in front of everyone. Tang Rong stepped forward and helped the old man down from the passenger seat. The moment Chen Yuwei saw the old woman, terrible hatred burst out of her eyes. She could hardly hold back and wanted to go up and tear her to pieces. "Tang Tianfeng, long time no see." Chen Yuwei raised one corner of his lips and stared at the other person with a cold voice. The old man was stunned at first, then frowned, and said in a hoarse and trembling voice, "Don't do this, don't hurt the child, if you have anything to say, come to me, don't do this." Chen Yuwei was extremely satisfied with the other person's expression. She grinned smugly, and her smile was particularly creepy. "Yes, you do deserve to die. If it weren't for you, how could I end up in this situation? I want you to pay the price for your wrong behavior. I will make you suffer for the rest of your life." Chen Yuwei fiercely grabbed the little boy's neck. Although he didn't use much force, the boy's face turned pale instantly. "Mom, Mom, save me!" he cried, his voice as pitiful as a kitten. Tears welled up in the old man's cloudy eyes. Don't do this to the child. I can agree to anything you want. Don't hurt this child who knows nothing. What has he done wrong? Har har har. Chen Wei laughed up to the sky, really like a madman. Then what did I do wrong? Why did you abandon me in the first place? The old man was suddenly speechless, holding up the hem of his clothes, looking confused and obviously at a loss. Chen Wei continued to accuse him word by word, his mouth full of vicious curses, which made people shudder. At the end, she suddenly said sinisterly, "I want you to kneel down and apologize to me." Kneel? Tang Rong frowned immediately. This was too much. "Grandma Chen, please don't be like this, okay?" She took a step forward tentatively, afraid of angering Chen Wei again, so her voice was very gentle. "No." Chen Wei gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words, "Shouldn't he? I have suffered for decades, so what if he kowtows to me?" Tang Rong wanted to fight for it again, but the old man waved his hand to stop her. The latter said nothing, his wrinkled face was full of tears. He wiped away his tears silently, then held the maid's arm and slowly knelt down. Everyone was shocked, including Tang Rong. When Chen Wei saw this scene, he took a step back in horror and almost tripped over a thorn bush. Chapter 37 I failed you. Then she started laughing wildly. "You have come to this day, har har, you have come to this day too." Chen Wei's whole body was filled with an aura of madness. At this moment, Tang Rong clearly felt the pain that had accumulated in her heart for many years. Tang Tianfeng knelt on the ground, buried his head deeply, and his shoulders trembled slightly. However, at this moment, Chen Wei's expression suddenly froze. He stared straight at the back of Tang Tianfeng's neck and saw a black mole on it. You are not that vicious and heartless man at all." Chen Wei was so angry that he was shaking. "You are not her, who are you?" Tang Rong was shocked. How did she recognize him? At that time, Tang Rong asked her friends in the entertainment industry to help her find an actor who specialized in playing the role of the old grandfather. She put makeup on him, changed his clothes, and brought him over as quickly as possible. "I thought I could hide it from everyone, but I didn't expect to be recognized so easily." Tang Rong hurriedly stepped forward. "Grandma Chen, take a closer look, he is my grandpa." As she spoke, she asked the actor to raise his head. Chen Wei could no longer hear anything. She gritted her teeth and said, "Since you don't take this innocent child seriously, then there is no need for me to be polite. I will." "Stop." A familiar cold shout suddenly rang out. Tang Rong subconsciously turned around and saw the weathered face of the person she was most familiar with. "Grandpa." She froze for a moment, looking at the old man in front of her in disbelief. "Why are you here?" Tang Tianfeng didn't answer. He slowly walked towards Chen Wei. When their eyes met, the old man's eyes were full of sadness. He wiped away his tears and stared at his former lover whom he had not seen for a long time. But no one could have imagined that time would pass so quickly and so ruthlessly, turning the person he once trusted and cherished the most into the hideous person he is today. You. Chen Wei widened his eyes and stared at Tang Tianfeng for a long time. "Wei, long time no see." The old lady choked with sobs, her voice hoarse and trembling. "I have failed you, please don't hurt the child, okay? Rong brought you back with good intentions." Every word she spoke seemed like she was dancing on the edge of a knife, and she felt unbearable pain in her heart. Chen Wei also had a complicated expression. She was covered in thorns just now, but now she seemed to be frozen, unable to utter a word for a long time. Grandpa forced a smile and said, "Wei, look, what is this?" As she spoke, she took out a light blue handkerchief from her pocket. "This is the handkerchief you gave me. You embroidered it yourself. You said you wanted me to use it to wipe my sweat. Do you still remember it?" Grandpa showed a nostalgic smile with a distant look in his eyes. "I have carried this handkerchief with me for so many years. I have always wanted to find a chance to make amends, but you." As he spoke, tears were already streaming down his face. Shut up. Chen Wei took a step back and almost fell down. The little boy was finally rescued. Tang Rong kept apologizing to the child's mother but was treated coldly. Grandpa took Chen Wei back home. A night had passed. Tang Rong had no idea what they had said on the first floor. She felt uneasy. What if such a radical person finds a chance to hurt Grandpa? She didn't dare to gamble. Tang Rong asked the kitchen to prepare 2 bowls of ginseng chicken soup, and she delivered them personally. To her surprise, Chen Yuhui was unusually calm. Grandpa was no longer as sad as when they first met. She sat quietly beside Chen Yuhui's bed, chatting with him incoherently. Chen Yuhui would occasionally say something, but most of the time he was silent and in a daze. Grandpa, it's getting late and Grandma Chen also needs to rest, Tang Rong said with a smile. Grandpa was stunned for a moment, and then stood up with the help of Tang Rong. Yuhui, you take a rest first. I will come to see you tomorrow. Drink this bowl of chicken soup to replenish your body. You are too thin. I will ask them to make all kinds of delicious food for you every day and make sure you stay healthy. By the way, I have informed the doctors and asked them to give you a thorough checkup within a week. Tomorrow they will fix your broken bones and do a cardiac angiography. Grandpa, you've already said all this once, Tang Rong reminded helplessly. Grandpa then nodded hurriedly, and followed Tang Rong out, looking back every few steps. The two left. Chen Yuhui's slightly drooping eyelids suddenly raised up, and a strong resentment instantly accumulated in his originally confused eyes. Outside the window, the orange-red sunset shines through the floor-length curtains, painting the entire room a dreamy red, which is beautiful beyond words. But even so, the bright sunshine in this world still could not heal her heart, which had already rotted and smelled. Ever since the moment Chen Yuhui saw Tang Tianfeng, he had been wondering why the gap between the two was so terrifying. Mr. Tang has children and grandchildren around him and lives a happy life. His face is well maintained, there is not a single strand of white hair on his head, and even his figure is only slightly fatter than when he was young. And what about Chen Yuhui? She spent her entire life being angry with Tang Tianfeng, but ended up putting herself in hell forever, unable to turn things around. Not to mention her current poverty, she doesn't even have a healthy soul and body. What else can she offer? She was unwilling to accept it. How could I possibly accept that? Decades ago, the two were clearly standing at the same starting line, but tremendous changes happened to them so quickly. Chen Yuhui was resentful, numb, confused and frightened. That night, she stared at the ceiling all night, with countless thoughts running through her mind. As daybreak approached, she made a decision. She wants revenge. Just consider it as seeking justice for your past self. No one knew all this terrible change in mentality. Even Tang Rong and Wei Xingchen just thought that her transformation was surprising, so they sent more people to secretly protect Grandpa. Thank you so much this time. Without you, I sometimes don't know what to do. Tang Rong was generous with her praise. Looking at Wei Xingchen, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Don't say that. You obviously played a crucial role. How can you attribute it to me? Wei Xingchen felt a little embarrassed by her praise. Indeed, after being with Tang Rong for the past few days, Wei Xingchen has increasingly discovered that she has more shining points. Her appearance was undoubtedly beautiful. Although she was a rich lady, she did not have a trace of decadence and extravagance. Instead, she was self-reliant and strong, able to withstand everything that fate gave her. Wei Xingchen felt that people were really different. A charming person like Tang Rong was simply not on the same level as someone like him who was blinded by one thing. Your help to me is more than what it seems on the surface. Tang Rong said such a meaningful sentence, which was really puzzling. Wei Xingchen vaguely felt that the relationship between the two had taken a step closer, but he quickly slapped himself in the face in his heart. What are you thinking about? Really, are you worthy enough? He and Tang Rong are worlds apart, so forget about it in this life. Chapter 38. She doesn't need to be afraid. Also, Tang Rong patted his shoulder, turned around and looked at him quietly. I'll tell you a piece of news that I'm not sure if it's good news or not. Wei Xingchen was inexplicably nervous when she looked at him. What's wrong? Just tell me. Tang Rong restrained her smile. Grandpa wants to see you. What? Wei Xingchen's face suddenly froze. You mean? Grandpa Tang? Why would he want to see a nobody like me? He was very unsure, thinking that it might be because he helped Tang Rong this time, but this was also what he should do as a subordinate and friend, so what was special about it? There's no need to think too much about it. But whether you agree or not, he said he would treat you to a family dinner tomorrow night. Tang Rong's voice was gentle and pleasant, with an inexplicable temptation that made him unconsciously want to nod and agree. How is it? She took a step closer to him and asked, adding, the old man has always been very picky and rarely takes the initiative to invite anyone to dinner. The implication is that this face must be given. Wei Xingchen is already in a difficult situation. However, he had met Tang Tianfeng once that day and did not have any bad impression of this old man. He just felt that he looked a little vicissitudes of life at that time, but he also had a kind of great wisdom that came from the accumulation of years, which was unmatched by ordinary people. Go. He barely thought about it, and nodded after a moment's hesitation. No matter what, it is my honor to meet such a respected senior. When he got home, Wei Dazhuang still didn't leave. He messed up the clean and tidy room and opened the room where Tang Rong had lived. After Wei Xingchen found out, he was very displeased and warned him not to do such shameless things again. Wei Dazhuang was leaning on the sofa, drinking beer and watching TV, looking at him with a smile on his face. Son, you have to thank your father for giving you this handsome appearance, which is why you can catch so many outstanding girls. I never expected it. This time the one with more power is stronger. I have asked someone to find out. The Tang family is not comparable to a small family like the Lin family. So Lin Wan'er, if you don't want it, throw it away as soon as possible, but you must hold on to this one and don't let me down. I'm counting on you to support me in my old age. Wei Xingchen cleaned the room silently and ignored him. There is a gap in people's cognition. Even if he talks 100 or 1,000 times, it is impossible to change the brain circuit of a person who is obsessed with hooking up with a rich man. So give up communication. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Wei Dazhuang was quite dissatisfied with his perfunctory attitude. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, you haven't even grown all your hair yet and you've already learned to ignore your father. Remember this, as long as your father is here, don't even think about getting past him. After saying that, he kicked the trash can at his feet hard, then stood up and walked towards Tang Rong's room. Seeing this, Wei Xingchen immediately stopped him, don't go to that room. Wei Dazhuang shook off his hand, why, no, this whole house is yours, is there any place I can't enter? If I say no, it means no. If you want to stay here, then go and stay in the guest room. Otherwise, leave. Wei Xingchen's voice was not very loud, but every word he said was loud and clear, and there was an indescribable sense of oppression. Wei Dazhuang couldn't help but feel frightened. He glared at him with some fear and walked into the guest room in shame. Wei Xingchen immediately called someone over and replaced the fingerprint lock on the room. At the same time, Jinding community. Lin Wan'er finished her social engagements and returned home exhausted, only to find Song Yu curled up on the sofa playing games, his voice so loud that she could hear it through the door. The set of gaming equipment in the living room was bought when Wei Xingchen was here. Of course, it was not bought for him. He had saved up money for a long time and bought it for her to play. Because Song Yu liked to play a competitive game before, Lin Wan'er always practiced after getting off work. I didn't expect that this thing would change hands in a matter of minutes. Lin Wan'er drank a lot of wine today and felt exhausted. Before she came back, she had told Song Yu to run some bath water. She was afraid that he hadn't eaten, so she ordered takeout for the two of them. But Song Yu opened the for dishes and one soup. It was obvious that he had eaten them all. The leftovers were just lying there, already completely cold. Is the bath water ready? Lin Wan'er didn't get angry. She thought he probably forgot and it didn't matter. After all, being with him was what she had always dreamed of. Song Yu ignored her and continued to immerse himself in the game world, extremely serious. When the fight was at its most intense, he lit a cigarette, and the ash fell on the expensive carpet, and a strange smell spread. Lin Wan'er felt even more uncomfortable. Can you please stop smoking at home? You know I can't stand the smell of cigarettes. Besides, I'm going to take a shower now and watch a recorded video conference. Can you turn down the volume? Song Yu glanced at her quickly, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his lips. Baby, wait until I finish this game, it will be quick. What a joke, how could he possibly accommodate her? She was the one who begged him to be with her. But I'm a little tired today. Lin Wan'er's voice softened, revealing obvious fatigue and a bit of helplessness. Song Yu remained calm. Then my dear, why don't you go to the second bedroom to take a shower? It's far from the living room and won't affect you. My dear, you are a strong woman and a good earner. I still have to rely on you during this period. Lin Wan'er frowned immediately. Rely on her? She had just helped him pay back a debt of 10 million yuan. Instead of thinking about how to make a comeback, how could she have such a weird idea? Doesn't this mean he's a gigolo? When this thought appeared in her mind, Lin Wan'er was shocked. No, how could she think of her lover like this? He was just frustrated and deceived. What she had to do was to encourage him, support him, and help him with all her might when he needed comfort and help the most. Only in this way can she truly enter his inner world. The two of them are a pair of soulmates. As for Wei Xingchen, he is just a shabby thing that is not presentable. After a period of time, when the tactics of playing hard to get have run out, he will run to her again and continue to be his lapdog. She need not be afraid. That afternoon, before the end of get-off-work time, Wei Xingchen was already getting nervous and sat there distracted. Yi Zelen handed the project plan to him, and was a little surprised to see that he had been sitting still, so he waved his hand in front of him. Minister, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded? Yi Zelen sat half of his butt on his desk and looked at him with a smile. Wei Xingchen didn't care about his little bad habit and waved at him. Chapter 39. This shows that we are destined to be together. Zeren, let me ask you, what should you pay attention to when meeting friends and elders for the first time? He lowered his voice and asked mysteriously. Yi Zelen is handsome and capable, and is recognized as the most emotionally intelligent man in the department. Although he is not married yet, he must know more than him. What? Yi Zelen was immediately surprised. Minister, you are getting married. When is it happening? Why is it so fast? It's so unexpected. Who is your girlfriend? Where is she? No. Wei Xingchen was helpless and made a shushing gesture. It's a friend of mine. He asked me to ask. And they are not married. It's just a friend of the opposite sex. Yi Zelen stared at Wei Xingchen doubtfully for a long while, then touched his chin and said meaningfully. Well, it depends on the score. If the elder is very respected and worthy of respect, then you should bring a presentable gift. If it's just a normal thing, they are elders, so you can't go empty-handed, and no matter what the situation is, when you visit someone's home, you have to dress neatly and look in good spirits. Okay. Wei Xingchen got the information he wanted, stood up, patted Yi Zelen on the shoulder, and walked out excitedly. This was the first time he left early since he started working, but he couldn't care less. The meeting tonight was particularly important, so he had to prepare in advance. He put the card with 100,000 yuan that Tang Rong rewarded him last time into his pocket, went directly to the antique market closest to the company, bought a jade ring of very good quality, and then went to the mall to carefully select a few boxes of supplements for the middle-aged and elderly, and then returned to the company. Tang Rong was just coming out of get-off-work. The two kept their distance and left the company one after the other. Entering the community again, Wei Xingchen felt inexplicably nervous again. He kept imagining the scene of facing Grandpa Tang later, fearing that something might go wrong with him. Are you nervous? Tang Rong raised her eyebrows and looked at him, trying not to laugh. Wei Xingchen even bought a new set of clothes, which was a casual suit that the mall staff helped him put together. The shirt and pants were both black, which made him look more calm. How is that possible? Wei Xingchen coughed and patted his chest. Mr. Tang, do you think I'm someone who gets nervous? It didn't seem like it, but he was clearly nervous. Rong, bring your friend here quickly. When they entered the yard, they heard a weathered voice coming from the second floor. Wei Xingchen looked over subconsciously and met Tang Qianfeng's loving eyes. The panic in his heart disappeared instantly. Grandpa Tang, this is a small gift from me. I hope you don't mind. Wei Xingchen took out the gift he had prepared and handed it over respectfully. Tang Qianfeng looked surprised and glared at Tang Rong in reproach. I only asked you to bring Xiao Wei over for dinner, why are you still asking her to pay for it? Tang Rong felt a little aggrieved. Grandpa, I didn't expect this either. Wei Xingchen hurriedly said, Grandpa Tang, this is the courtesy I should have as a junior. Please don't despise it. It is my greatest honor. Please accept it. To be honest, his jade ring worth tens of thousands of dollars is probably not worth mentioning in front of this big shot, but it is already the best within his ability and he has a clear conscience. Young people have good taste. I like this ring very much. Tang Qianfeng put on the dark green ring with a smile on his face, as kind as ever. The huge rock hanging in Wei Xingchen's heart immediately fell down, and his favorable impression of the old man in front of him increased again and again. Come and eat. Rong said you can't eat seafood, so I asked someone to prepare this table. It's nothing new. Let's see if you like it. Grandpa Tang personally held Wei Xingchen's hand and pulled him to the big round dining table. Before Wei Xingchen could figure out what the delicacies on the table were, the aroma had already aroused his appetite, and his stomach growled twice. Grandpa Tang, I don't know much about these dishes, but they all look delicious. I'm hungry too, so I'm afraid I won't look good when I eat. Please don't laugh at me. Wei Xingchen did not show any embarrassment. He knew very well that these important figures were all knowledgeable and had met so many people. He did not need to show off deliberately, he just needed to be generous and sincere. As expected, Tang Tianfeng laughed and stroked his beard cheerfully. We just want you to be more casual. You helped us a lot this time. Next to her, Tang Rong was even a little surprised. She didn't expect that the old man, who was known for being difficult to approach and get along with, could get along so well with Wei Xingchen. I don't deserve to be called as a helper. I just did the best I could, that's all. Wei Xingchen said very modestly. Tang Rong also sat down and poured a glass of wine for Tang Tianfeng and Wei Xingchen respectively. Wei Xingchen stood up hurriedly. Grandpa Tang, the junior toasts to you. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Tang Tianfeng was also not vague and drank the full glass of wine in one gulp. Although the grandfather and grandson were not very familiar with each other, fortunately they had similar interests. After a few words, the atmosphere soon became lively, and Tang Rong seemed like an outsider. Halfway through the meal, a maid hurried over and whispered something in the old man's ear. The old man's face froze slightly. He pondered for a moment, glanced at the two young men next to him, and finally nodded. Soon, a staggering old woman was helped out. It was Grandma Chen who was brought back by Wei Xingchen and Tang Rong that day. After only a few days here, Chen Yuwei seemed like a different person. His clothes were clean, refreshing and very decent, and his messy hair was tidied up and neatly tied behind his head. His originally weather-beaten face seemed to have become a little rosier, and the hostility in his body was no longer there. When he saw her for the first time, Wei Xingchen thought he had recognized the wrong person. Hello, Grandma Chen. He stood up and greeted her very respectfully. Tang Rong also stood up, smiled, and didn't say much, because Chen Yuwei didn't have a good impression of her, and it would be better for her to speak less to avoid being criticized. Chen Yuwei glanced at the three people with a cold expression. Oh, I didn't expect to see you again. This "you" most likely refers to Wei Xingchen. This shows that we are destined to be together. Wei Xingchen smiled awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. He and this person are not acquainted with each other. Only. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that there was a vague gloomy aura around Grandma Chen that never dissipated. Logically speaking, since you brought me back and let me live such a good life, I should offer you a toast. Chen Yuwei said to himself, and then poured himself a drink. Chapter 40. Are you also presbyopic? What does this mean? It sounds weird. Logically speaking. In other words, she didn't actually want to toast them with this wine. Wei Xingchen glanced at Tang Rong calmly, and the latter also looked helpless. After looking at each other, the two stood up and raised their glasses to toast Chen Yuwei. Wei Xingchen didn't say much, maintaining a distant yet polite smile on his face. Before this, he was a guest. After Chen Yuwei appeared, the focus of the living room shifted. Another glass. This time, Chen Yuwei took the initiative to pour wine for Wei Xingchen. Her body had not recovered yet, so her hands trembled slightly when she poured the wine. Wei Xingchen did not respond, but he did not refuse the wine she handed over. However, when he was about to take a sip, he hesitated for a moment. Why, are you afraid that I will hurt you? Chen Yuwei's eyes flashed with sarcasm. How dare I? This is the Tang family. You are joking, senior. Wei Xingchen suppressed the doubt in his heart and drank the wine in the glass. Could it be that he didn't want to drink it? She had already handed it to him, and Grandpa Tang was watching next to him. Tang Tianfeng, you die. But at this moment, Chen Yuwei uttered a sharp shout, and suddenly a dagger appeared in his hand, and he stabbed Tang Tianfeng's back viciously. The position where she was standing was most suitable for a sneak attack. Even if Tang Tianfeng had reacted, he could not match her speed. Are you crazy? Tang Rong subconsciously stood up and was about to stop him, but she was too far away and there was no time. The only hope lies in Wei Xingchen, who is closest to him. The latter didn't hesitate at all and stretched out his hand to grab Chen Yuwei's arm. He was about to catch him, but he was always just a hair's breadth away. He was afraid of bad consequences, so he rushed forward and blocked the fatal blow for Tang Tianfeng. Chen Yuwei's dagger pierced directly into the back of his hand, and blood undoubtedly oozed out. Along with the severe pain, Wei Xingchen only felt a spasm all over his body, and his whole body was numb. Xingchen! Tang Rong and her grandfather were horrified and shouted in unison. Chen Yuwei was furious and tried to pull the dagger out of Wei Xingchen's hand and stab Tang Tianfeng again. Unfortunately, Wei Xingchen had already freed his other hand and pushed her away. In an instant, all the blood drained out of his face. He felt dizzy and collapsed on the sofa. You little brat, why did you block the knife for him? Doesn't your own life matter? You've ruined my plan, I will never forgive you. Chen Yuwei roared in frustration, his voice was extremely cold and scary. Wei Xingchen had been tortured to the point of almost fainting from the extreme pain, so he could no longer hear her loud screams. He only clearly saw that the blood on his hands was flowing out uncontrollably, dripping onto the sofa and carpet. The clean and tidy place was contaminated by him, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Sorry, I didn't mean it. He seemed to be out of his mind, not caring about such insignificant details at this moment. Don't say anything, why are you apologizing, you idiot? Tang Rong also turned pale, anxious and angry, and hurriedly called the family doctor to help him treat the wound. However, after the doctor looked at his condition and saw that Tang Rong and Tang Tianfeng both looked nervous and anxious, he hesitated. What are you still standing there for? Help him pull out the knife. Tang Rong was almost crying and her voice choked several times. The doctor's forehead was sweating, and he didn't dare to look her in the eye. Well, we have to go to the hospital. We have to go to the emergency department for surgery. The implication was that the injury was too serious and he couldn't handle it at all. When Tang Rong heard this, she didn't bother to blame anyone and quickly asked someone to drive her car out. Kid, what's wrong with you, what are you doing to your grandfather? Tang Tianfeng, who had been so powerful all his life, felt extremely guilty at this moment when he saw Wei Xingchen gritting his teeth to endure the pain. He could not even speak clearly. He really couldn't understand why this young man, who had only met him once, was so impulsive. No, he saved him so decisively. He was really touched and felt extremely sorry. You are too hardworking, kid. How can an old man like me? Grandpa, please don't say that. Wei Xingchen took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, Ms. Tang has been very kind to me, so I will repay her. Besides, just now, I was the only one who could stop her. Stop talking. Tang Rong slammed the coffee table angrily, helped Wei Xingchen up, and walked out. Grandpa, you just wait at home and ask someone to keep an eye on Grandma Chen. Be careful with her, okay? At the same time, he gave a few more words of advice with concern. Tang Tianfeng was dominated and nodded uncontrollably. Girl, don't be anxious. Uncle Zhang, please protect Grandpa. Tang Rong shouted. Tang Tianfeng waved his hand and said, Girl, Grandpa will be fine. Let Lao Zhang go with you. He can help you make decisions if you encounter any trouble. Tang Rong did not refuse, and together with Zhang Qi, she helped Wei Xingchen out of the door. She drove very fast along the way. Get out of the way, we're busy. Why are you blocking my car, you psycho? Get out of here. Can you please stop blocking the road? Get out of the way. She stared straight at the road ahead, her whole body appearing extremely angry and impatient. She wished she could push aside the cars blocking her way with her own hands. She even honked the car horns loudly and ran through several red lights in a row. However, other cars were driving normally and in an orderly manner. Wei Xingchen was afraid that he would get into trouble because of his impatience, so he advised him weakly, Tang Rong, don't worry, I'll be fine for a while. What do you mean it's okay? Your hand was pierced, how can you say it's okay? You lost so much blood, how can you say it's okay? Huh? Your hand is okay, but your brain is the problem. Shut up. Tang Rong glared at him with disappointment, then got right up to his face and started yelling at him, turning him into a quail with just a few words. This time, even Zhang Qi felt sorry for Wei Xingchen, and he also weakly advised, Miss, please drive a little slower, don't get into a traffic accident, it will cause even bigger problems later. Uncle Zhang, are you also presbyopic? Can you see how fast I'm driving? Am I not obeying traffic rules? They are clearly blocking me. She got really cranky. Zhang Qi didn't dare to speak anymore. An old contributor who was over 50 years old and had followed Tang Qianfeng for his entire life, an old man who was always very dignified, was at this moment speechless, just like Wei Xingchen. It's better to shut up, or be careful of being hurt by words again. We arrived at the hospital very quickly. Tang Rong suddenly became like super male Tang Rong. She hurriedly found a nurse to ask where the emergency department was. When the nurse answered a little slowly, she looked like she was about to swear again. Fortunately, Wei Xingchen grabbed her arm and pointed at the arrow on the ground with his other hand. Chapter 41. I really can't take it back. Wei Xingchen was quickly sent to the operating room. Tang Rong finally calmed down, but not completely. She was still pacing back and forth in the corridor nervously, her worry visibly evident. Zhang Qi didn't dare to talk to her at this time, but he was afraid that she would worry too much and hurt herself, so he said carefully, "Don't worry, this Dr. Wu has rich clinical experience, and he will be fine soon." Tang Rong was like she had grabbed a life-saving straw and asked hurriedly, "Is that so? He must be okay, right?" This is generally the case, but who can be 100% sure? "Miss, there's no point in worrying now. You'd better think about what to do next. He certainly can't continue to work at the moment. You might as well get him a few days off," Zhang Qi reminded. Tang Rong nodded immediately, putting her hands on her hips. "I think what you said makes sense. His right hand was injured, but he must rest well. It would be terrible if there were any sequelae." When Zhang Qi saw Tang Rong like this, he knew that she had feelings for Wei Xingchen, and it was possible that her feelings were quite deep. Tang Rong immediately called the Human Resources Department and gave Wei Xingchen a month's vacation. She also immediately ordered people to buy various supplements and nutritional products. Looking at her busying around and unable to stop for a moment, Zhang Qi couldn't help but sigh. Although Wei Xingchen is brave, resourceful and a talented person, he comes from a poor family after all, and he is a second marriage and is entangled with his ex-wife. I'm afraid he is not a good match for him. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed and Wei Xingchen was helped out. His right hand had been wrapped like a dumpling, which looked both funny and pitiful. Even the most basic necessities of eating, drinking, defecating and urinating may become a problem. Hurry up and sit still. Don't move. Does it hurt? This gauze is too thick. Tang Rong carefully supported his left arm and couldn't help but say. But don't worry, I've already granted you a month's leave. It's important to take care of your health first. If a month is not enough, you can extend it later. Wei Xingchen showed gratitude. Thank you, President Tang. President Tang is always wise. Tang Rong rolled her eyes at him. You can still compliment me at this time. It seems that your hand is not a big deal. Wei Xingchen wanted to speak, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure appearing at the door. Tang Qianfeng actually came in person. Good boy, the operation is done, how do you feel now? Tang Qianfeng asked someone to put down the various supplements he brought. Wow, they were piled up like a mountain in the ward and it seemed that there was no more room. Wei Xingchen was a little embarrassed and showed his bun-shaped hand to Tang Qianfeng. It's okay now, Grandpa, don't worry. Tang Qianfeng sighed deeply, looking guilty. I'm so sorry for what happened to you this time. I invited you to my house for dinner with good intentions, but I didn't expect that my good intentions would go against my will and cause you to be seriously injured. I feel really bad about it. Grandpa, please don't just talk. Can you be more practical? Tang Rong curled her lips and reminded with a smile. Tang Qianfeng tapped his granddaughter's forehead and said, You little rascal, you looked down on your grandfather. Of course, I have to thank him. After he clapped his hands, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked up from behind him, took out a gift box, and presented it to Wei Xingchen respectfully. The latter was stunned and subconsciously looked at Tang Rong. Tang Rong took it without hesitation, opened the box, and saw a bright red house deed and a luxurious and low-key black and gold card. Grandpa, are you sure you want to give him this card? Tang Rong was a little shocked. She really didn't expect her grandfather to be so generous. This black gold card is not an ordinary card. In addition to being able to withdraw 30 million yuan from major banks around the world, it is also equivalent to a promise, a promise that Tang Tianfeng will agree to as long as a request is made at any time. In comparison, the property deeds in that villa area seem particularly cheap. What's the big deal? Xingchen has helped you a lot and saved Grandpa's life. Isn't Grandpa worth this little thing? Tang Tianfeng raised his eyebrows and glanced at Wei Xingchen with a gentle expression. Wei Xingchen obviously didn't know what this card meant, and he didn't intend to accept the thank you gift. Grandpa, although I don't know what this card means, I can't accept it. I've already said that I'm helping Mr. Tang out of the responsibility and obligation of an employee. I saved you because. But no matter what, you have done us both a favor. I, Tang Tianfeng, am not a stingy person. I heard that you have been in trouble recently and have been renting a house outside, so I am giving you this house to please you. Of course, an apartment is not enough to express my gratitude. You have this card. It can help you get through any difficulties. If there is anything you can't handle, just tell me. With this card, I can meet any of your requests as long as it does not violate public order and good customs. If this sentence came from someone else's mouth, Wei Xingchen would think that this person was really pretentious. But the person in front of him was Tang Tianfeng, a big shot whose strength he didn't even know. He only knew that the company currently managed by Tang Rong was already very large, with total assets of tens of millions, but this was just a branch opened by the Tang family in this area. There were countless companies of this size in the world. Therefore, Wei Xingchen didn't dare to estimate how strong Tang Tianfeng was. But even so, he didn't dare to rashly accept the gift from the old man. He didn't dare, and couldn't. Subconsciously, he still felt that what he had done was not enough, and he didn't want them to think that he was a greedy person. Thank you, Grandpa Tang, but I still can't accept it. I am already very satisfied that you can come to see me. I really can't do such a thing. What's the matter, kid, why are you? Just keep it if Grandpa gives it to you. I want it but I don't have it yet. Besides, this is what you deserve. Don't refuse it. Tang Rong pushed the card and the house deed in front of Wei Xingchen with an unquestionable look. Wei Xingchen was at a loss, his face turned serious. Boss Tang, I really can't accept it. His attitude is very clear. Tang Rong couldn't help being a little surprised. Why don't you listen to us? She was a little annoyed and couldn't help showing her true emotions. Tang Tianfeng patted her arm and said soothingly, since Xingchen is determined not to accept this card, then you have to accept this house deed. Otherwise, we, the grandfather and grandson, will feel really bad. Tang Rong had no choice but to follow suit and said, yes, you must accept this property deed, otherwise I will think you have other intentions. Okay, then I'll be honored to refuse. Wei Xingchen finally smiled. Chapter 42. You are quite good at dealing with women. Grandpa, are you saying that Wei Xingchen rejected the black gold card you gave him? Tang Chen was a little unsure of what he heard, so he asked again, does he know what the card you gave him means? Tang Chen is Tang Rong's cousin and Tang Tianfeng's eldest grandson. He owns 20 branches in a district and is one of the most sought-after candidates for succession to the Tang family. At first glance, he looks 50% similar to Tang Rong, both are very delicate, but his temperament is more gloomy and seems difficult to approach. Tang Tianfeng sighed deeply and fiddled with the Buddhist beads in his hand. Yes, I told him clearly that with that card, I can unconditionally agree to his request, but he refused. I don't even understand this young man. Tang Chen raised his eyebrows, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He's probably just another wishful thinking person trying to take shortcuts. What's so strange about that? Playing hard to get, isn't that the trick that people like him usually use? Grandpa, you're too soft-hearted. I was deceived by you. Tang Tianfeng shook his head. He shouldn't be that kind of person. The incident happened suddenly, and he could have just not reacted. After all, he and I had only met once. But he still attacked. Didn't you see that his palm had been pierced and the blood was flowing? Your sister was terrified at the time. When Tang Chen heard this, his suspicion became even more obvious. He decided to go and see Wei Xingchen in person to find out what kind of person he was. After waking up, the effect of the anesthetic wore off and Wei Xingchen felt a piercing pain in his right hand, so much so that his face turned very ugly. He leaned dejectedly on the sofa, wanting to cry but without tears. He had never experienced such a miserable moment before. His right hand, which he needed most, could not be used. He had to rely on his left hand for eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. It was a disaster for someone like him who was not left-handed. Especially washing, it is impossible to wash at all. Even brushing teeth will get toothpaste all over the face, not to mention washing the face. Wei Xingchen felt deeply depressed and felt that he had temporarily withered away. Look, I bought you some sweet and delicious minced meat porridge with corn kernels in it, and the chicken cutlet rice you asked for. The chicken used to make the chicken cutlet was said to have been slaughtered this morning, and the chicken cutlet smells delicious, too. Tang Rong came in from outside with a lot of food. However, the taste of this chicken chop rice is indeed very charming. Wei Xingchen's appetite was aroused, and even the pain in his hand disappeared a lot. Thank you, Mr. Tang. The porridge and rice are so delicious. Wei Xingchen gave enough emotional value. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of a slender figure appearing at the door. It's a stranger. Tang Rong also noticed it, turned around and stood up in surprise. Brother, why are you here? Wei Xingchen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Big brother? Tang Rong's elder brother. He is indeed a man of extraordinary bearing. Even if he is just standing there, it is obvious that he is different from other people. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Wei Xingchen, the project director of our company. He is very capable. Tang Rong said with a smile. It seems that she has a good relationship with this brother. Then she said to Wei Xingchen, this is my eldest brother Tang Chen. He is my grandfather's favorite grandson. He is a domineering president and treats me very well. Wei Xingchen nodded and smiled politely. Hello, Mr. Tang. His right hand was wrapped in thick gauze, so he could only extend his left hand to shake hands with Tang Chen. Tang Chen just glanced at him indifferently, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out and held his hand. Nice to meet you. Their voice was inexplicably cold, which immediately extinguished the passion that Wei Xingchen had just ignited. He is not the kind of person who would flatter others, and he is capable of adapting to changing circumstances. Brother, this time it's all thanks to Xingchen. If it weren't for him, Grandpa might have been injured. Tang Rong said excitedly. Although this girl has the final say and is very powerful in the company, she is very obedient and gentle in front of her family or people she trusts, which makes her feel inexplicably disconnected. Tang Chen glanced at Wei Xingchen with a half smile. Oh, really? Then I really have to thank Mr. Wei very much. We can satisfy whatever Mr. Wei wants or lacks. They are both members of the Tang family, so why does one seem quite gentle and easy to get along with, while the other is so cold and overbearing, exuding an air of coldness that keeps people at a distance? Wei Xingchen understood why very well. Why else? People didn't like him at all and even suspected that he was trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful in this way. Grandpa Tang has already given me a house, and I am already very grateful. Wei Xingchen said lightly and didn't say anything else. Tang Rong also noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Just as she was about to speak, Tang Chen said, Rong, go outside and wait for Big Brother first. Tang Rong frowned. Brother, what are you going to do? I get along very well with Mr. Wei. I want to talk to him alone about work and see if I can find an opportunity to promote him. Do you have any questions? Tang Chen raised his eyebrows. His words were flawless, which made Tang Rong seem to have ulterior motives. Wei Xingchen could tell that Mr. Tang had something to say, so he said to Tang Rong, Boss Tang, I'm fine. Mr. Tang is handsome and I'm looking forward to chatting with him alone. No wonder. But now that the other person has said this, if he refuses, it would seem that he is guilty. Tang Rong had no choice but to turn around and walk out. In the huge ward, there were only 2 men left. Wei Xingchen took the initiative to speak. I wonder what Mr. Tang has to say. I'm all ears. When did you meet Tang Rong? Do you like her? Do you plan to marry her? Unexpectedly, Tang Chen asked a series of 3 sharp questions, each one more powerful than the last, leaving Wei Xingchen confused. Ms. Tang and I have known each other since we were in school, but we are now just in a normal superior-subordinate relationship, with some colleagues at most. There is a huge difference between us. How dare I have any desire for her? He laughed at himself, and there was no falsehood in his words. Tang Chen obviously didn't believe it. How dare you say that you have no improper thoughts about Rong? Then why do you live in her house with your sick father? This is too sharp. Wei Xingchen was slightly displeased, and his voice became cold. Mr. Tang, what you said is not right. First of all, I really don't have any improper thoughts about Ms. Tang. I admire her very much, but we are not the same kind of people, so it is impossible for us to be together. If you have investigated carefully, you will know that my marriage with my ex-wife has not been completely dissolved yet. I am involved in a financial dispute with her, which has forced me to rent a house. It was Ms. Tang who was kind enough to offer to rent her empty house to me. She had no other ideas. It seems that you are quite good at dealing with women. It's really impressive. Tang Chen interrupted him before he could finish his words. Chapter 43. Can you shut up? Wei Xingchen's expression changed slightly, and the displeasure in his eyes became more obvious. It seemed that Mr. Tang really looked down on him and had already classified him as someone who was trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. I don't understand what Mr. Tang is saying. Wei Xingchen looked at him neither servilely nor arrogantly, and said in a deep voice, even if you don't trust me, can you not trust your own sister? Is Miss Tang the kind of person who can be easily deceived by a few sweet words? Tang Chen looked at him with interest, as if he was watching a struggling fish. You are not just good at sweet talk, you also took 3 points of action. You used one hand to exchange for a lifetime of bright future. It's worth it. Heh. Wei Xingchen suddenly smiled, his eyes turned playful. How could someone of Mr. Tang's level have such an experience? Could it be that you have done this before? Wei Xingchen, don't think that you can seduce my sister with your insignificant ability. She is a phoenix in the sky and can reach a better life, while you are just mud on the side of the road. Mr. Tang is a very good person, but he is not perfect because of a brother like you who is arrogant and rude. Before he could finish his words, Wei Xingchen interrupted him and said, I have enough self-knowledge. I don't need you to lecture me in such a condescending manner. Mr. Tang, please go back. He is not worthy of Tang Rong, but that doesn't mean he can let others trample on him. Tang Chen obviously didn't expect that he would be so sharp, and was a little at a loss for a moment. Wei Xingchen, you'd better remember what you said today, don't let yourself be slapped in the face one day. After saying that, he took out a golden card from his pocket and threw it on the coffee table. There are 5 million in it. This is my way of repaying you as the eldest brother on behalf of my sister and grandfather. I hope you will continue to be sensible in the future. No need. Wei Xingchen said coldly, I didn't even want Grandpa Tang's card. Do you think I would like this one? Tang Chen was immediately furious. Naturally, his card cannot be compared with the old man's card. He is a senior leader of the group and the eldest grandson of the Tang family. Even he is not qualified to get it. Why should the old man easily give it to this gigolo he just met, and he was rejected? And at this moment, he was also rejected. Tang Chen felt extremely uncomfortable, and gritted his teeth and said, you don't like this card, because you want much more than this. Your goal is my sister, and you want to use her. Don't think that everyone is as bad as you are. Wei Xingchen's voice was particularly sharp. Mr. Tang, I allow you to speculate about me with the deepest malice, but before that, you should at least understand why I am favored by the old man. We should also have the minimum respect for someone who saved the old man's life even if he had ulterior motives. Instead of being blindly jealous and suspicious like you are now, blindly thinking that everyone in the world should crawl at the feet of you Tang family members and flatter you. His voice was filled with deep anger. Because my hands hurt so much, and because I was angry, it hurt even more, and it hurt straight to my bones. Fortunately, Grandpa Tang and Tang Rong are not such people. Wei Xingchen's breathing was very unstable, but he said what he wanted to say, so he felt good. Tang Chen's face was already colorful. He stood there for a long time before turning around and leaving, taking the card away before leaving. When Tang Rong came in, Wei Xingchen had not yet adjusted his mood. He was lying on the bed with his back to her. My brother, did he say a lot of unpleasant things? I'm sorry. I apologize to you on his behalf. He is just like that. From childhood to adulthood, whenever a boy approaches me, he will investigate him openly or secretly, and then nothing. Wei Xingchen lay there sullenly, his voice revealing a bit of grievance. Go away, I want to rest for a while. Tang Rong was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to start. She stood there in silence for a while, then turned and left to chase Tang Chen, who had not yet left the hospital. Brother, I told you what you said to Xingchen. He didn't lie to me. He is a very good person. She stared at her brother and realized that the man in front of her also had a different expression on his face. My goodness, Tang Chen is famous for his icy face, which is very good at hiding his emotions. Normally, it is impossible for others to detect his joy or anger. But today, he was so obviously angry. Tang Rong, I warn you, stay away from him. People who climbed up from the bottom will definitely climb up at all costs. Now he is just using you as a springboard. When he is done using you, he will kick you away. He is not that kind of person. What's more, we are not lovers and have not even been together. What nonsense are you talking about? He saved my grandfather, don't you know? You actually slandered his life-saving grace like this. No wonder he is so sad. Tang Rong said indignantly. Life-saving grace. Tang Chen laughed sarcastically. If he really has no ulterior motives, he should have accepted the gift from Grandpa generously and put an end to the possibility of him using it to repay the favor in the future. What does he mean by his current behavior? Isn't he looking for a more suitable opportunity? Tang Rong almost fainted. She didn't want to say another word to this person. Wei Xingchen hadn't been to work for more than a week. His colleagues in the project department didn't know the situation and couldn't contact him. Yi Zelen, who had a good relationship with Wei Xingchen, asked around. Finally, he learned from Tang Rong that Wei Xingchen was injured and hospitalized, and immediately went to visit him with gifts. At that time, Wei Xingchen had really lost all his strength and means. He had to use a spoon to eat, and it took him 2 or 3 times longer to wash his face and brush his teeth than before, not to mention other daily activities. In short, it was very difficult. When Yi Zelen saw him for the first time, he felt very sympathetic, but after chatting for a few words, his sympathy turned into ridicule. Minister, your hands are so cute, like big white buns. Do you want to eat noodles? I queued for over an hour to buy Li Ji Long Shu noodles. Minister, do you need to go to the bathroom? Do you need my help? How could a person talk so much, and every word accurately hit his minefield? Why is he so annoying? Wei Xingchen's face was already full of black lines, but this tactless guy was still complaining. Can you please shut up? Wei Xingchen couldn't stand it any longer and glared at the guy. It's just right that you come here today to help me pack my things. I want to be discharged from the hospital. Yi Zelen was stunned. Didn't you say it would take at least a week? Are you sure you want to leave today? Chapter 44, They're Haunting. Wei Xingchen sighed sadly. How can lying in the hospital be as comfortable as being at home? Just at this moment, Tang Rong walked in from outside, carrying a lot of things in her hands. It's time to eat. I bought you some dumplings today. You can eat them with a fork. Tang Rong's tone was very familiar, like a boyfriend and girlfriend. Wei Xingchen looked obviously used to it, but Yi Zelen, who was sitting on the sofa next to him, was startled and stared at the two of them in a daze. Tang Rong then realized that he was also here, and her movements froze for a moment. Zelen is here too, have you eaten yet? If not, can we eat together? I ate. Yi Zelen waved his hand quickly, stood up and was about to leave. You guys are busy, I'll leave first. Damn it, why did he feel like he had discovered some secret? Did he know too much? Would he be silenced? What's the hurry? Wei Xingchen said coldly, who will help me pack my things after you leave? Yi Zelen paused, not knowing whether to leave or stay. He was in a dilemma. Tang Rong asked, leaving? Are you going to be discharged? Didn't the doctor say you have to stay for at least another week? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Tang. I feel much better now. You only need to come over when the medicine is changed. It's more quiet at home the rest of the time. Wei Xingchen's voice was a little cold. He was not targeting Tang Rong, nor was he dissatisfied with her. But it was Tang Chen's words that day that completely woke him up and made him realize the gap between himself and Tang Rong. Even though he was very sure that they would not develop into lovers in the future, he now felt that he didn't even need to consider himself a friend. Since class differences cannot be broken, he can only avoid causing bigger problems. Quiet. Tang Rong's voice became very soft. Obviously she understood what he meant. You mean, it's not quiet here? But she was the only one who came to see him every day. Did he think she was disturbing him? Wei Xingchen realized that she had misunderstood, but he had no intention of explaining. His silence also hurt Tang Rong instantly. In that case, it's up to you. She put the things she brought on the coffee table. Although I don't know how I offended you, since you don't want to be friends with me anymore, I have nothing to say. After saying that, he turned and left. Yi Zelen was stunned. This was clearly a quarrel between a young couple. When did these two get together? In other words, when did Wei Xingchen hook up with Mr. Tang? Don't think too much. I just helped Ms. Tang a little and she thanked me. Wei Xingchen glanced at Yi Zelen and knew what was going on in his walnut-sized head. Yi Zelen was still very surprised. Then what kind of help did you give to President Tang? Didn't you see that she was interested in you? You are so stupid. If you hooked up with her, you would be a phoenix flying on the tree. Why are you so stupid and don't you know how to seize the opportunity? Wei Xingchen smiled helplessly. I don't have the fate of turning into a phoenix. If you are so excited, why don't you try it yourself? Yi Zelen choked and sighed heavily. What a pity, what a pity. The two were chatting casually when a doctor in a white coat walked in and said to Wei Xingchen directly, Mr. Wei, your hand has not yet been cleared of the risk of infection. You have to stay in the hospital for another week for observation. If you are forced to leave the hospital, if something unexpected happens, it will not be related to this hospital. Please consider it carefully. Yi Zelen winked at Wei Xingchen, covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, It's obvious that this person was sent by Tang Rong. She doesn't want you to leave. Wei Xingchen glared at him and said nothing. Xingchen, although I don't know what happened between you, I can see that President Tang is really doing this for your own good. Your hand is injured. If you don't take good care of it and it leaves sequelae, will you still be able to draw blueprints and work in the future? Yi Zelen rarely restrained his smile and said earnestly. Wei Xingchen's expression froze slightly, and he didn't reply. Based on what you just said, I don't think she will come over in the next 2 days. Don't worry, I will come over after get off work. It's okay for me to stay with you for a few days. When you get promoted and make a fortune in the future, I still hope that you can help me more. Yi Zelen added 2 more sentences. Wei Xingchen pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Yes, he can't be so ungrateful. The words he just said were indeed spoken out of anger, and he might have gone a little too far. You shouldn't take your anger out on others. As Yi Zelen expected, Tang Rong really didn't come for 2 days. That afternoon, when Wei Xingchen was trying to wash his clothes with his left hand, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. How did you get injured so badly? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came, and Wei Xingchen's whole body stiffened instinctively, and a feeling of disgust arose spontaneously. Why is it her again, haunting us? Why are you here? You are not welcome here, get out immediately. His voice was extremely cold and harsh, revealing an indescribable sense of alienation. Why are you so ungrateful? I came to see you out of kindness. Lin Wan'er threw her bag on the coffee table and looked at him with a half smile. You really gave me a hard time to find you, but you didn't really think I could do nothing to you just because you were hiding here. When she spoke, there was an inexplicable sense of complacency in her voice, which made people feel uncomfortable no matter how they looked at it. Wei Xingchen simply couldn't bear to watch it. In 10 days, we will no longer have any relationship with each other. You should remember that. He reminded me coldly. Lin Wan'er's face froze, and she glared at him angrily. Why are you so heartless? I just came to see you. Besides, there are still 10 days left. Who knows, I might regret it in these few days. Lin Wan'er. Wei Xingchen gritted his teeth in anger. Is this fun? He really didn't realize that Lin Wan'er was so annoying, like a dog skin plaster that couldn't be gotten rid of no matter what he did. Don't worry, if you had been a little nice to me, I wouldn't have done such a bad thing to you. As she spoke, she slowly stood up, smiling, and approached step by step, like a spider spirit in the spider cave, wanting to eat people alive. Get out! Wei Xingchen stood up suddenly and shouted sternly. Lin Wan'er looked unhappy. Wei Xingchen, did I give you too much face before? There should be a limit to playing hard to get. Okay, I admit that you succeeded a little bit, and I have a little interest in you, but you should also know the principle of quitting while you are ahead. Don't be shameless. It will be meaningless if you play too hard. Oh, isn't this Miss Lin? She's really lingering. No matter where she hides, you can always find her. She heard her voice before she saw her. The voice came from far away, clear and cold. Only Tang Rong has such a voice. Wei Xingchen felt relieved for some reason. Lin Wan'er looked as if she had eaten shit, her face looking extremely ugly. What's going on between us as husband and wife has nothing to do with you, she said impatiently, gritting her teeth. Chapter 45, Vow to Work Hard. Husband and Wife. Tang Rong smiled coldly, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. You and him are husband and wife, does he know? You're already divorced, but you keep harping on your ex-husband all day long. I don't know what's wrong with you. Tang Rong's attitude towards people was completely different from her usual cold or gentle demeanor. She had the attitude of someone who hated evil and would roar against injustice when she saw it. When Wei Xingchen saw her, he slowly felt relieved. We haven't divorced yet, and the marriage hasn't been finalized, which is equivalent to not being divorced yet. Lin Wan'er seemed reluctant to bring this up, and her defense broke down immediately. You're already living with a gigolo before you're divorced, and you've even brought him home. Tang Rong looked at her like she was a fool, and every word she said was particularly sharp. Only Wei Xingchen is stupid. If it were anyone else, they would directly sue you for illegal cohabitation and extramarital affair. Let's see who will be embarrassed and ruined. Mr. Tang, if I have a lawsuit, can you help me? Wei Xingchen took the opportunity to interject. He hasn't seen Tang Rong for several days. These 2 days he always felt that what he said last time was too much. Today she finally showed up, he had to seize the opportunity to apologize and take the initiative to talk to her. Tang Rong seemed to be surprised that he would suddenly speak. She was stunned for a moment before she said politely, "Don't worry, I will pick the best divorce lawyer for you and make sure that the person who has wronged you will be kicked out of the house." When Lin Wan'er heard this, her face immediately became extremely ugly. She came here today just to find an opportunity to show off and retain the dog's heart so that he can continue to be used by her in the future. Who could have thought that such an annoying bitch would pop up halfway? Go and sue me now if you have the guts, Wei Xingchen. After all, we are still bound by love for each other, but I think you are determined to force my wife to death. Go ahead and sue me. If you sue me, I will tell everyone that you hooked up with your female boss and kick me out. Good guy, he just puts the blame on others. Get lost. Tang Rong glared at her coldly. If you say one more word, we'll immediately find someone to write a complaint. Lin Wan'er's face froze, and she said, Wei Xingchen, you are so cruel, and ran away in shame. As soon as she left, the air in the ward became much fresher, but when it was just the two of them, Wei Xingchen didn't know where to start. The same thing went for Tang Rong. She came here without bringing anything with her and couldn't find a suitable topic for a while. At this time, the nurse came to change the dressing for Wei Xingchen. The latter suddenly had an idea. Nurse, can you bring some fruit snacks over? I have guests today. The nurse naturally would not refuse the reasonable request of a well-behaved patient. She put down the medicine and walked out, saying, No wonder your girlfriend is so considerate, she is so beautiful. Why is she like this? This is even more embarrassing. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, Nurse Lin likes to joke sometimes. She's not like this usually. Wei Xingchen smiled awkwardly and almost buried his face in the quilt. Tang Rong blushed slightly, coughed lightly, and waved her hand nonchalantly. It's okay, just a word. Wei Xingchen quickly raised his head and glanced at her. Seeing that she was wearing an orange-red jacket today and looked very energetic, he tried to find a topic again. Mr. Tang, this dress is very beautiful today. Where did you buy it? As soon as the words came out, Wei Xingchen really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What is he doing? Dead mouth, what nonsense are you talking about? Tang Rong was stunned for a moment, and was amused by his inexplicable question. She couldn't help but ask, I bought it with my bestie the other day when we were shopping. Why, do you want it too? Wei Xingchen nodded hesitantly, then quickly shook his head. No, only Mr. Tang can bring out the beauty of this dress. He couldn't help feeling complacent. This sentence is always right. Yi Zelen said that when talking to girls, you have to be smart and provide enough emotional value. You mean, this dress is ugly? Tang Rong raised her eyebrows and looked at him. I didn't expect Minister Wei to be quite knowledgeable about women's clothes. Did he often buy clothes for Miss Lin in the past? Did he have such a high aesthetic taste honed by practical experience? She looked like she was smiling, like a girlfriend who was asking her boyfriend a question while knowing the answer in her heart. Wei Xingchen choked and his brain froze. Ahem. Mr. Tang is really good at joking. I don't have that kind of taste. I mean, Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, I'm not good at talking, please forgive me. Forget it, just apologize directly. It would be better if you changed the subject. Tang Rong curled her lips, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked at him. What's wrong? Wei Xingchen rubbed his nose and said what he had prepared long ago. I shouldn't have said that about you, nor should I have confused you with Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang just doesn't understand me. I believe that if he gets to know me for a while, he will definitely discover my valuable qualities. Tang Rong nodded. You are quite sincere, not bad. She didn't mention Tang Chen. Of course, it was also because he knew Tang Chen's character. That man was a typical child of destiny, a darling who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, a person who looked down on others, so it was not surprising that he could say such words. Great, finally an apology. Wei Xingchen felt that the weather had become much warmer. However, she did not come alone today. Brother, come in. Tang Rong suddenly raised her voice and shouted towards the door. Wei Xingchen was surprised when he saw Tang Chen, who had a good figure and temperament, walking in with long legs, holding a bunch of expensive and precious supplements in his hands. Wei Xingchen was stunned. Looking at the look on this boss's face, could it be that he wants to come and apologize? Mr. Wei, I said something inappropriate that day. I want to express my apology to you. This is my sincere expression. Tang Chen said in a deep voice. Although he said these words of apology, it was obvious that his eyes did not lower. Deep down, he still felt that Wei Xingchen was not worthy of being on the stage. Wei Xingchen was not a fool, so he could see through it at a glance, but he pursed his lips calmly and said, I don't deserve it. Mr. Tang misunderstood me for his sister's sake, but I don't care about it. It's just polite talk, everyone can say it. In that case, I'll leave first. Mr. Wei regards money as dirt, so I don't think he will ask for anything in return. Then I can rest assured. I also hope that I won't have any contact with Mr. Wei again in the future. This is really rude. Brother, what do you mean by this? What did Grandpa say to you when you left? Tang Rong looked at her cousin with dissatisfaction and indignation. Forget it. Wei Xingchen said gently, Brother is doing this for your own good. There's no need to be angry. He secretly swore in his heart that he must work hard and strive to live a decent life through his own efforts as soon as possible. Those who look down on him will definitely be slapped in the face.